Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 8 here for the China Tour 3 in Division 2. We're going to be closing out week 2, Denog, with 3 best of 3s for our Sunday entertainment. Couldn't think of a better way to spend our Sunday all together watching some very exciting Dota.
That was very cute of you to say. And no, I agree. It is 3 series of Dota that is going to be very exciting. Once again, you are wearing one of the most comfortable hoodies that I have ever seen in my life. And it is my birthday in 4 days, so I'm expecting one to be in the mail on the morning when I wake up.
No, that's, I don't know about that. I was thinking something along a different sort of lines.
A little cheaper is what you're saying.
No, this wasn't too expensive, but I'll see what I can do. Hopefully today, early birthday present, we get some good Dota. And then, like you said, we're going to be casting on your birthday as well. So hopefully then will be a nice little birthday present as well. But for us, we're going to be starting off with IG Vitality taking on Big Brain. So IG Vitality 0-4, Big Brain 2-1. So as you can see, it's not been looking too good for IG Vitality. For Big Brain, though, they've been off to a good start. But let's take a look at some of the recent games we had on the past day. Of course, these teams, weren't playing in that first series. We had Limit, of course, taking on incredible Last Dark. And what do you know? Another Muerta for Mr. Erica YSR himself.
Man's got to change his name. He's too good to be on this new name. I mean, this is one of the rosters that we were expecting to be up at the very top, and they're 3-2. This was clinical, though. I mean, you just have to look at the kill score to be able to get an indication. This was, I think, one of the fastest series overall that we've had in the entire tour so far. I think it was 120 minutes break until, no, not 120 minutes, but 90 minutes break until the second series. So, people had plenty of chance to be able to reset, refresh, and, well, I was casting the Limit roster when you were off, doing other things. It was up against Holy Grail. They looked a lot closer against that one, and they were actually in a really winning position. But, I mean, this is, for those that aren't aware, it's basically most of the old outsiders from China roster that didn't have a great time in Division 1, and they are still winless, 2-8 game score, 0-4 series score, and it really doesn't seem like changing anytime soon.
No, unfortunately does not. I was thinking maybe coming down to Division 2, they might have a bit better of a showing, but it looks like it's still potentially the same fate for them. Hopefully they're able to turn it back around. They still have some series to go, and they're not guaranteed relegation. Yeah, that's a rough thing when game 1 doesn't go too well, and then game 2 is even worse. So you look forward to the next series, though, for Limit. That's where their eyes need to be set on.
Sure. That is today against Team Zero, who are currently looking pretty damn strong. Although we did see them, imagine that transition coming through, go up against their first loss in yesterday's series against Holy Grail. I know you were big Zero believers, but you got it wrong every single time, Lockie. What's going on?
That's true. That is true. Every single game, I was incorrect with my predictions. You were wrong 2 games as well. Let's not forget. But at least you have better record
I've
than me
redeemed
still
myself,
getting
yes,
through,
correct.
Right? So yeah, that was a very interesting series between the two, and definitely a series that means a lot for the promotional slots, because Big Brain, they've beaten now 2 of the top teams. Oh, sorry, not Big Brain. Sorry. Holy Grail. They've beaten 2 of the top teams. The top teams.
They've beaten their hard opponents, basically.
And you beat them Last Arc, and that's your competition to get promoted into Division 1. So the fact that they've won against those teams puts him in a very good position.
Basically, the only one that can really throw a spanner in the works is Big Brain that's left for them. They've got IG Vitality, and they've got Team Dissolution. IG Vitality 0-3, Team Dissolution 2-2. Big Brain are 2-1, and they're going up now, today, against IG Vitality, who, again, 0-3. So, if they get that win, they'll be 3-1, and then eventually when they do play up against Holy Grail, which I believe is on the last day, that could be one of those difference makers. It could be Holy Grail just qualifying automatically, not needing to go through tiebreakers, but if Big Brain are able to take it, maybe it's going to force those tiebreakers to happen.
Yeah, definitely feels like there could be that potential, but we'll have to see how the later days shape up here. But in regard to this series, I mean, Garn you're going to see his name pop up multiple times in the replays. This guy just obliterated Team Zero. His performance on the Batrider in Game 2 was exceptional, and he did not stop there as well. He had a great showing in Game 3, which I'm trying to remember what hero he played. Maybe you can remember, but it was very impactful in that Game 3 victory.
In Game 3, I believe he played Pango.
It's going to pop up shortly. Let's see. Yes, he did. He played Pango. So
into
also,
a bad lane matchup too.
That is true. That is very true. And also, how could I forget that man on screen, DQQ, 2 games to the Wyvern in a row, and Dolm as well. That's very true. He had it. They just played incredibly well on Holy Grail. Like, this was a great series to be able to watch for them. Everyone fulfilled the role they required, and there was so many shining points for these players on this team.
Yeah, for Holy Grail, it was a really positive series overall, and we could see what it means for them in terms of the standings, right? 4-0, setting themselves apart. The Last Ark and Team Zero, their losses have come against Holy Grail. So again, this is what we're talking about with setting themselves away from the pack. They've still got basically 3 of the mid-table teams to be able to play up against. But, all signs looking pretty good for Holy Grail up until this point, and hopefully for their sake it can continue. They're one of the teams that aren't playing today, though, so Holy Grail fans, new and old, will need to wait. We're going to need to see Big Brain taking on IG Vitality. You think they're going to put some Big Brain plays coming through? Because, we saw them play up against Supernova, actually. I don't think you did. I did, casting with Nomad, and they didn't look amazing against Supernova. Supernova were able to take Game 1 pretty convincingly. I still think that Supernova, despite where they are on the standings, are a better team than 1 and 3. They've got a 4-7 game score at the moment, so basically every series is going down to the wire. We'll just have to see how it eventuates. The Last Ark is going to be a pretty tough test for them.
Yes, they will be indeed. And our last series should be pretty Team Zero favored against Limit. So we've seen how they've been able to perform so far. Unfortunately, not to what the standards had been hoping, but that is enough on the schedule. Let's get underway for our first series of the day. It's going to be IG Vitality on the Die side up against Big Brain on the Radiant side. Denog, I love this because they've picked the hero in the first phase I wanted to speak about. I saw in Dream League yesterday, there was a lot of first phase Undying. A lot of first phase Undying. Big Brain, they're going to pick it up as well. What's going on? Why are we getting so much first phase Undying all of a sudden?
Honestly, I don't know. It's not something that I'm really feel amazing about. I wonder what IG Vitality's response is going to be for the laning phase as well, just because I think at least 3 of these 4 bans in the first phase are very correct. I think Techies, Batrider, and Timbersword need to be first phase bans still. The Wind Ranger, it just comes down to personal preference. Yes, you can flex it to multitude of different roles, but I could certainly see a Morphling being first phase ban worthy as well. A lot of teams have really looked to go back to that one, and I see you raising your eyebrows. What's going on? Tell me what you really think.
They're just insta-banning heroes. I'm quite surprised. Everyone seems like they know what they want to get rid of. That's why I was raising my eyebrows. I'm like, what's going on? This is pretty quick second phase of bans.
Well, they're getting rid of a lot of mana burn, and it's not exactly something that mana burn is annoying for Morphling, don't get me wrong, but it's not something that's these are late-ish game heroes, and Morphling doesn't really care about waiting for the late game. He is a very strong hero. Sure, against the Nagasar and against the PL, you do need to avoid a lot of those illusion heroes. Naga more than the PL for sure. But I wonder what Big Brain are going to pick up, because again, they've already got a Tusk and an Undying, and I don't know how many times I have to say it, but pick up the pace against a Morphling. Silencer cannot defend very well against any sort of full-on siege. Morphling needs to be farming until he's got 2 solid items to be able to contribute. And Tusk Undying, they're early game-oriented heroes, so I really want to see Big Brain lean into that a little bit more with people that are able to take some of these towers early on, have good solid pushing, have decent team fight. A hero like Darkseer, for example, that we could see come through, it synergizes with the Tusk. Feels pretty good in that regard. And you also have a great aura builder. So it even though it might not be a Beastmaster, that's able to just go, you're still able to build those auras that are going to enable someone else on your team to be able to fulfill that role.
So Darkseid kind of does both roles that you're hoping for, right? Where you can pick up the tempo, but also you can, in some ways, secure late game because the wall against the Morphling is very, very strong. I think that's really why we're seeing the rise in Darkseid, because of just the success that both Morphling and Terrorblade have. These are heroes that are getting picked very, very early on in the drafting phase. And I think that's a big reason why we're seeing the Darkseid too. So you kind of have both of those situations covered now with this pick, but you've got to be cautious because they're probably thinking if we can try and flex the silencer to maybe go for like a offensive dispel for the lane, because that is really, Darkseid in general is just a pretty bad laner. But then if you can get rid of Iron Shell and get rid of Surge as well, then he makes his lane pretty goddamn useless.
Love the puck pick. Not sure how I feel about Spirit Breaker pick at this point in time. You know, it could be off lane, it could be position 4, we don't know. I think regardless of that, there's no one that really wants to play with the puck right now. Puck's only job at this point is just delay the game, stall it out, keep those lanes shoved away. And you're going to be able to do a pretty decent job at that. You've also gone ahead and banned out yourselves the Ember Spirit, so one of the better answers to the puck in the early-ish game. So I wonder what Big Brain are going to go. Just something that, like, it's not meta, but I wouldn't hate DK. You know, just something that's able to beat the puck in lane. All right, maybe it's a mid-Ricky. Lots of physical damage and lots of ability to sustain and dodge out puck spells is basically what I wanted. You think this is a Big Brain pick?
10 seconds remaining.
I think they have tower damage issues. That's what I think they have.
What if he goes Meteor Hammer though?
I mean, true. But then I guess you still have high ground issues. Sure, they're two different things. So yes, you are right. The Meteor Hammer would fix your tower damage issue in like taking T1s and T2s, but then you still need a way to be able to go high ground to close out the game. So I hope this is a Ricky mid, which wonder what do we, could that be like an Orb of Corrosion into Meteor? What's kind of
could be Orb of Corrosion, Diffusal Blade Meteor, or Meteor Diffusal Blade, like that sort of build up just to get the tower damage on board, get the early control in place. Like you don't want 4 staffs to come online to be able to counter you out before you get into the Aghanim Shard, for example. I'm just still thinking what Big Brain want to go for their position 1, because I really don't think it's going to be a Ricky Undying paired together. The hero that I always think of is like Drow, but no one's picking Drow these days, and it's into a puck and a Spirit Breaker now, so I'm not sure if you can afford to do that. Could it be an Arc Warden, perhaps? You know, we're seeing a lot more people pick it up in recent times. It's a fast-ish paced hero. You are playing on the Radiant side, though, so you won't have that really early ability to skill up into the magnetic field, just to give all of that additional attack speed to everyone inside of your lineup, but seems like they're really just banning out puck counters right now on IG Vitality. They realize how important this hero is to this game.
Can they jug on Big Brain?
I'm not sure if they want to go that much melee is the thing. It would be 5 melee against a puck, which does not feel great.
Jug's not the worst first puck though, right? Because you have Blade Fury. You don't really care about the coil. Silence is a little bit frustrating, but you can go Manta. I mean, it's a pretty good Manta game versus the Global.
Yeah. I'm kind of feeling Arc Warden. Just realize that you're not going to be able to deal with this puck. You just need something that pushes fast. Like Muerta, not feeling it just because you are going to be able to get onto her, you are going to be able to silence her, you are going to be able to control her well enough. Whereas I feel Arc Warden has a little bit more survivability just off the back of his like magnetic field and stuff.
God King did play it early in the season, right? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, he did. There was one game. In fact, there was that series versus Limit where we got 3 Arc Warden games to start.
Your favorite?
To start the tour off. Yes, that was my favorite. So, yes, he has played it so far and had some success with it inside 2 or 3. Look, I'll just chuck it out there too because I think it's a pretty good Ursa game. But every time I suggest it, the hero is not very. I mean, it's a very good Ursa game. Puck, Morphling, Magnus. But, you know, the hero is not very good right now. So I'll just say it, just in case, because, you know, the one time I don't suggest it and it gets played could be devastating for my mental, but we will get the Deucer. So, of course, a hero that doesn't give a damn about coil, Undying Deucer, very, very strong lane. You don't kill her at all. You got the melee pairing. I guess the one thing though is that they picked a carry that Morphling has a very good time into. Like you love being able to pick up the Scepter, still the Deuce's stacks. So at least that is something that can go the way for Ukyo.
There's a lot of like back and forth about what I like and don't like about both of these drafts, you know, like exactly what you mentioned about the Medusa, right? One of the best heroes to be able to have the Morphling into, just because of the Aghanim Scepter and being able to cripple her DPS. Literally just like if you're, let's say, a level 20-ish Medusa and you get morphed into with all the items associated with, you literally cut her damage by like 33%. It's insane. Like just off of the back of one spell that you're able to use onto her. So I'm a little worried that this Medusa pick is A, a little slow, that B is into a Morphling counter, and that C, you're not going to be able to play fast enough because you're going against a Magnus, right? He's going to be scaling. You're going against a Puck that hasn't really been countered. She's going to be fine. You're going up against a Morphling who we already talked about. It's pretty solid. But, you know, the lanes are pretty decent for Big Brain as well, right? Dying lane is always going to be doing pretty well. I think it's against 2 melee as well, so that's going to be just fine. You've got a Tusk Darkseer pairing, also pretty solid lane. But I just don't think they're going to be able to do anything from like when they win the lanes to then what happens. I feel like they're just going to be walking around, you know, a little bit confused with what to do. But that's just me personally.
Do you not think the Darkseer can enable that? You've got a melee mid and a melee 4 paired up with like maxed out shell. Maybe if they can make a lot of rotations together.
Sure, but like again, are you really going high ground on Medusa early? I don't think so.
Yeah, 2 items. That's kind of the...
Okay.
Isn't that the big strength of Deucer into a lot of bad matchups? You go Manta, Butterfly, get Aegis, then try and end the game. I don't think it'll happen because you can always skewer. Like, that's the big thing. Early on, skewer inside the base, coil onto T4 tower. Ponyo's probably going to give up first blood, so a couple of blood grenade enjoys and a first blood given over to Sue Cicada.
I mean, even just the coil skewer, right? You don't even need to be inside a base.
Yeah,
it's just that instant snap of it, which is always going to be great. You could even, you know, depending on where they are, get the Spirit Breaker charge to be able to snap the coil, you know, things of that nature. I don't know. Like, I know you could play early-ish timings with the Medusa, and the other thing is that's kind of good about the Medusa is that there's really no Diffusal Blade builders on IG Vitality, so she's going to have a good time there, but is it going to be a good enough time? You know, is IG Vitality going to be able to push this one late-ish?
There's no way she doesn't free farm bottom. Like, they picked a Mag Spirit Breaker into an Undying. This is the freest Medusa lane you will ever get. I'm a bit surprised on this Mag pick. I mean, you're going to have to try and fall back and make a little bit of stacks for TZY. We've seen even with the change to Universal, Undying still just destroys this hero. So God King will get that farm. He will have an incredible timing on his items, but a lot of it then has to come down to how I feel like this mid lane is really the question mark for me. Like when we got to cast Big Brain, we were both very impressed with Cicada's performance. Like he looks great as the 2, but you know, how's Ricky going to pair? Can they combine up with the Darkseer early on? How does that lane even go as well with CSJ and Tusk?
Yeah, I mean, it's even one of those things where, like, when he makes these rotations happen, where does he do it to? You know, Darkseer Tusk isn't, like, it's really strong for the lane, but when you think early-ish team fights, it's not amazingly strong, you know? So, like, is Ricky going to be able to change anything like that? Is Puck going to be able to nullify the effectiveness of what has been happening in these other side lanes? Because we both agree that Tusk Darkseer should be strong, Medusa Undying should be strong. So, I mean, you could just see what they feel about that on the bottom side of the map. We very rarely see this pull happen anymore, but Hara has been able to pull this wave all the way back behind the tower and really nullify the effect of Desire on his Undying. Sorry, Desiree.
Yeah, no, that's not happening. You see, they're kind of doing the same thing top lane as well. So, CSJ is going to be perfectly okay.
Like, I feel like top you want to be fighting.
Maybe they need levels. Like, do you maybe level 2 now? Or I'm
level 3 for Tusk. I'm not quite sure. Like 1-1-1, really, really strong on a Tusk, and you would have then CSJ 2 points in the Ion Shell. He's probably going to save either Vacuum or Surge for the specific situation. But yeah, I think that's really the timing that they're going for here. they've still got a blood grenade on the Tusk as well.
Shall see. Ponyo's gone for the 101 build, so this lane no levels in the glaive. Try and spam out his abilities as much as he can. I mean, he's got 2 mangoes with a clarity as well.
Going for another pull. I mean, again, no stuns. This is what'll happen. Clever play by Ukyo here to try and get the waves to connect through. Oh, he only gets the range creep. Actually looking to reconnect them. He has no waveform. They know this.
It's gonna take a lot of damage now, Ukyo. With Ponyo nearby as well. Chucks out his own round of spells. It'll push back the darks here, so just a bit of back and forth between either side.
I just feel like they've made this aggressive play a little bit too soon. You know, like they lost the range creep, but you still got the full wave. You still would have gotten your level 3, but instead they go forward. They use the blood grenade. They use a bunch of extra tangos on the Tusk, and it's before they reach that big level 3 timing. Also, Ponyo got a full clarity off, which, you know, he almost should be constantly taking harass in this lane, so he's still able to layer out that Arcane Curse Last Word combination.
Meanwhile, mid lane as well. Cicada is off to a very good start. He's already got double Wraith Band with the full magic one, so that first blood definitely coming in handy with all the stats that he's gotten. So this lane
the last
is not
hit
going to...
differential. Yeah, like he's got 20 damage basically over butterfly effect. Kind of nutty.
I guess you can always use your spells to CS. That's the one nice thing about the puck, but they will get to a stage where, you know, Cicada does have some kill threat. If he finds 6 before butterfly effect, there might be some concerns. You know, both sides have decent support rotation. I'd say I don't think it's too favored for one or the other. Like Silencer and Undying both will kind of struggle.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got a Spirit Breaker, right? Like, he is the one that's going to be able to make those rotations fairly easily. Again, it's just going to depend on when you use the charge, you know, because right now they've got vision of him entirely under this lane. Speaking of bottom, though, Desiree.
Yeah. We're not doing this. We are not calling Desiree. It's just not happening. It's just not happening. Oh, was it nice play?
How could you not call a man his name?
It's not. It's the desire. I desire him to be called his actual name. And, you know, we got skewed out of the tower. That's a big reason why he died. Hara got a bash after the charge as well. So that's a huge kill. That is a kill that really should not be happening. Now you got a full wave for free for the Magnus as well. So this bottom lane, we saw it was... I mean, you still see the last hit differential between the two. It is very, very favored to God King, but TZY is getting a lot more out of it than you would be expecting.
Ponyo's dropping a little bit low, but I really don't think he cares. He used all of Tusk's mana and a mango, and Tusk is still not level 3. Like, this is a concern for mine. Oh, if he's able to snipe that courier with the boots on it, that'll be really nice. I don't think they're going to be able to secure any sort of kills onto Ukyo, but, you know, just to be able to prevent that sort of counterplay, perhaps, allow him to join the fight if they do end up going in onto Ponyo, that's going to be a pretty big deal. Tusk... Just going straight into the one. I want to see him get like another mango or another clarity or something like that to be able to pair together with this. What's up?
You're about to get Arcane on CSJ, so
sure, that's fine.
So he's got a Venom creep and a normal creep as well. So yeah, definitely should have enough gold, and you'll be able to continue to spam the spells in for Big Brain up top. Does look like both offlaners off to a bit more of a rocky start, but that is to be expected. Like we said, Darkseid not the greatest laner, and Magnus into a little bit more of a trickier matchup too. Really now it's going to come down to how these mid laners look to get involved. Both Cicada and Butterfly Effect are very equal in regards to the experience, so it's not like one person's going to have level 6 earlier than the other.
Ponyo might be in a little bit of trouble now. Surprisingly enough, he might just end up going down solo instead of needing the Darkseer for that purpose. Might enable a turnaround kill, though, with that blood grenade.
Nice dodge as well. He still will go down. Wastes a little bit of extra time. Mana as well. Not the worst. Gets a solo kill. And meanwhile, CSJ's free farming under the tower.
Yeah, I mean, they're really protecting CSJ. You know, when they made that pull happen, I was like, okay, surely now Tusk gets his level 3. He gets it off the back of that silencer kill that, you know, maybe he feels shouldn't have happened. So, you know, luxury for him. CSJ still gets all of that solo experience. And now he's level 5, so maybe you can get a kill onto this Morphling now. He's had to put a couple of points into the waveform, which we don't really see quite as often these days. You know, you maybe see the one value point into it, but much more cause a value in the adaptive strike.
First use of the core of the game for Butterfly Effect. The Cloud going to prove to be a bit of an issue. Looks like that's not to be. Ponyo rewarded with the kill. Very nicely done, them combining up with the first core from Butterfly Effect. Meanwhile, top lane though, Ukyo getting dived out of the tower. They should be able to chase him down. CSJ with 3 points in the Iron Shell is plenty of damage. This is a catapult wave as well that's beating to the tier 1. So this should be a lot of tower damage off the back of that kill.
So it's a really good reactive Dota from both sides, right? Because, you know, you see the Tusk TP back up top, you know that you're enabled to go for that first Dream Coil in onto the Riki and get that first kill. But as soon as they see the Silencer join in, they're like, you know what? Now the Morphling's in a little bit of trouble. We were saying before what a Darkseer is able to do just purely off the back of levels. He's almost level 6, and it's only 7 minutes into the game. CSJ is farming like a beast.
What's going on between the two supports? Haru is able to get the Wisdom Rune.
Nice.
And I feel like Desire needs to leave pretty shortly. Now the Tombstone's being killed off. Haru's just going to chase him down. Ponyo even Teep is down as well. I think they really needed the silencer, but he wanted to get involved, get a little bit more experience to his name and gold. So very nicely done.
Yeah, I think the lane is far enough back on the top side for Ukyo that it doesn't really matter all that much. Looks like they're going to be maybe making a movement towards mid around that power rune timing. Puck's got the Dream Coil back up again. Not the greatest amount of mana, but the lane's still in a pretty good spot for IG Vitality. Again, they want to take this late-ish, so anything that they can do to slow down the tempo with these supports, they're going to need to play a pretty selfless game.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh, get it. Oh, okay. They're still going to charge him, so even though we stole the Arcane Rune, Tusk in a whole world of danger. Meanwhile, they have isolated Ponyo over to the right side. He's going to get dived under the tier 1 tower, now back towards the Tusk.
Tusk
They
will
will not be able to jump him.
Can get a turnaround kill here on Tahara. Still 5 seconds away from the charge. Depends how quick he is on the fingers for that snowball. Not quick enough.
I was going to say, is he going to jump? No. All right. Evenish game with all this going on. I mean, like we mentioned, Gorking is free farming down bottom, loving life, shoves out the lane, goes back, farms these 2 camps. It's just so calm as a carry. You know, you don't have to really think too much. Just push out the wave, go back, farm up. It's just brainless stuff, to be honest. You know, what a life that carries have now with these 2 camps. Top lane. That's a pretty good charge from Hara. Tombstone first ball of the game as well. Look at the Morphling illusion. So IG Vitality need to respect that Butterfly Effect though. Wraps on the backline, able to secure the kill. It's a 1-for-1, but still big brain. Try and pursue some of the weak members of IG Vitality, but they've been able to reposition accordingly. So very nice position out of Butterfly Effect. His first real movement of the game is going to be rewarded with a kill.
tower is under attack.
Again, they really just don't have answers to this puck. So if he's able to get vision to be able to go for those backline dives, which they've been provided by this Observer Ward to the south side of the Dire Cap Watcher, it's just going to enable them to make these rotations very reliably. They're even going to deny up their tower, kind of doing Big Brain's work for them. But I suppose anything that's just going to maybe prevent people from farming under a false sense of security. Ukyo even moving towards this mid lane to feel like he can pick up that farm. I guess until the Diffusal Blade is completed for Sakata, he's going to feel safe-ish. The most important thing is basically knowing where the Darkseer is at this point. You know, the Darkseer, he's the main concern.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Is he gonna live? No way. Aren't they even coil him? Dude, all of this for a Tusk. They might get Desire as well, so it's gonna be both supports that go down on Big Brain. This is 5 IG Vitality heroes. I guess
So
they can...
The only way that I feel like this is okay is if at least 3 of those heroes go down bottom and just kick this Deucer out of the lane, you know. But how are you going to do that now without Dream Coil is my question to that. You know, it's still early enough that these respawn timers are so short. You know, they're going to be able to join in bottom if they really want to. But I mean, they've got a siege creep. Never mind, it was just destroyed. I was thinking maybe they could play around that siege creep to push in this bottom lane because, yeah, Dusa cannot sit here farming just completely freely any longer. Like, this has gone on for far too long.
Will they ever be able to kick her out, though? Like, isn't that a fight you want to take for Big Brain? If they dive under past the tower with Tombstone laid down and, like, Darkseid TP in, you're kind of stuck here on IGV.
You are. I think it's just going to be off the back of, like, maybe this Observer Ward near the bottom power rune gets a quick pick off on somebody. You know, just not using the coil, using, like, Spirit Breaker charge and, you know, maybe a skewer back or something like that. And then you just immediately connect with a siege creep onto this bottom side of the map. But again, that's going to be at 15.5 minutes. And then Deuce is probably going to have that full banter. Is going to be on the way towards her next big item. Probably the Skadi this game. I mean, it's a pretty decent Skadi game. They're lacking in damage early on. You're going up against a Morphling, so why not?
I was thinking Butter. So that's interesting. We have a different read between... It's one of the two. I mean, that's really what we see. It's like Manta, and then you decide Skadi or Butter, whatever the choice is. So...
I do wonder if maybe they want to make a play on IG Vitality soon-ish. I mean... I think they have the capabilities to do it, and I think that they've got the ultimates, you know, like... Undying's level 4 still. That's the big concern for me. You're like, they're not going to be able to be as strong as they are. Should be fine, maybe not.
Oh, they even wall for it. Let's see if... But TZY is pretty weak.
He is.
It's only an RP onto Desire, but Butterfly Effect, once again, coming to the rescue, secures the 1-for-1. Tombstone Gold as well is going to be given over. And Tusk hasn't retreated quick enough. Butterfly Effect's able to catch up to him. Cicada's going to finally get involved with his Diffuser Blade. I haven't really seen the Riki too much this game, but his farm's been pretty okay. That early timing out of his big item, we're going to start to see him a lot more. You got a Greaves now too, so... Yeah, even though IG Vitality, like getting these trades across the map, I feel like just the cores on Big Brain are getting way too much farm, and now it's kind of time to start making a little bit more plays with these items.
Yeah, it's like trades for what, basically, you know, like, is it something that's really going to change the outcome of this game? The Medusa 0, 0, and 0 on God King. Like, that is just sitting back, farming, no cares in the world.
Exactly how it should be.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, instant pop to the smoke.
Cicada's nearby as well. See if he feels okay with jumping in. Global Silence committed. Maybe thinks Cicada wanted to try and follow up. Pyro will still be able to get the bounce back.
They got Coil
This is
in
a
10.
big kill onto Cicada. I mean, he has no one to jump over to. He's going to waste their time, but... Alright, now we know this Riki hero, like, you farm your way to the top of the net worth, and every single death you get is going to be able to slow down how much impact you're going to have as this game goes on.
Looks like God King, he's got that Eagle song queued up with, so you might be right about the old butterfly. I mean, it's okay, right? Like, I guess both is going to be able to prevent him from dying because a lot of their damage coming through is just purely from right-click at this point. Spirit Breaker, Magnus, Morphling. I don't know. Like, it really could go either way. Maybe they feel like this is also going to enable him to just farm that little bit more. They feel like maybe they want to get the third item up for the Medusa so that the game is on beyond any shadow of a doubt.
Dire's middle tower.
Another freebie. Back to top lane, though. By breaking out, a little bit of trouble is going to be Butterfly Effect. Caught inside the silencer with a vacuum. They're going to hold him in there for an extra couple of seconds. That's the control they need.
Tower is under attack.
Get the slippery park. They're already looking for more as well. Another round of the shards, but it's off the mark.
Dire's middle
So one thing that
tower is
continues to be a bit of an
under
issue
attack.
here is we actually see God King finally lay bottom and is rewarded with the tier 1 tower. But one thing that continues to be an issue for Radiant is just the levels on the supports. That's something you brought up earlier. Hopefully these kills are going to start to get will help out in that regard. But this is another really deep dive. We saw they were penalized last time. Looks like TZY with the RP. He's got no one there to follow up, but in fact, he's just going to feed away his own life. So there's that experience much needed between all the boys up top. A kill onto Mag as well, who is slowly starting to catch up.
They're even pinging Ukyo in this mid lane. You've got God King, who's a full 3 levels ahead of him at this point in time. Really not that scared of having to face up against him. And Tusk going for the full wraparound. Doesn't have the Blink Dagger quite yet, though, so won't be able to find him. They've also got that Wisdom Rune still cooking next to their Tormentor, so I'm sure if old mate Desiree is able to pick that one up, it'll be fine.
Oh, it's a pretty nice ward. They see Ponyo and Ukyo. Ukyo's actually going to TP out. Can they cancel it? No way to get there in that space of time, so just go for the kill into the silencer, and they'll try and catch up to Butterfly Effect. Ooh. Have they got the desired control? Looks like they will. Silence laid down from Cicada. Right in front of a tier 1 tower means another objective is going to go the way of Big Brain.
Like this play from Ukyo, like he's instantly looking to try and shove in the mid lane as quickly as possible. Like just force someone to TP back, force this death ball to stop. You know, this is what Big Brain are looking to play around Cicada, looking to try and chase him. There's a DD on the bottom side of the river as well for him to be able to play with, so maybe he's going to abandon his pursuit of the Morphling to be able to pick that one up. Like that will be the case, but I mean, Deuce's 1,000 gold off of the Talisman of Evasion, which is kind of nutty. Butterfly will be picked up at that point in time as well. Level 15, crazy levels off the back of, you know, a previous team fight that she was able to mildly join in onto.
Cicada? Very deep global use and no escape. Just gives away the ward now as well, looking for the hero play, but is going to be cut down very quickly from IG Vitality. And I don't know if they can get this tower, though.
I don't know. I feel like they can. With no Ricky, they are going to be lacking in damage. Maybe with a Deucer coming to join, it's going to help them. But you've got TZY coming, trying to wrap around onto the back lines with a Blink Dagger, so maybe you can get a Blink Skewer back.
There's the jump. Is the control going to be off Ukyo? It's able to activate with the turnaround TZY. That's a pretty big RP. They'll need the Stone Gates to protect him with a call. They're going to be able to break it as well. Stone Gates finally out. And look at the turnaround. God King shreds in the damage. IGV. They will find a 3-for-2 trade in the end, but we just imagine what could have happened if that Butterfly was delivered a couple of seconds faster.
Man, I think that the coil came in a little bit late, actually. They didn't get the snap off. The skewer happened before the Dream Coil. I think they could have probably get that full team wipe if that snap happens. I mean, this is a puck that's level 12 even prior to that, I believe. So I actually still only had the 1 point in the Dream Coil. But
Cicada? Oh, not again. The boy's coming to try and act as the Blink target, but another death.
I mean, he's been able to get a kill onto the puck a couple of times, but it's just one of those cases where it's like, maybe he's overestimating his strength. You know, a lot of it was on the back of good setups that Tusker's been able to provide him.
I think the big thing for me is that just delays Roche now. It's 25. The lanes are in a pretty good position. He's going to be back up surely. Maybe he doesn't stall it out too much, but I think you're really looking to try and take it now for Big Brain. You know, the ultimates are on cooldown for Dire. You've got Tag Team plus the Deucer with the Butterfly. Like that's a free Roche. So every death kind of stalls that out a little bit.
And they're finally able to take this bottom tower 19 minutes in. I mean, I guess Ukyo, he's getting into a pretty decent amount of farm himself, and this was the timing that we were a little bit worried about, right? Like, he's starting to get towards that Aghanim Scepter. He's starting to catch up a little bit. Well, not catch up in levels, but at least get a decent amount of levels for himself. He's still 4 behind that Medusa. And TZY...
pretty good down bot.
He's going full utility into the 4-staff after the Blink Dagger. No farming accelerants for himself. His job is to make sure that you can find out the key target, whether that be Darkseer, Tusk, Medusa, any of them would be A-OK. Except for probably the Undying. Probably don't want to need to use it for all of that purposes, but just try and isolate away from the rest of the team. You've still got Global Silence, which is going to give you a ton of value.
They should know something's going on. This Deuce is playing very aggressively, really, for the first time this game. They scan kind of the remnants of the tier 1 town mid, expecting they're a little bit further behind than what they truly are at the moment.
Arcane Rune. And Darkseer's got the normal punch.
TZY might have revealed himself for a second. Once again, it's another deep attempt under the tier 2 tower. TZY can try and get the skew away, but the vacuum from CSJ, perfect timing to kill in front of the objective. There is a glyph for Die to play with, so we'll be able to stall this out, but I don't know if there's going to be a defense.
I don't think it should be. They should just make sure that they're not dying here. You know, if Puck's able to use an illusory orb just to be able to push out the wave to maybe slow down this next timing, they're going to pop the glyph here to try and kill off this siege creep wave. But it's all about just getting Morphling to level 15 and getting enough gold for the Aghanim Scepter. And you don't even have a Magnus to be able to make plays with, so I'm really not expecting to see too much happen here. Look at Hara. He's on a little bit of a mission to try and yoink away this Wisdom Rune. Quicker fingers.
Ooh.
Tusk.
I really want to see them play for this Roche. You're going to be very important to get... Yes, talking big brain, because Ukyo is about to have Scepter. If he gets this item before that Roche fight, you're going to be a very, very scary threat. Die, they can get themselves set up. Like they've taken this T1 tower down bottom for a little bit of time, so they can get the vision down accordingly. Ponyo's trying to find a location for the ward.
I mean, from her perspective as well, she just wants to get the
Hara.
That's a deep dive.
CSJ. Meanwhile, Sakata's going to try and take the silence out of the equation. That's a pretty big kill if they can remove the global silence from the equation.
I mean, even just having no coil is going to be pretty enormous too.
That'll result in them getting a kill. So Puck doesn't want to try and take the fight with no coil. So kill into the silencer, into Roshan by the looks of it. There you go.
I mean, and you just gave Medusa free gold where you didn't actually make a kill happen. The Morphling at least has been able to get up to his Scepter now, and he's going to have level 15 after this camp. But off the back of this, Medusa's going to have her Skadi as well. So like an additional item that's just going to make it so much more challenging. Yes, it's more stats for the Morphling to steal, which is nice for him, but I just feel like the active on that is just going to be so oppressive to what they're trying to do right now to put up any sort of defense on IG Vitality.
This is, do you reckon high ground ages? I think so. Yeah. We'll see, that's going to be high ground with Skadi on God King. Everyone else is finding a decent chunk of farm as well. So let us see. I mean, still the big thing that we mentioned earlier on in the game is that going high ground into the potential of like coil, skewer under tower. So skewer to break the coil, and then you're stuck even longer. That's going to break everyone out of position for Radiant, which can make it very difficult if you're taking fights away from the Tombstone that could already be laid down to get this objective. So let us see. Let us see how they're going to be able to hold the base on IG Vitality.
I don't know if they're going to be able to. I mean, Ukyo, he's sticking around on this bottom side of the map. I was actually a little worried that he might end up getting picked off solo. But at least they're getting, you know, these tiny trades, right? TZY able to push in the top side. Now they don't have a tier 1 tower to be able to play with on the top side, but that's not really where they want to be anyway. I mean, the next big item for IG Vitality honestly feels like this halberd, but because he hasn't gone any of those farming accelerants, it's going to take him ages to be able to get to that point. He's going to need to come back right now. Are the boys there for him to be able to land this blink skewer?
Oh, there's the skewer. He's going to shrug it off.
There's the morph.
Desire just runs inside the base. Tusk going to jump as well. They set up for the multi-man RP, but the turnaround from CSJ. He's going to do his best to try and protect the Medusa, who just stands strong. She's way too far. The response, it's not enough. They used their ultimates, but there was no damage to follow up with. No RP, no global. It'll be another attempt at a skewer under the tower, but he can pop the Stone Gaze if required. Snake's gonna give her a little bit of more mana to play with. First life taken care of. Round 2 ready to go.
Skewer in 3.
Skewer in a couple of seconds. And yeah, he's not gonna mess around. Stone Gaze used to help the retreat. They want to get further away from the base. Even the Tusk will jump to try and disrupt TZY. A pretty good snowball timing, but it's gonna drag him further inside IGV's base. And there's the defense we were hoping for, but they're not out of danger just yet. A 3v5, is Dusa strong enough to be able to still come out on top? As IG Vitality, they want to try and deal with the supporting cast. They'll go for Sakata. An easy blow thanks to Ukyo's damage. And look at them just avoid God King. He'll get the kill to the silencer. Should get TZY. Still alive. Vanguard ticks enough to keep him alive for the moment. It's Dusa and Undying against the world.
He's just waiting for the perfect timing on the skewer, but there's a couple of times now that he's just been a little bit too slow. Gets right click, gets that Blick Dagger disabled. At least he's got pretty full HP to be able to play around with, and they might just focus down the Undying.
And they're going to do just that. But the Sentries of the Glimmer Cape's going to do nothing. TZY tries to break the coil. The boys are respawning. Let's see if they're going to be able to get to God King fast enough, though.
Nice
Attempts
dodge.
to nice man to dodge God King. Can he do it by himself? Level 20 now to work with. Extra Teller with a Stone Gaze. Doesn't need it just yet. Still, the men are starting to go down, but CSJ is back and he's got the creeps as well if required. God King.
Give him the normal
stay
punch.
alive. They only tickle the Medusa. A triple kill for your king. And now a barracks to add to his name as well.
Yeah, so Medusa turns out still a pretty strong hero, not even needing to rely on the old, the stupid illusions pushing that are unkillable. You know, it's actually the real hero that's unkillable. Even with all of the supporting cast, like you mentioned, being killed off towards the start, it's not enough. And I gotta say, it's a little unfortunate, but TZY, he just hasn't been able to land more than like a couple of amazing skewers. You know, we haven't felt the impact of this Magnus truly coming through into these engagements.
Well, they got the Morphling illusion. Should be able to make this a little bit easier now for them. Level 21 on God King.
I mean, it'll need to be on TZY. They
Sakata?
should know this.
Oh, that's super deep. Super deep. Ricky. Space created gets a full set of barracks. They will catch another though. Looks like God King's out. Wants nothing to do with this attempt now. With no objectives to claim, there is no reason for him to be around.
Dire's top
I mean, you're happy with 2 lanes of racks at 27 minutes into the game. I mean, Medusa still didn't die at the end of everything. Part of it is, of course, Sakata kind of putting himself in harm's way, perhaps a little bit too much. And, I mean, he's just doubling on the damage as well, going straight into the nullifier after all is said and done. Unfortunate for TZY. I mean, he is pretty much level in net worth to a position 4 Spirit Breaker, which, you know, not the most ideal situation for this Magnus to be in. He really needs that Heaven's Halberd, not just for the active, but even just to be able to stand around in a lot of these fights, waiting for the perfect, like, 4-staff skewer back, because he's just dying to Medusa split shots at this rate. Yeah. God King's just going straight Moonshard. Why not? Already feels very unkillable.
Okay, I like that because, well, this is a really cost-effective item to end the game. And I was actually even going to start to mention, like, even though they're ahead and probably going to win.
You were going to say Rapier, were you?
No. I was going to say just the answer to the Morphling Scepter. Like, people are still prioritizing the Lincolns, but yeah, you know, we saw that at, I think it was the Lima Major where we were actually starting, might have even been TI, goddamn, where we were starting to see Moonshard as a way to address the Morphling. I know that was something that Arme actually favored back then. Love to see him back, but you know, we've got some other tier 1 carries to fulfill the big shoes that he has left. So yeah, how this shard's going to come into play for God King and CSJ. Well, once again, going to be able to catch out TZY. He's just looking to try and stall the game out as best as he can. He's pretty mobile. Skewer, Force Blink, and he's out.
He's out of there. I mean, Ame's got modeling career to attend to.
Yes.
All right, he doesn't have any time for these games, you know.
Yes, no, he does not. But if there is ever a potential of him rejoining Somnus and Chalice and FY, I know there were a lot of posts about them partying together a couple months ago. That would be...
No, not that one. Oh, no. His emotional
what do you-
moment.
Oh, yeah. That would be... I'd be
It'd be
a
great
happy
to
man.
see some of the boys, though, over in Bali.
gonna
Somnus,
be
Chalice, FY.
Have heard, I think it's China Dota in a nutshell or something like that. You would probably, incredible tweets from him. Very, very big fan of the page. Has given a lot of information to the China scene, just a nice deep dive in, and said that Somnus, I think, believes that, you know, still this is a team that probably not going to have good results at the major. You know, is just looking for the experience and just happy to play with the boys again.
He wants to restore a bit of China's honor, you know, because
Yes.
they've kind of been in the wilderness, let's say, ever since, TI 10, it feels.
Dire are scanning.
What was the highest placement at TI 11? Where did OGD place?
It was Asta 4th.
Yeah. So let us see. It's a long road for these China lads, but this is where it starts in Division 2 to get that development.
Oh,
Big
can't
brain.
get bag picked off. Doesn't have buyback.
They're going to get him again. TZ wipes, gets the RP, but that is just spiteful use of the ultimate. Yeah, but you would have liked to have it when he's up in 40 seconds because it's not the longest death timer for him. And they're going to walk it down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't know if they're going to be able to defend this. I mean, you could just go straight for the throne knowing that this Magnus doesn't have the buyback available, but why not make an absolute certainty of it?
All right, CSJ.
Didn't get the normal punch off.
But he didn't. I'll be able to deal with the illusion as well. So, early use of the wall. Do they just consider Roche? What is going to be the call for Big Brain?
Seems like the safe play.
Did God King buy the shard? did.
Yes. Seems like it.
I mean,
it's going to be good information of if Spirit Breaker's charging you right from across the map.
yeah. And I guess you always get one when the Morphling. Like, you need to use 2 single target spells, Strike to break the Lincolns, and
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower
then the Replicate as well. I don't know
Mhm.
what the cooldown of Cold-Blooded is. Oh, it's pretty long, 12 seconds.
Well, they're going to slowly
Right,
move
they're coming
down
out.
towards this bottom side.
We're dropped on
I
the cliff,
mean,
IG Vitality. Got a pretty good
Still
position
didn't have
at the
RP
moment.
though.
You need that team fight. You need that ultimate.
You'd love that level 20 as well on the Morphling.
So close, man. So close. Under 100 experience.
You can only spend so much time moving over to the left-hand side. This is a lineup that takes Roshan pretty damn quickly, but also a lineup that doesn't necessarily want to fight inside such an enclosed area against a Puck and a Magnus that has RP up in 5 seconds. They pop a second smoke for it on IG Vitality. Gonna get able to get that full wraparound. They'll see the courier giving them all the information they could want. Great
The Tusk is
positioning.
not the person, though. That's not the guy you want to jump to start the fight. TZY now, all his time's going to be spent retreating instead of trying to initiate and help the boys out. It's up to Ukyo to dive in. Get the first kill, but the Global Silence proves to be a bit of an issue.
Great
It's not
wall.
going to matter because CSJ with the Greaves turns it back around. Wall lay it down. Ukyo forced to stand his ground with the help of the coil. Radiant will not be able to retreat. And he stunners and he cancels Ukyo. He'll escape, but still, it is another fight that goes the way of Big Brain. Now they can reap the rewards with Roche as well.
Man, it's just great positioning, right? They know that the only way that they're going to win any sort of fight is if they get 5-man coiled, if they get 5-man RP'd. You know, all that damage coming through from the Medusa is just irresistible. You know, it's unfortunate that Magnus ended up doing 0 in that fight. 0 damage. He was just fully focused on the retreat. And, you know, props need to be given to Cicada as well to be able to punish him while he was waiting for the second volley of spells. You can see needing to use the skewer. He's not level 20 yet. He's not even close. So he's still going to have quite a long time on the skewer range. He's not even level 15, so he doesn't have the skewer cooldown. And you can just see Cicada going for the backline play, gets the Blink Strike onto him, takes the Magnus out of the fight, and takes away any sort of turnaround potential.
When you said he's not even 15, I was amazed because that was the timing I was going to bring up earlier when they were defending that bottom set of barracks with the lower reduction in the skewer. Thought maybe that could help out with high ground. He hasn't got 1 level since then. That is crazy. TZY.
He also just
Not the
body
game
blocked
that-
this small gap that he was standing in, so maybe if he was able to take that, would have been different. But I mean, Wisdom Rune's coming up in a minute, and he will actually get it if Ponyo takes the Wisdom Rune. Yeah, your Spirit Breakers leapfrogged you in net worth as well. So let's think of the positives. Ukyo, level 20, so he's got waveform attacking targets. No Satanic yet, but he does have the Morbid Mask. I mean, the downside, of course, is that against the Medusa, lifesteal is pretty much useless. Like, you do not lifesteal against the Mana Shield. Or, you do, but like 2%, which really not that impactful at all.
Would you agree that Darks is probably the most important target for IG Vitality?
For the start of the fight, sure. You know, you just got to take away a lot of that control. You want to take away the normal punch. You want to take away the Morphling Wall of Replica illusion.
Are they going to go? They see TZY in the trees. I think the snake actually gave them vision, so I know
still
that he's
needs
getting set
15.
up.
He needs it
He's
so bad.
waving. There we go,
they
CSG
back him
back down
down.
to the base. TZY, that's how you initiate fights. They even used the global stance to try and help cover the retreat. But he's going to be in the grave. He does have a buyback, but that is so much committed just to keep the Magnus alive.
At least get rid of the tombstone, but Medusa don't care about no tombstone. He's still got boot charge. He's got a backpacked MKB.
Very cool. Very farmed. Charge in, higher. Looking to disrupt CSJ though. Finds a bit of an opening. No extra follow-up. Darkseid's falling pretty low at the moment. But the Stone Gates is going to force IGV to retreat. This is about to expire though. TZY finds a pretty decent RP under the tower, but God King will just turn.
Getting Megan.
The only thing on his mind is those objectives. Mega Creep's now on the agenda. How do you hold this? 5v4, but still with the Aegis to work with for another 2 minutes on God King. It's just going to tear apart TZY. That's a dieback of the Magnus. And now they have full control of your base.
All right, so plus side, Magnus is level 15 after the back of this, but the game is done. Medusa, level 25, much more important now. Split Shot uses modifiers. Ukyo, he's going to go in, but he's just getting illusion after illusion created of himself, and I don't think even this Morphling's going to be able to stand a man fight.
But he will not. They'll get the kill onto Tusk, but the throne is now exposed. Another illusion of Ukyo. You got to keep in mind that's that split shot as well, so the supports have to position so far away. And TZY is actually going to be the one to call it. Jeez, it dropped. A great game from Big Brain, really off the back of just God King. They played very well around him. Free lane thanks to the Undying, and ever since then, he just walked them down, making the calls on where to go, what objective to take, who to kill. That results in a game 1 victory for Big Brain.
Yeah, and it's IG Vitality that kind of picked into this, You knew that you were going up against an Undying. You've already got a Spirit Breaker as the position 4, and yet, you pick up a Magnus last. And it's not even a farming Magnus as well, so finishes the game after that buyback with barely more net worth than the position 5 silencer on TZY. It is an unfortunate performance. We see some of the highlights come through. There's that coil that didn't actually snap onto anyone, so it honestly comes down to split seconds. I mean, we can see here, the game is even-ish at this point. Medusa still kind of getting out of control, but you get a kill onto her, then you stop that snowball from happening.
Yeah, 100%. You were right with that call as well inside that game. If that team fight goes differently, this game could be a completely different story as well. Because this was one thing we brought up, right, with the potential versus Morphling Medusa. Like, yes, late game Morphling is a very big threat for the Medusa with the Aghanim Scepter, but Medusa has this power to be able to end the game super early, and they had a lineup that enabled that as well, with taking early roast thanks to the Undying and the Tusk.
I just, in every single one of these replays, I'm just seeing TZY melt to the Medusa. I really feel like he underestimated the damage that was going to be coming out from God King here. Like, he's barely dying, sure, but he's still dying at the end. Like, this time around, he barely dies, but we talk about Cicada with that backline jump on the Ricky, just realizes that, again, the only turnaround potential they have is off the back of this Magnus. He finds him, he wipes him out, and then Ukyo is forced to go for this waveform TP away. Does get it at the end, but I mean, can you give MVP to anyone other than God King? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. I don't know if he's a shot caller inside the game, but if he directed the troops perfectly with what they were required out of him. So a great performance. And like we were saying, though, that's really was set up, though, with they picked the Magnus into it. They did it to themselves. I'm a big fan of Mag and Medusa overall, but you picked it into the Undying. That is really the ultimate thing with the Spirit Breaker 4. That is a ultra free lane, no doubt about it. And
they could have picked anyone. They didn't need to go to the Deuce. They could have picked any ranged hero. Maybe not the Drought, right? But like, you knew what you were going up into. You were going up against 4 melee heroes at this point. They're not going to pick a 5th. They're not going to pick another someone that's melee into Empower Cleave as well for the late. So they had to know that they were just going to feel super confident in winning that lane. It was about the timing that I expected for them to go up onto the high ground. That third item. But it really did go back and forth. Some of those team fights might have been able to turn around anything. Maybe the Morphling Aghanim Scepter could have turned the tide, but it was around the same time that CSJ ended up getting into his. So it's like, I think the itemization from the Darkseid was pretty on point too. I think if there was a second MVP, honorable mention, Darkseid has to get it.
Yes. Yeah, like you mentioned that, because I was going to say, I think CSJ, he wasn't any style points, but I just liked his itemization. Greaves versus the Global Silence to help you counter initiate for the Deucer as well. I mean, that's so much extra sustain for her. And then the Scepter, it's just your stock standard versus the Morphling. But importantly, he played well with those items. Like at every single fight, we saw him fulfill his role, get the Morphling illusion, and it made it very difficult for Ukyo to actually be able to position and be able to get the damage out that they required out of him. So I actually want to quickly check how much damage the Darkseid did have. Yeah, the second highest. Second highest from Big Brain, and overall in the game too.
Can you check the Magnus's damage?
Lowest in the game. Not a good game for TZY, not a game that he hopes to remember, but luckily enough, there is a game 2 and potentially a game 3 where he can maybe be able to turn the tides and have a bit different of a fate. Maybe you'll be able to have a better performance, but of course that needs to start off the back of the lanes and getting him a much more favorable matchup, not only him, but the rest of IG Vitality as well. Because Big Brain, a very dominant victory, 37 minutes. Once we're able to get the ball rolling, there was no stopping them. They're going to be able to take game 1. Can they take game 2? We'll find out shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got game 2 around the corner. Keep in mind, this is a full 3-day series affair for our Sunday entertainment, getting towards the tail end of the final tour as well. So got one more week to go, but we have to decide who's going to be able to take those promotional slots. And if Big Brain can get this series victory, then they could definitely be in fighting shape to be able to contend for those top 2 placements. This would put them with a 3-1 series count and IG vitality. If they lose, they'd go down to 0-4, very, very close to being relegated out of Division 2. And well, game 1 looked very Big Brain favored. We'll see if that's going to be the case in game 2 as well. Then they go back for their bread and butter. The Bat Rider it's going to be. We saw it banned out in the first game. And if we go back to the other series that we casted a Big Brain, this was Cicada playing the Bat Rider mid, and he absolutely popped off.
Of course. I mean, it's certainly a staple of his, and I think the only change in the bans was the Silencer actually getting banned out this time around. But Silencer was, correct me if I'm wrong, no, it was Undying first pick, right? Not Silencer first pick?
I do not remember who had. Well, it was. I don't remember.
See, this is what you're getting quizzed about.
It was Silencer and 2 Undying Task. No, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Who cares?
Okay.
Yeah, we got a draft to talk about. Come on, we got a draft.
Al the Chemist, huh?
Yes, El the Chemist. He still very popular throughout the China Division 2. So,
what do you reckon about picking this hero into a Shadow Demon?
You can still toggle the Radiance, right, and Banishment?
Sure, but you're also a hero that like relies on just running after people to be able to get a lot of the kills. And I feel like with Beastmaster Hawk, you're going to be able to scout out a lot. Obviously, they didn't know the Beastmaster was there at the time. Well, actually, they did. But Demonic Purge, right? It's just going to stop Alchemist from doing much in a lot of these fights, right? You're going to be able to just kite out that chemical rage timing, I feel. You know me, I'm just a Beastmaster fan.
You are indeed, but that is very much true. I do also very much agree with at least both Shadow Demon and Beastmaster as the game goes on. If it's kind of even state of affair, they do have pretty decent ways to be able to control the Alchemist throughout some of the fights. But
so something that Execration used to do was like if they were playing into a Bloodseeker, they would just pick like 4 great Rupture targets, for example, just to make it so that you can get rid of one, sure, and gimp their game, but the other 3 are going to have a totally free time. So I wonder if now what Big Brain do is they actually pick something that is a really good Demonic Purge target, just so that the Alchemist is freed up to have a bit of an easier time. And then if you don't Demonic Purge that target, then suddenly they're really heavily enabled. Obviously, it's not going to be like the Wind Ranger, it's already banned out, but I'm just thinking of other sorts of heroes that might be able to fulfill that sort of niche. Necro, maybe, but probably not.
sounds like you might be going too far on the spectrum though, too far on the other side.
Saying I'm on the spectrum.
Look, I've questioned it a couple times, but
no. I'm only colorblind, all right?
Only.
Yeah.
It's okay. Well, yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
You've got that
That's a very
smooth brain
questionable
thing yourself, so I don't talk about it that much.
What? Oh, way.
Like a koala, you are.
Come on now. Come on. What? So 2 hours of the day, I'm good.
Yeah, pretty much. 2 hours a
Good
day,
for
you're
only-
not sleeping.
Good for only 2 hours of the day.
Mm-hmm. Soft, cuddly, riddled with chlamydia. No, I'll take that one back.
I didn't know you knew about my sex life that much. This is going to a territory I don't know if I wanted to go to.
We'll cut it off there. How about that?
Okay.
All right. Well, what's going to come through after this? I mean, Beastmaster. What pairs together will win? Don't you laugh? What could they look to go? I mean, any sort of
Their
illusions
support.
still feel fine to me. Don't you think?
On IGV?
I mean, yeah, into the Radiance, it's kind of bad, right? But you also do need to protect. I know it's Cicada probably playing the Bat Rider, but it could be off lane. It could be CSJ playing it as well.
I don't think there's also as much value with illusions with a Beastmaster. I don't think you get the
Except TB,
full
right?
effect. Yes, that's the only one. And I was going to mention that because against the Alchemist, but then the Batrider kind of poops on that hero. So that you would then, it would bump up the priority of a Batrider to be played as a core.
Oh,
They're going to go down the Lich
hero.
route. You could be looking at something like a Enchantress now for Big Brain. Alchemist sounds pretty strong. Of course, we know Ench Beastmaster, you can go Axes, but still, I think you just really want some Dispel versus that hero. They're going to go Crystal Maiden, so another kind
strong
of
lane. CM
yes,
Alchemist.
that's a big thing.
Oh, we really haven't seen this hero come off that much. But maybe they just felt like they needed some backline dive. I mean, again, these are two supports that you are 100% certain are going to be on the backline. Lich is never the initiator of engagements. It always needs to be on someone else. Shadow Demon, maybe, if like it's a really great demonic purge target, you know? And well, this Queen of Pain pick really does make the Batrider's life a lot more challenging if it is going to be played in this mid lane. So you would have to imagine that what Big Brain are thinking now is, all right, we need to flex this Batrider to being a position 3 or a position 4 and have the Earth Spirit as a 3. I don't think you can run Earth Spirit into the Quap either. But I think
5 seconds.
right now, they don't have like amazing jump on IG Vitality. They've got good information, but if Quap commits without a BKB, you're kind of screwed, right? Like you're going to get lassoed, you're going to get Geogband gripped, you're going to get frostbitten into unstable concoction. So I really feel like Big Brain could just pick a hero that wants to sit back and just hit away at this Quap. Like a sniper pick wouldn't be the worst here in my opinion.
Radiant team pick.
I do
What
like
do you
the
reckon?
Benzo. I thought Puck before they banned it.
Yeah, Puck 2.
So I'm trying to think of some other mid heroes. I do also, just to put it out there, I do believe we've seen Cicada even play the Batrider into the Queen of Pain.
10 seconds.
So there is
It's
still that
really
potential,
not
but
good,
I also
though.
very much agree that it's not good. I'd prefer it to be on CSJ and the Earth Spirit to be a 4. So you have your...
Could still be Earth Spirit 3.
It
That one.
could, but...
Depends what the lane
Yeah.
matchup is. Give me the sniper. Come on. Or, I don't know, Arc Warden or Invoker.
I like the Invoker. I was going to suggest that. I was going to suggest Conquer too, but
Nah.
we also don't see that here. So. But, it could have a... I think they're just going to try and end the game early once again. Like, it could pair up pretty well with the Alchemist timings. A little bit extra control, but I would prefer the Invoker.
I need to see more Invokers. We're not seeing enough.
Yes, we are not seeing enough.
Surely the Wex buff was huge. Hey, let's go. So what can they even go now? Because they feel like the IG Vitality draft is lacking a lot. You know, like the supports don't really do anything. The Quap can't commit first. I mean, is this a good Morphling game? I'm not so sure.
I think last game was a better game, even into the darks here. I feel like Big Brain have a very well-rounded lineup.
I agree.
That's just how I see their draft. Like, looks like Alchemist is going to have a much better time than what the Morphling is this game. I feel like you're going to be a couple items behind, and we just might have the same fate as last, where Big Brain are just going to be able to dictate the pace of this game.
I think this is going to be like a Quas Exort build on the Invoker. Like, you need to have enough points in Quas just to be able to sustain for the Shadow Strike, but you've got plenty of setups for Sunstrike in these side lanes, and Lich, Shadow Demon really don't make rotations all that well. So I feel like you're just going to be able to sit in this lane, go a few more points into the Exort, just Sunstrike, get to level 8, 4 points Quas, 4 points Exort, get the double Forge Spirits going, and then whenever Quap tries to make a rotation to the side lanes, just shove in the tower with that double Forge Spirit. I really feel like Cicada's set up to have an amazing game this time.
I think I've all the Invokers I've seen lately, I've much preferred the Exile build instead of the Coswex. Just feels like the Coswex, it's missing something. The damage, it's just not really there. Your potential to scale is very, very limited as well. It feels like you have to have the perfect early game rotations. You just have to be on point with all your movements. And if you're not, then the hero you're not really hit from like we've seen with some crazy Exalt builds and plays as well on the Invoker. So
the only time I like it is against Storm Spirit, just because he doesn't have mobility in those early stages, and you want to be able to land like a lot of EMPs and just really gimp his farming potential. But other than that, I'm really not seeing it. They see the rotation coming through with the Watch Vision. Yeah, I'm expecting 4-0-4. I'm not sure what he's going to go after that. If it's going to be like one value point in the Wex or just even leaning further into the Exort.
Well, he does have Urn queued up. So, I mean, Urns, as we see, is pretty much predominantly built with Coswex.
Mm-hmm.
So we shall see.
Nah, you don't even need it. Like, you just, like, Cold Snap plus Urn is plenty.
Yeah, but Urn, you want to fight, and if you go Exort, you kind of just want to play around your tower. You don't really want to rotate.
I think it's still generally okay to go it. Like, you are eventually going to be making those rotations, but he's probably going to get into, like, this Bracer first and maybe even the Boots
CSJ
first.
Dead?
Probably.
Is
Might be
Flame Break to
TZY
get
that's
at
dead
least
too.
out of the body box? Who gets first blood? Will be IG Vitality. They will strike back instantly, but unfortunately, a couple of seconds too late to be able to get that bounty gold. So a good start for IGV. They're also going to be able to get the D ward as well.
All right. Not looking too bad for them then. I mean, it goes over to the Lich, right? That really doesn't change too much about this lane, I wouldn't think. Ukyo is actually in a little bit of trouble here. He's got Attribute Shift skilled up, but has to be very careful. I want to see as well, like, what CSJ's opinion is of the Batrider changes. Like, how heavily is he going to invest into the Flame Break? Is it just going to keep it at 1 point? I mean, that's what part of what was enabling his survival, at least for a couple of seconds, but really feels like this one value point isn't really that worth it anymore.
We casted 2 Batrider games yesterday, right? Where they all max sticky. And then I was watching Dream League, and at least the Batrider games that I saw at Dream League, there was one that Solo played where he played 5. That pause 5 and still max 5 play with Flame Break. I think there was even maybe a call that still maxed out the W and E over sticky. So seems like there's a bit of a different read over in the opposite side of the world.
I mean, that's what we love to see, right? We love to see different interpretations of it all. I agree. I think you only want to start getting points into the sticky at like level 4. I think before that, you're kind of just griefing your lane, especially against someone like the Lich. Like, he is someone that wants to be spamming out that Frost Blast, one of the most mana-effective damage spells early on in the game. So, you just don't want to enable him to do that a lot more. I think it's not great to give Morphling like a farm fest lane, but you just want to enable the Batrider to get off to a decent start. And I feel like that's really what they're going to be playing around.
Nicely done from Hara. Gets a solo kill. I think TZY may have been in range for experience, but Hara pretty much did all the damage onto the Crystal Maiden. So already a much better start for him. Got involved with the first blood, gets the D ward. A kill to add to his name. And this is also the big thing about the Shadow Demon being with the Beastmasters. You just really free up to make stacks. You just, if TZY has a bad lane, he can always fall back on those ancient stacks.
Early point into Wex on Cicada. Maybe... I'm not sure. Maybe he's just trying to see, like, he's waiting to see the blink usage. I don't think he's had to use it just yet on Butterfly Effect, but, if he doesn't see a Scream of Pain, he's probably going to assume that it's coming. But as soon as that blink's on cooldown, expect for that Cold Snap plus EMP Tornado to be able to come through. Of course, this is the plus side of playing Invoker into the Quap, right? Shadow Strike, it's good for Quap sustain, but so is just keeping a bunch of Quas Orbs on yourself.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I like he's got a bunch of stats as well, Cicada. Just the Bracer and the Wand. Helps a lot with your damage issue. I mean, still Butterfly Effect is doing very well in regards to the last hits. Say it every time, this guy is still very, very gifted mechanically, but is not currently showing in regards to the win-loss. So at least he's off to a good start. And all the lanes are off to a good start as well. You know, this is not the time we saw TZY with the Magnus. You know, he's not down at the bottom here. Instead, he's actually towards the top.
Did you see that that glyph as well? They glyphed for the tornado in the mid lane, just making sure that Cicada doesn't get any range creeps for free. Butterfly Effect wants to continue having a really good time in this lane. I mean, Quap, obviously, it's not as bad as it used to be, but you are still very much a snowball-ish hero. You know, if you get off to a good start, you get into that early Aghanim Scepter, you could just completely take over a game.
Yeah, it's not as bad, right? Because that Scepter enables you to scale, but if you get it at such a faster timing, then bottom lane, TZY, did he run onto tower? Takes a lot of damage. Still with the banishment's going to give him some space. Enables Sahara to get a little bit more stacks out of the poison. Desire will not have the damage. There's a 1-for-1. God King's alive for the kill, but I think you'll probably take that on die, considering you continue to slow down the Alchemist.
For sure. Was very deep though. How the hell is he that deep underneath the tower? I mean, most of the damage that he should be dishing out is the wild axes. So, well, just getting a little bit too big for his britches, perhaps. Maybe if he, seen another dive here up on the top side.
Oh, can he stay alive? No, he will not get the kill. For the exchange, Spirit has a Selv now to play with. CSJ is able to get rewarded as well. He's still struggling too. Ukyo 23 and 18. So yeah, all the cores on Dire having a great time, even though the kills are even.
I mean, look at this Butterfly Effect. He's even getting bottle refills in the mid lane. Not like he's having a difficult time. Invoker falling a fair ways behind. 12 and 3 versus the 29 and 13 from Butterfly Effect's Queen of Pain. You have to remember that it was Cicada that I believe got the kill, right? Like the second kill of the game. So that's really what's the only thing that's keeping him kind of within arm's reach of net worth. I gotta say, I don't necessarily agree with this Quaswex build that he's going for. Like, he's gone the Urn, but I mean, maybe if you can make a rotation through on the Earth Spirit, which looks like he is starting to make that movement through, but Ponyo had just recently placed down an Observer, so it's going to scout out a lot of this move, and he's even going to be able to guess wrong. So Shield Rune, I mean, a lot of these rotations, they're going to be highly ineffective just off the back of this. It gives way too much armor.
Bottom? Ponyo's actually going to try and step in and provide some assistance, and that might help them get the kill into Desire. Poison starting to stack up as well. Anti-Vitality with the +1. Able to get the kill. Continuing to slow down the early game that God King is wanting to repeat from his prior performance on the Medusa.
He's finally starting to, like, come into his own shortly, although he's getting dived underneath this tower. Maybe not. Rotation's having to come in, but I'm not sure if they're going to be enough.
Might be even too late. King turns, chucks out the concoction. Another round of spells required to get the kill. TZY, there we go. Axes, they're on the mark, but they might get all of them. Ponyo's going to be chased down. Desire's got another round of the spells for TZY. They're going to be able to use them in combination together. Root sets up for the roll. TZY, though, big stick to work with. A lot of health
Axis
back close to the tower. He's going to turn. Axis gets the kill. TZY shrugs off the damage. Desire, he won't even be able to get Ponyo. Are you serious? Desire might die now. Axis is back up. Another round of them. And another kill.
I mean, TZY is getting away with murder here. That time around, I can understand him going for those super deep dives because he had the Vanguard. He could tank up a couple of tower hits without just completely ruining his HP. And I mean, the important thing, of course, is still that God King yet to reach up to that level 6, but now you've got even more kill threat. You've got that Primal Roar available for TZY.
Imagine if you had Sunstrike.
Imagine if he had Sunstrike.
CSJ might be in a little bit of danger as well if Ponyo can get the slow. In fact, it will start with the gaze. Going to be rolled to the rescue, but it is too late. Another death. Cicada's even going to try and rotate as well, but it'll be too late. Yeah.
Scouted out by another Observer Ward. I mean, you really don't want to be the one making moves.
God King is in danger. They've already used the Roar. TP is heavily forced out. 5 stacks though, and Dude, Hara is balling. 4-1 and 3, already level 6. He will go down. Dude, these banishments proving to be a real big issue for them, but the Nova from afar is able to secure the kill. So a little bit of golden experience. Very, very needed. Earth Spirit level 3. Happy with that, but God King is not. This is not the same game that we saw in game 1.
No, and I think part of it is just they're putting a lot more attention on like forcing him to be kicked out of this lane. They're just defending this tower with all that they can just because they don't want to lose that double small camp, right? You could just see like there's a Kobold camp underneath the Radiant Tier 1 tower. Alchemist loves that. You know, Greevil's Greed, he's probably the only hero in the game that's happy to see that camp in the entire hero roster.
Yikes. 71% already.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the start you're hoping for at all.
Oh, Cicada.
He's just gonna get dived. They might not even get to the tower. Butterfly effect. No ultimate though to work with. Tornado's gonna be able to disrupt them. But you are sending Cicada all the way back to base. Maybe not with the cold. Sorry, with the Kos, my lord.
Mm-hmm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I really hope he doesn't go into this Spirit Vessel. I know it's important against the Morphling, but you have just been gimped so much in your net worth, you need the Midas to be able to catch up off the back of this.
Maybe this kill could help him catch up. Looks like they're going to wait for the
wrong
rune
target.
off the mark of the roll, though. Rune's top, butterfly effect. This already blinked, though, so he's probably not going to be able to get the rune. Still, with 4 points dagger, it's going to be a lot of damage onto the Earth Spirit. They are lacking detection. They might just turn to Desire instead.
I mean, man's level 6. Like, he is not having a bad game on the Crystal Maiden. But probably the last person that you want to be like, I'm doing well, guys. You know, you really need people to be able to play around with.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, meanwhile, they've just completely left the Morphling free farming top. So with all the pressure they've been putting on mid and bottom, it means that you have to start to rotate to try and enable them. And with the mana gone, they might be able to get it, but butterfly effect, he's got Hara to TP in to protect him. Ponyo's even nearby as well. So with the blast and the damage, it is another kill, dude. Haru's going to be so rich, and this is a pretty good Shadow Demon game as well. He's going to get a lot of value off the back of the early levels and early items he can find.
They're going for another smoke here down towards the bottom side, trying to... I mean, they'll be happy enough with this, in my opinion. You got to just get an easier kill, and I feel like the fact that they've gone on to the... he cancelled it. Are you not going to get a kill now because of this?
They will. They might even get both now with the Earth Spirit tipping. It's only level 4. The kick will be on the mark. Now they've got the urn as well for bonus damage, and this is what they needed. Little bit to go their way. Some easy kill on the supports, like you said, to get those urn charges. See if they can get the ball rolling now for them.
Yeah, I mean, they were going on to the Quap, who still hasn't died, who's got 1200 HP versus the 950 on the Shadow Demon, and she had her raindrops for all of those previous attempts. So it's like, you're not killing this guy with all of this magic damage that you're trying to pump in onto him. As, what's going on with those stacks? I think Batrider was able to take the majority of it.
Yeah, I believe the Morphling just got 1, if my reading of colors was correct.
Well,
I know you
know more than
anything
me
about that.
Yeah.
Yes. So you with even though the kill attempts mid lane have not been going Radiant's way, they have done a pretty good job to make some space for God King. He's just been 1v1ing TZY, who is free farming, but got to keep in mind God King was under a lot of pressure early on, so he's still going to have a decent Radiance timing.
There's a
and
nice
the boys
smoke
are reading
rotation.
this as well. It's a great smoke rotation. Down to bottom they go. A pep in their step. They want to fight back, and they'll be able to do so with ease. Cicada has the Tornado, gets rid of the Frost Shield, stops the retreat of the Lich, and they can turn to Ponyo next as well. But they're going to be cautious. So
Even Morphling's
going
coming.
to TP down. Even Butterfly Effect is starting to rotate as well. So the retreat, it needs to be quick and fast. Otherwise, it's soon to be a disaster for them, and with the roll, it'll stop the Invoker from getting any further distance away. Sonic Wave committed, no escape under the cover of the Invis.
They just overstayed their welcome a little bit, diving super deep for supports. I think as soon as you see that Morphling TP in, you're like, all right, kind of done our job, you know, either commits down here and stops farming and Batrider gets the ability to push in a tier 1 tower top, or he cancels it, and then maybe you could look to make a, you know, cancel it and just make another play after the fact, because you know then that the Morphling will still have that TP on cooldown for about 70 or so seconds.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They still end up losing that tower too. So really nowhere for God King to be playing uber safely. He's finished up his Radiance, so picks up his farming speed a little bit, but I mean, look at Hara. He's even just yoinking away a few of these small camps. Why not? Just prevent the Alchemist from being able to farm in the camps that he really wants to be. He's body blocking it. Oh, cheeky, cheeky. And when we talk about camps being built up, TZY, he is loving life right now. He's got a gigantic ancient stack. He's got 2 more to be able to take. I think Shadow Demon stacked some of them, and Lich actually stacked the others. So Ponyo, he's going to have his experience recovered somewhat as well. You know, maybe having the Chain Frost would have made that previous engagement down on the bottom side of the map work out even better for him.
What do we make of the Vanguard pipe that TZY is going for?
Tower is under attack.
I mean, pipe makes a lot of sense against this specific lineup, but I mean, Vanguard was just to enable him to really dominate that lane. So I'm totally fine with it across the board. This feels like a draft where you could just go full-on auras. You know, you're playing around this Morphling being that unstoppable hero once it gets into the latest stages. And we got to say that Ukyo feels like he's been basically uncontested up on that top side of the map. That's a result of all the attention that IG Vitality have kind of drawn to the bottom side.
Even going to help him even further. He'll take the stack, it looks like.
Crimson Guard feels pretty good against an Alchemist too.
That it does, but we do have to keep in mind there is a way to purge a lot of things with Cicada having Tornado. And I would not be surprised if we see a Nullifier like 4th item. 4th, 5th for the Alchemist, but of course that is down the line. So you're going to get value out of it now. But we do have to, early game, we have to keep eyes on how this Tornado is going to come into play for Cicada.
And they're really committing on this mid lane.
Pretty far forward. He's going to be relying on Hara to try and disrupt, but the Flame Break pushes him further away from the Shadow Demon, which means there is no banishment at all to protect the Beastmaster. And now Ponyo is going to be chased down as well. Hara is still waiting for that opportunity. We'll get the banishment now, reveals his position. He's not going to get caught out. Still, it's going to be a death for Ponyo. Only delays it for a couple of seconds.
I mean, man was just a little bit too deep there for TZY. I understand that he got Flame Breaked back, but you know, maybe rely on the siege creep to do a lot more of the damage onto the tower next time. You know, especially when you don't really have a lot of information about the rest of the team. And it seems like Butterfly Effect, he's had a great start to this game. You know, very, very healthy amount of net worth, but he is just full on the I want to get my Aghanim Scepter train, just so that when you do reach a lot of these aura timings, you're going to be able to, you know, connect together with the rest of the team and really be this unstoppable force, because they are lacking in those auras on the big brain side. They've got a Hawk there. They know that the vision is available and they're going to eventually be able to get rid of it. Ooh. Look at all those sentries they're able to deal with.
Radiant structures.
Do they want to defend it? This is BKB getting delivered. This is definitely defendable. They will choose otherwise.
Might just be waiting for an overcommit before Alchemist makes that rotation. It's not until he gets the Blink Dagger. You are still very immobile. You know, we talked about the issues with playing up against a Shadow Demon, right? You can't just slowly walk in. You're just going to be completely controlled on that front. So once he gets the Blink Dagger, for sure, Alchemist, I'm expecting to see a lot more presence from God King, or just wait for them to come to you, like is what's kind of happening right now.
They saw the Radiance tick on Ukyo, so they're going to be able to play accordingly, looking to retreat back to the high ground. Concoction ready to turn from Ukyo, just blows up the Earth Spirit. Cicada finds a pretty good combo, instant use of the banishment, protecting against the lasso. This is all IG Vitality's fight now. Maybe God King can turn it around. That's a beautiful concoction, God King. What a use of his stun. Without that, that could have been a disastrous fight. Butterfly Effect was still ready to pump out multiple spells, but first fight we see out of God King, and he comes in huge.
And even just like the Bat Rider existing with the Firefly on, right? He does the most damage in that entire fight just by holding them into that location. And you see how important it is for them to be able to burst down this Beastmaster at the start of a lot of these engagements. I like the fact that they are continuing to, make a few rotations, get on top of this Alchemist before he continues to get out of control. But by doing it... Oh.
He has blink already. Sorry. Yep. Keep going, sorry.
Before you get into like this Crimson Guard, I feel like the team fight might have been entirely different if you have Crimson Guard available. You're not getting burst down at the very start of the engagement. This is a big kill though.
That is a huge kill onto CSJ. All the boys. Is that Roche?
Maybe. They're all up here. They'll see them even just the mild stuff like walking slightly further towards the Roche pit. They got a minute to be able to do it. So it really feels like Big Brain, without the Bat Rider, feel like, all right, it's just trading time. Let's take this bottom tier 1 tower. Mid tier 1 tower still hasn't taken any damage at all. And actually, they're going to respond to this. They see the Alk TPing, but this is going to be too slow.
It's too slow. Yeah, I was going to say maybe you hit on tier 2.
Can Earth Spirit get the roll of his life? Doesn't have any item slots freed up. Yeah.
Sunstrike will scout them out. Nice banishment, but it means they can't use it defensively. Can they get to the pit fast enough? Ages. Snatched up from Ukyo. Raw's going to be able to give them some moments of peace to be able to retreat accordingly. They need to reevaluate how they can take the fight on IG Vitality. They'll back off the outpost. Sonic Wave used defensively as well. All it is just buying space to retreat away, but they're on the hunt. Big Brain, they don't want to give them the opportunity. Chemical Rage is about to expire though. Maybe that's the time to jump in, but not when you've already lost 3 members.
Did you see that freaking beeline for TCY there? They're just like, Beastmaster must die. We cannot give them the potential to, rack up a lot of this slows, to be able to rack up the Wild Axe's damage, to just have these auras existing. He still does not have that Crimson Guard. Like, he needs to get into this item. At least the Queen of Pain has been able to get her Aghanim Scepter available now, so her damage is really going to start to scale up a lot more. You've also got the Morphling getting close towards the Manta style, so that's going to be incredibly important to be able to dodge out things like the Frostbite, to be able to dodge out the slows coming through from the Bat Rider, from the Earth Spirit as well. Silence is coming through there. So some big time is coming through. I just think... I guess they couldn't have really done anything different though, right? Like, it was a really good banishment to be able to start things off. It was a really good Hawk. They made that instant decision to go for the Roshan, and they still get Roche at the end of the day, but I mean, maybe they're just not doing enough to be able to protect this Beastmaster. TZY, he needs to be valuing his own life a lot more, because after an amazing laning stage where he was top of the net worth of anyone, he's died 5 times.
I don't know how you can play differently, because I mean you've got these. You've got Crimson Pipe now. We spoke about they can be purged, but
I think he needs BKB. I know.
Okay.
You're a universal. I think you just need to live in a lot of these engagements. It's that vital, because it means another couple of Wild Axes. It means the Inner Beast aura is going to stay up. It means the passive magic resist from the pipe is going to stay up. Just things like that.
I think that is a very good call. I don't think you can do it with Crimson Pipe. I think there's an itemization issue for the beast. If you go Crimson Pipe BKB, something looks very weird with your items. So I agree that I think this is a very good BKB game, but I think
normally yes. Like, it is a very weird item progression, but just the amount of focus that they're putting onto this Beastmaster is just insane. So I think he needs to really be valuing his own life a lot more. Like, at the very least, I want to see him buy the Ogre Axe right now, just because it's going to provide him that HP, it's going to provide him some of that universal damage scaling, and it gives you the potential to be able to flex away from this Drums of Slom into the BKB. Maybe he's just going to be valuing Hara and some of his spell casting and positioning. Maybe they're going to take the Tormentor and wish for a Demonic Cleanse to come through and just pump that onto the beast.
Yeah, because you've got that, you've got the Frost Shield, you've got 4 staffs as well. So let us see if they're going to be enough. Because I mean, you can't really deal with Ukyo now with ages to work with for another minute 40. So it looks like they're just going to try and farm across the map. Multiple people are still sticking around bottom though for Big Brain, so it's not like they're getting too much out of it. Desire's going to shove up mid. CSJ's farming in the top side of the jungle. God King as well is about to have an AC completed. So still with the past couple of fights going Big Brain's way, we have to keep in mind this is only a 3,000 net worth lead with an Alchemist lineup, and this is not an Invoker who's going to scale. Yes, you've gone Midas, and I do actually think Sakata's had a pretty good game, all things considering with the lane, but he's still pretty far behind in regards to the net worth. Like, you need 2 more fights to go well for us to start to be like, okay, he could be a real big late game threat. As bottom, Ukyo. This is pretty deep though. Yes, you've got Aegis, but they're going to be able to get the jump onto the Shadow Demon. That's a great target. Back into the concoction, onto 2 as well. They'll deal with the first life. The boys are here, but what can they do to protect him on round 2 as God King activates the BKB and looks to turn. The Royals going to buy them some time. Ukyo can reposition accordingly. God King still gets the concoction out the last second, beating on to TZY. That's the person we wanted not to die inside these fights. And well, that will not be the case. Big Brain, they saw they just left and they're like, that's perfectly fine. You get the tier 2 tower, we'll be able to farm across the map, but as soon as you step up to our tier 3, that is past the boundary and we will penalize you for that.
I want to reposition into that double concoction stun as well, right? Like, that is the thing. And, you know, most of the time I'm thinking, you know what, Beastmaster might be okay. I think Hara actually put the Demonic Purge in onto the... is there a Lincoln's popped? I swear someone has a Lincoln's. Because I saw the Lincoln's effect come through. I mean, Morphling got it, but I don't think the Demonic Purge really got too much value out of him there. So... I don't know, it just feels a little bit weird, and they feel like they could just commit fully on towards that Beastmaster as soon as the Shadow Demon's dead, right? Because then you don't have those defensive tools. You don't have the Force Staff. You don't have the disruption to be able to save him when you go for that full-on jump.
It feels weird, right? Like, Dai should have the vision at TCY. Okay. Dai should have the vision advantage with the Beastmaster, but it's just multiple times like these... Shadow Demon and Beastmaster, the vital heroes. You kill them to start the fight, it's going to look very good a vast majority of the time for Big Brain. And that's surprising, because usually you should be able to set a formation up accordingly thanks to your Hawk vision.
Do you want to defend this?
Chemical Rage about to be down.
I mean,
what's it called? Who's even TPing back as well.
Yeah, finally.
And they retreat. God King still, of course, got the BKB. Space, that's all it is. Help the retreat. Butterfly effect continuing to spam the spells though. Around to the dagger, but they are out. So tier 2 tower for free. They're gonna look at the read. This is a pretty good read. Instant smoke sweep across the map. Expecting God King to be farming towards a triangle after this wave. They've got a great cliff ward. They might run into the Earth Spirit though.
They don't want him. They want someone else. They might be forced to take him though. Like, someone had to reveal in that mid lane. It would have been a huge wave pushing into the tower. Even popping the Magnetize for it. I mean, I guess you're going to be dead for 40 seconds, but it means that you don't necessarily have a lot to be able to defend this tier 2 tower if you're wanting to push into this. And off the back of that, I believe Quap has the... no, someone else had a BKB that they were just about to finish. Nice.
Just got it delivered.
And level 18.
He's a big boy. You played a very solid game in regards to his farm, but we haven't felt the impact from him just yet. Potentially with this BKB now, might really see the Morphling start to be an issue inside some of the team fights.
About 1,000 gold away from that Drums of Slom on TZY. Again, like, it's all about the balance of who gets the farm, right? And I feel like at this point of the game, that's your most important hero to be able to get into that, just to get more Inner Beast attack speed off the back of the level 15 talent, to get into the Drums of Slom, just because it amps up your survivability so much. You know, just the lifesteal that you get off the back of being able to land it. And you're getting enough levels now that you instantly get up to 15 stacks as soon as you use that Primal Roar. And as soon as you're level 18, instantly up to the full 20. So I really want to see them pump a little bit more importance into TZY's farm.
I don't know how Radiant's Observer is just out of that sentry range, but it is. Oh, get a tier 1 tower. They're going to smoke, I believe. May have just been out of that Dire Observer. Sweep to top, but they're further onto Radiant's territory than they're expecting currently. We do have some Wisdom Rooms about to be up. Looks like Radiant, they are not set up to take their own. Oh, they're going to TP back, so no, they won't get them. Okay.
I guess he didn't have the Watcher vision at that point in time, so not wanting to be... They know. They seem to know that they've got this vision.
King. They see God King. He's going to be able to activate the Chemical Rage and the Poison nearby, but can they blow him up? It goes straight onto the Alchemist, and the Sonic Wave damage is too much for him to sustain. Finally, this is the fight that IG Vitality have been waiting for ever so patiently to get firm control of this second game now. As they can chase down Cicada, there's going to be no escape for the Invoker. As the River will run. Red triple kill for Butterfly Effect. What objective would they like? Towers or Roshan?
I mean, they're just really the Quapags coming to the front, right? Dealing the same damage effectively as the Morphling. You know, Sonic Wave onto multiple. You're able to get 5 Shadow Strikes off. He's not quite level 20 yet, but even that damage is going to start to ramp up. Did get a little bit of a nerf off the back of that, but now Beastmaster really does feel enabled, right? Got the Drums of Slom available, got plenty of right-click damage off being a universal hero, approaching that level 18 as well. You just saw how quickly the Alchemist can melt, even after popping that Chemical Rage.
And 550 pure damage will definitely do that. They got a lot of damage out even before he was able to activate the BKB. Butterfly Effect is trying to continue to put the pressure on, but the respawns are up. A BKB for 15 though on the Alchemist. Even bought the Ag Shard. Very interesting, wanting to commit for that instead of the Skadi, and they're just going to
Beastmaster got picked. It was a long TP.
Big pick. That's a big pick.
No Sunstrike for you.
Let's see if they're going to be able to.
That's just a freebie.
They should have seen his TP direction, right? Let's see if they read it. I guess Roche is going to go bottom now?
Should be. He's making up his mind. No, he says, no, don't make me go.
Are they going to bug him? I don't know how you do it, but I feel like Gaze would definitely be one of the potential ways.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is a big advantage for Big Brain as well, right? Anytime that you're playing on the bottom side of the map, you've got that Radiant Outpost to be able to play around with it. You know, I have a pretty good sense that he's going to be up. Chemical Rage still about 15 seconds away, and they have no vision around the Twin Gate at this point in time. So hopefully they can look to start placing that one up. What's up?
This might take them too long to get there. They're smoking across the map, but we know the map
I feel like you pop Freezing Field for this.
Yeah, I 100% agree. You just got to get it, and you got to do it fast. Chemical Rage, they'll use that instead.
Maybe
it looks like they're just
enough.
giving it up. The Butterfly Effect is running for top, so they're in 2 minds right now. Ponyo and Haru are still running down, but they will not have the full team to be able to get it. And as a result, Age is now picked up, and that was Cheese as well, which is going to be given over to CSJ. They have TP'd the Alchemist top though, and Hawk is about to scout them out still bottom lane.
Can't stick down
CSJ is
here
looking
like
for the opening TZY. This is a really good fight for Dire. Haru's going to be able to protect him inside the bench, but again, they're taking the fight without their Alchemist. And this means IG Vitality, they can clean up with ease, nothing they need to fear.
Just
it's a pretty goddamn good retreat, though. That is very good for them just to lose the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, puts himself on the front lines, uses the Freezing Field, saying, look at me, guys, it's a pseudo-taunt coming through, forces out the Sinister Gaze onto him to be able to cancel it out. And yeah, really, really good selfless play coming through from Desiree. He's going into the BKB for himself as well, just to make sure that that interruption doesn't happen. You know, you're going to need to use the Primal Roar to stop it, and he is not the prime target. I'll never stop.
Couple of Lincolns, yes, I know, apparently you won't. Arcane would be lovely for Butterfly Effect.
I'd say Tormentor would be pretty lovely too. I mean, if you can get this over onto the Earth Spirit, then suddenly you've got another way to be able to save off that geomagnetic grip, being able to target allies. You know, you get roared, you just yoink them back closer towards your team. You might end up griefing your own team if there's a Chain Frost coming in onto the target, but you know what? It's worth it for the style.
Okay, so I was checking some of the patch notes. I thought this level 20 talent for Quap, the numbers looked a bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it 120 previously? Yeah.
Yep.
I did mention it before, just saying. What's this next little bit? It feels like even though Big Brain have the Aegis and they have potentially the momentum to be able to come back into this game, they just want to farm up one additional item. You know, you're close-ish to the Halberd, about, 1,500 gold away on the Earth Spirit. Pretty huge against both a Quap and a Morphling. They're still going to go for the play off the back of having that extra life to be able to play around. I really want to see them go for a backline jump.
Not
or
again.
just TZY.
They didn't see him though. Aggressive roll forward. CSJ looking for the opening. They get a glimpse of TZY. Their prime target. It's going to be okay though, but the Blink's on cooldown. They'll turn. Chemical Rage activated before the roll, so the damage is a lot. He's got Aegis though. Gorky doesn't care. Use everything on me. I still got a second life to work with, but over the right side though, they'll find an opportunity to try and deal with a supporting class. Till TZY is isolated. God King and Co. can start to beat into the Beastmasters. A little bit more survivable than prior. Look at the kill, even a buyback as well. This is the fight they're hoping for to turn the status of this game. Need to get more out of it though on Big Brain. The Chemical Rage about to be over. Ukyo sees an opportunity to dive into the middle. The cheese going to be eaten. CSJ repairs the damage. And now they'll deal with the first life as well. Lasso used, but there's no follow-up. Off the back of the death, God King's still going to be able to jump in. But without his ultimate, there's just really not much that the Alchemist can do. You dealt with the Beastmaster, but Shadow Demon and Lich is still proving to be such a huge issue. All the defensive spells keeping Ukyo alive, and meanwhile Butterfly Effect is just freely spell casting. Nothing they can do to stop all the other heroes. Nice attempt with the Sunstrike, but they put a lot of emphasis on dealing with TZY, but it meant that everyone else was able to have a free fight.
12,000 damage from that Queen of Pain alone. You know, there's supports that sometimes would love to have that damage in an entire game, let alone a single team fight. 11 Shadow Strike usages out of him. I mean, it's got a 4-second cooldown at this rate, so... Yeah, I mean, I just feel like the target prioritization is completely off for Big Brain. You know, you've got these two heroes in the Morphling, in the Lich and the Shadow Demon that are just having amazing impact in these fights because, you know, Hara's just free to cast the disruption at every single opportunity. The Lich as well, you know, is getting multiple Pavis usages off, getting multiple Frost Shield usages off as well. It's kind of crazy that they're getting away with this. It's not like they lack heroes with the ability to go onto the backlines either, right? You've got a Blink Dagger Alchemist, you've got a Blink Dagger Batrider. It was basically only Earth Spirit that was making any sort of attempt to try and disrupt the supports, but they need the damage to actually kill them. Like a small rolling boulder stun is not enough. And hopefully with that ping coming through from Zakata, Shadow Demon is missing. That just means this is the target, boys. We need to make sure that we're taking him down. They see the Shadow Poisons coming through, and they should be able to pick him off. But, I mean, this is just a solo pick-off on the Shadow Demon. Won't really change too much of the status quo of this game.
No, because they still have to deal with mid and bottom. That is completely shoved in, so they're going to have to TP back regardless. With time, we need to start seeing some gems, especially for Radiant. And Butterfly Effect has got one on Dire. We just spoke about it. Feels like you have to kill too many people, though, on IGY. You got to kill the Beast, but then you got to kill Lich and Shadow Demon as well.
Yeah.
And that means you're not going to be targeting Ukyo or Butterfly Effect, and we've seen what can happen if they have a free fight. So you got to have the gem to make sure you get the perfect way to initiate fights.
I feel like it's got to just be Shadow Demon that dies first, don't you? Like, it just stops everything that you've got, and I feel like he's well worth using a lasso onto to be able to start out a lot of these engagements. Because if he's gone, then everyone else is just so much squishier. Like, even if Frost Shield comes out, right, you could tornado it off.
Can they high ground? They have DD. Lotus given over as well. Aggressive waveform, they're all clumped up! Oh my lord! What is this damage? What the hell where'd they go?
I mean, this is the butterfly effect that we know, right? Yeah, they just straight up call it. Come on, give me the fight recap.
My.
Oh, 4,000, 5,000 damage. Just they all clumped up way too much. Power of vision, man, it wins games.
Jesus, what a last fight.
Oh, come on, butterfly effect. Crack a smile.
Ah, man's all business. Game series is not done just yet. He had a great game too. I want to see what the damage is overall from them. Where was he? Damage dealt 43k. It's definitely the most. Second highest was Ukyo with 29,000. But damn, Damn, what a game. What do we feel like was the big difference in this game compared to the previous one? The lanes?
The lanes, yes. It wasn't perfect from IG Vitality. We have to say that, right? Like, they were a little slow with their rotations towards the Roche pit. I feel like TZY got picked off a few too many times. It could even just come down to Butterfly Effect absolutely styling on that mid lane. You know, this is not a lane that Quap should be able to win that easily. It also just potentially goes to Cicada maybe not going the perfect build. Obviously, he's a great Invoker player, but it doesn't feel like the Quaswex really did him too much of a service this time around. Like, when did he get his first kill involvement? It was like... after the first blood. It was 11 and a half minutes in. So that means that you had an earn for a good 6 minutes, basically, before it really gave any sort of value. And that's time where you could have just been sunstriking to make sure that you're keeping up in not only the net worth, but levels. So I really feel like it was a little bit of a misspellage from him. I don't know.
Misspell usage.
Sure, that one.
Sure, that one.
It was more the choices as opposed to the usage. I thought he was fine with his usage, right? We saw the cold snaps were all on point. The walls were all on point. Look at that damage, man. And the tornadoes as well. Pretty key, pretty accurate in a lot of these fights. It's just that maybe not the order that you're wanting them to be coming out in. You know, Butterfly Effect, no questions asked, though. He is the MVP of this game.
Heavily agree. I think had a great showing on the Queen of Pain. I think everyone else, like, you know, we spoke about in a lot of their fights, it felt like the supports fulfilled the role they needed. The just the ways they were able to keep their cause alive for a little bit longer, and that just their location where they were positioning inside the fights as well made it very difficult for them to be caught. Because we said, like, you at the start, you want to try and target down TZY for a good portion of that game. And then it got to a stage where, like, support, you got to kill Shadow Demon and Lich. And with how far back they were positioning, made sure that wasn't the case. I also think we need to look towards Ukyo in this next game. There's 2 games in a row where he's played the Morphling. I think game 1 he had a pretty against the Dusa. You're up against a Darkseer as well. You're not enabled to have too good of a game, but he still performed. And game 2, I think he had a great showing as well. So I think we just overall need to look to the Morphling in this next game, because God King plays a very good Morphling as well. So I think that's where, at least carry hero wise, we need to put a little bit of attention to, because we're going to the distance now for our first series of the night. It was Big Brain that could take game 1, and then we saw it was the boys on IG Vitality to be able to hit back. They're yet to find a series victory as well, so let's see if they can continue with this momentum heading into game 3, and if they can find their first series victory of 2 or 3. We'll be back shortly. IG Vitality fighting for their first series victory of 2-3. If they're able to have a back-to-back performance like we just saw out of them, then they'd be the ones that are able to come out on top. Then a lot of it was enabled just from, everyone felt like they played their role in that second game. So we need to see once again in game 3. It all starts with the draft. Again, we got the Batrider banned out. Big Brain actually get rid of it. They even get rid of the Beastmaster themselves as well. So limiting some of the offlane hero pool.
I like it. I think you definitely want to be targeting down TZY as much as possible. Means this hero slips through, though. The old mate Timbersaw. I mean, it is such a strong hero overall in the game. It feels really good, especially knowing that you're not going to be playing against an Undying as well. Yes, and since switching over to a Universal hero, it's not quite as bad, but could still make your life a little bit more challenging. I really like this opening coming through from Big Brain.
Still yet to know of a way to counter it as well, especially in the mid lane in particular.
Bloodseeker's a little bit. I know it's not mid lane, but you know what I mean.
Get the old rupture onto him. Looking for like some forced repositioning now to get that rupture damage?
You could get forced repositioning, but even just enough to hold him into place so that you could just start dealing a lot of damage into him. I mean, could it even be like maybe not with Bloodseeker picked, but like Muerta isn't the worst in my opinion, just if you're able to lock him into position and actually just start dealing out that Pierce the Veil damage onto him. Techies, again, lots of magic damage, lots of spell amplification coming through from him. We've seen Zeus paired together with Bloodseeker a couple of times with reasonable success. Again, combines together fairly well with the Techies, more magic damage against this Timbersaw. But you also need to think about your own win conditions, right? Does Zeus Bloodseeker really provide a lot of like tower taking potential? No, not really. So you would then need to look to go into offlaners for yourself that are going to be able to fulfill that role. And you would have to say one of the best ones that exist in the game in the Beastmaster already been removed. So I have to wonder, like, what is IG Vitality going to pick up for TZY as a result of this?
What do we make of the Silencer though, getting picked up at the 8th? Like, we both agree this is one of the more important picks of the team with first pick overall. So going for their position 5, more than likely 5 in this pick. What do we think?
I mean, you're never going to be the one that gets caught out first, right? At least with these two heroes. If you are, it's just really poor positioning. So you're going to be able to get that global silence off to be able to protect the Timbersaw when they eventually make rotations happen in onto him. And we're both saying that, you know, we're probably not going to see him die to any sort of like right clicks just off the back of being a Timbersaw, still probably building into the likes of the Vanguard, right? So if you get ruptured, just pop the global, A-okay. It's also the fact that, you know, I've mentioned it a few times now, right? Silencer into the techies feels strong-ish, but you really need to make sure that you're on point with your first like 2-3 minutes of the game. You can't be wasting all of your resources and not actually getting a kill onto somebody. So I think you probably want to be picking a position 1 that has the capability of doing that, you know, getting techies low enough off the back of like a Glaives of Wisdom. So maybe it's something like a stun that they're going to need to go into here. Like, it's not really meta, but I wouldn't hate a CK this game. You know, just a stun to be able to get onto the techies, some sustain as well, because you are going to be taking a lot of, you know, little bits of right-click damage through from his huge range.
So it feels like, at least, I mean, you said stun, that's what CK does, but it sounds like you're even just wanting a very strong laner as well. Like,
yep.
That's something that going to have to be an attribute for Big Brain's carry for Mr. God King, which we do see some carries getting banned out as well. No Dusa and no Terrorblade.
Because Timbersaw can carry the game, right? That's the thing. So, I mean, they have gotten rid of multiple forced repositions, right? Skewer, Sonic Wave, Terrorize. So you are taking away a little bit of those things that you were mentioning. Batrider's already gone as well. So there's not that pairing together with the Bloodseeker. So Timbersaw's game is even more enabled now. I really feel like you can just say, look, Timber's probably going to have a pretty good one. We've backed him up with a silencer. We've put 4 bans into making sure he's going to have a good time. Now we just need to focus on like, well, okay, well, how do we actually beat this Bloodseeker? Are we going to try and up the tempo? Are we going to like not lose horribly in these laning stages? Don't really feel like Lich does that much against like an off-lane Timbersaw. Okay, they just got them off-lane. Why not? We've seen it twice on Ukyo, and they're just like, you know what? We're just going to yoink it for ourselves.
Yeah, well, God King's got a pretty goddamn good Morphling, so... But I see matches up pretty well versus the Bloodseeker as well. Once you do get items, it can be a little bit back and forth, like real Agshard and Basher / Abyssal is like really the thing that Bloodseeker can start to rival the Morphling as the game goes on, but they will also go back into the Tusk for themselves. So we saw this in game 1.
I wonder if this is a 5 Tusk. Just to provide that that stun for the lane. And then maybe the Morphling is going to be able to actually confirm the cure. All right, I'm a little surprised that it's taken this long for a Doom to really come out, right? Like, you great against the Morphling, great against the Timbersaw. Again, the Infernal Blade against both feels pretty solid as well. You can provide a lot of, like, aggression as well paired together with that Techies. I think Doom Techies is a really solid combination just because of using the collateral damage from the sticky bomb to be able to pseudo shove out the wave, get your levels a little bit earlier than the other team, and enable these dives underneath the tower.
See the instant puck ban as well. They're like, all right, need a little bit of control for the Doom Bloodseeker. Let's get rid of the puck. I wonder, could be very greedy.
Go on.
Wonder if there is a potential for an OD to be considered. I mean, it destroys Morph and Timber. So let us see if they feel like we need to protect it more in that regard, or if they need to continue to ban heroes that make plays, because that is one thing that IG Vitality very much lack. You've got a greedy Doom, you know, your Bloodseeker doesn't really get active until like Maelstrom BKB, so you are going to need a hero for Butterfly Effect to be able to make some plays across the map.
I guess you're also into a Silencer, though, which really does take out a lot of OD's effectiveness. He really doesn't buy a super early BKB for himself. Probably would this game, though, to be honest, right? Against the Timbersaw, that is basically the counter to Timber right now, is just BKB. Because, you know, despite all the nerfs to, like, magic damage still going through with half the damage, pure damage is completely nullified. So, just a natural BKB builder. You've already got a couple with the Bloodseeker and the Doom. Who knows? I mean... OD seems kind of viable. How do I feel about this? Sorry, I'm still thinking.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you feel about this?
I'm just thinking, like, you know, what is high physical damage that hasn't been banned out yet that also is a playmaker? Is this the Conquer game? Is this it? It doesn't really scream Butterfly Effect to me, though, does it? Nah, probably not. Shadow Fiend? Just don't make any plays. Just buff up your physical damage and crush the Void Spirit in lane.
Does give more for good Scepter target if they go
Yeah,
SF.
true.
I was thinking Ember. I like it versus the Void. I think you provide decent chunk of damage to the Timber.
Nice.
Can make plays as well. There's not really a lot that he has to be worried about this game. Global Silence is, yes, a bit of an issue, but...
You're going to get BKB.
Yeah, you're going to get BKB, so you can play accordingly to that. So I think it's a pretty good Ember game overall. I don't know. Which draft do I like?
I think you like both drafts.
Do I?
Mm-hmm. I know you well enough.
Oh. Maybe I think one draft is shit. I'm just trying to hide it.
Go on. Nah, you're not that professional. You would tell us exactly what you thought. Go on, tell us then.
But no, I actually do. I don't mind both drafts.
There we go. Told you.
I don't know. This Timber's a broken hero right now. I really want to side with that. Like, just side with the Timber. I also think they're a slightly better team, but I'll go IG Vitality.
So you think the Timber's broken, you think they're a slightly better team, and yet you're going to go IG Vitality. Talk us through your thought process.
I think the Doom has a lot of value this game with his ulti.
Yeah.
Which is the big thing for me. I think Ember, there's no ways you're going to be able to deal with him. You have very much lack of control. And I think they're better supports as well with Techies and Lich. I see the other team having a Tusk plus Silencer, which I know China really favors Silencer, but I think Tusk is not a very good hero right now. So that is kind of why I'm siding with IGV.
Okay. For me, it's going to depend on where this Tusk actually goes in the lane, right? Like, is it going to be paired together with the Morphling to be able to potentially enable kills in onto the techies in the side lane, paired together with the Morphling? Of course, it just feels like you're going to lose the lane horribly if you pair the Silencer together with this Morphling, don't you think?
Whoa, fight! Double shots. Oh, use a blood grenade. And now a tag team as well. And the IG Vitality, of course, we'll have to watch Ponyo give up first blood to CSJ.
Positive signs. I mean, if you wanted anyone to have a great game, it's CSJ on this Timbersaw. But yeah, are you in agreement with me? Like, the Silencer Morphling feels incredibly weak when you're going up against a Techie's Doom.
Yes, but does Tusk really make it any different?
I think so. I think you've got kill threat on the Techies if the Tusk is there. Like, remember, this is Morphling goes into Adaptive Strike early on, so he's going to have that damage output, and you're going to have someone that's actually able to tank up a lot of the harassment that he's looking to put in onto the Morphling instead. I feel like Silencer really isn't that comfortable being that person.
Not another one. Ponyo, my friend, this is where you died last time. No blood grenades have been delivered off the choreo after their previous usage, so Ponyo will only take a little bit of damage.
Oh, it's going to be able to get this D-ward off. Keep looking, Desiree. Keep looking. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He hasn't found it. He doesn't know. You can just see God King takes one right click from this Techies and he's like, no, don't let this happen. He instantly pinged Tara. And he still gets the freaking last hit on the range creep without any spells needed.
This is God King or IGV? They got the...
Hara. The Techies just right clicked the range creep with his 60 damage, level 1. Very balanced. Another pull being made on the top side. I mean, this is the other thing as well, right? Double range, double melee. The double melee doesn't feel great into a Lich Bloodseeker, right? You are just going to be copping a lot of harass in that laning stage, both from the Blood Bright as well as the Frost Blast. Really feels all that effective, but they're just not going to lane it. They're just going to use Tusk to be able to provide a little bit of, I guess, information, trying to get out a little bit of regen from Ponyo, and that's why you've got this Tusk with 2 stacks of tangos for himself. Like, he really wants to just make sure that he takes attention away from this Timbersaw, because it's still a great Timbersaw game, regardless of the fact that you're going up against Bloodseeker and the Doom. I feel like almost every game is a great Timbersaw game, though, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is just... Oh, not Desire.
No, say it right.
How dare Desire go down? Double water rune picked up, so butterfly effect. I mean, he still has 2 bottles to work with. This is so frustrating. He's body blocking Cicada. He's going to miss 2 last hits as a result of that. So, very, very cute.
Love the quick purchase up into the Blightstone as well. Again, Void Spirit, low armor. Look to exploit that as much as possible. He's got 2 points in Flame Guard just because, of course, you are going up against that Resonant Pulse, so you always want that Flame Guard damage to be coming through.
Well, we saw game 1, game 2, the lanes went very well for IG Vitality. And at the moment, it's looking like that might be the case as well. Morphling is very much struggling with last hitting down bottom. God King not having too fun of a time. Like you were saying, this was a big concern of yours, so they've got that pretty good position with the Kree Wave, and all these spams of the Arcane Curse does not help with the lane getting shoved out then.
No, and he's even just, like, he's almost out of regen, right? Like, you can slowly tick away at Hara, but with the lane being positioned how it was, they were able to get the Healing Lotus as well, so he's even got some more HP and mana regeneration for this Techies. Probably doesn't even need to buy into any sort of, like, tangos. Maybe he gets 1 more set. That is not a kill I was expecting to have happen up top.
Kyo? Not going to be able to get the trade. Yeah, it was a good amount of damage between the two. CSJ brought the Lich down to like a quarter, and before the Tusk had to commit, and they were free to dive under the tower. Hara might go for the jump down bottom. Lands the blast off, and an easy kill.
They still haven't unblocked this small camp as well on the silencer, so it's like you're having a rough time for sure being able to address this one. I guess for mid lane, like this is also one that's going really well for Butterfly Effect. He's going to go for the body block again in that lane, but Silencer just needs to get back down bottom. He can't even refill the bottle just because of how aggressively the Doom is playing.
He is bodying Cicada. I knew before, like, the real universal change, it was very Ember favored. I was not sure if it would still be the same. But I mean, Ember's got 3.2 agi gain, which is, I mean, pretty decent. Yes, it's not as much as all the damage you get from the Void Spirit each level, but you are able to still match the Void up until level 5 now, looks like, when it really changes, and once he's got some more stat items. But if the damage has been dealt, like, there's a huge last hit advantage. The net worth is actually not that big, surprisingly. I never know how this happens, but it's really only 100.
Mm-hmm. 2 points in the attribute shift, and you got the old Vul Assassin spawning off the back of this. It's actually a TP coming through. They really want to take care of Hara here, give a little bit more space. And of course, you can afford to do this because of the great start that you've afforded over to CSJ. Like, Hara's going to die here off the back of the Ice Shards, and he's not really in a position to immediately help out the power runes. They can see that they've finally got some vision up on the high ground. He's going to scout out if there's been any stacks built up. And then maybe look to rejoin up top just off of the back of the Twin Gate, but I really wouldn't hate to see him just stick around, maybe make a couple of stacks inside of his own jungle for the Void Spirit to be able to play around with. He's just going to stay behind the trees in that river. Look at Ponyo, though, acting as a bit of a bully right now. Might need to commit Cicada onto this bottom rune area as well, just to be able to help secure that rune. It's top anyway. So much attention being given over to Cicada, and Butterfly Effect, he's running away with it.
They might be able to chase down Hara, though. With the blast off, Snowball's still ready to be able to cancel the jump. They need Butterfly Effect to come to the rescue. So Snowball dodges the damage from him, but Butterfly Effect is having a free fight. There's nothing the Ember needs to be concerned about. As Tusk will look to go for the deny, but a big slight is still there from the Ember, and his game only continues to get better.
I mean, last pick of the overall draft, we talk at length about why we really value that second pick overall. This is why. You know, you're always going to be able to make the lane matchups feel like it's, you know, much more synergistic for you. And it doesn't really feel like there's any, like, busted combo that you just say, here's my draft, try and beat it anymore. You know, gone are the days of... Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. If you keep going.
Oh, I was just saying, like, there's no real busted combo that if you get it in the first phase, you just win the game, you know, because you can ban out every single one of the counters. Like, Timbersaw, very strong on its own, but I still feel like they've addressed it fairly well with IG Vitality and their hero picks in the later stages here.
Could there have been a consideration to put God King mid on the Morphling versus the Ember and play the Void Spirit safe lane?
I suppose, but I still feel like you're going to be taking a ton of damage from the techies in that environment as well. It just depends, like, you know, when we think of God King, we think almost purely as a safe laner, right? So maybe it's just like his mid-craft. He's not as confident with that too.
Yeah. Top lane. Ikyo got the Rupture at the ready. He's actually going to use it onto CSJ to help him chase down the Tusk, but it means now with Cicada showing up, doesn't have to fear about the Rupture being turned back onto him. It's pretty good usage of the Sinister's Gaze. Gives Ikyo some space to reposition.
Misses the timber.
Hara's even here as well. I don't know if they're going to have the damage, though.
Maybe with a sticky bomb coming back up.
Even Ember's rotating as well inside the river. So Butterfly, oh, he's got a double damage rune. This is huge. And the blast off as well is even better. Hara, once again, they've gotten so much value out of the tech. He's not even just him. Ember as well, who's 4-0. And now he's got more kills as well. Just lining it up on a silver platter. They'll chase down one. He might even get Silencer as well. They probably both die top. How do you escape? Butterfly Effect still has remnants on remnants to play with. Ultra kill. This man, there might not be a way to stop him this game with the start that he's had.
And a courier for free to be able to top it all off. So even more net worth being pumped in onto him. And yeah, he's going into the early Maelstrom. I mean, pretty good against the Timbersaw, right? A lot of that unavoidable damage. Even, once again, bottle refill for that mid lane. Keeping Butterfly Effect and the train rolling. I mean, I feel like TZY is very happy just landing down here solo against a Morphling as well, right? He's got the Vanguard. There's no way that Morphling is going to be able to solo kill him. So he can afford to go into a little bit greedier. He just TP'd back.
Leads out. It's a nice thing about the Rupture against the Void Spirit. You picked it into it. It's never a stage of the game where your actual step range is far enough. I like that a lot. In fact, Yukio just leaving the lane. There's not really much you're going to be able to do versus a Timber. There's more value with you getting killed into the Void Spirit, helping secure that tower. And now this game gets... I mean, Butterfly Effect can do whatever he wants. He's not forced to kind of stick around with that tower gone. Moves get so much easier. They've even got a stack as well that they're taking. Yeah, minor one, but still just more economic damage. My God.
Not sticking around for that last neutral creep, but again, Power Rune's so important for him to be consistently able to make plays around. Can he steal this? No. Even Cicada realizing how much of a menace this Ember Spirit is being off the back of, what was it, first Shield Rune, then a double damage and regen this time around. So Cicada, he's wanting to try and slow down the pace of this game a little bit, but again, that's not really going to hinder the Bloodseeker. You know, he isn't ready to fight just yet. Same sort of thing with the Doom. He's, I believe, maybe got a Midas coming out to him. Yeah, Midas completed. So, I mean, the game is just really in IG Vitality's favor at this point. Even just farming multiple camps at once on TZY. Looking to set himself apart with that net worth lead. Midas onto the most efficient creep as well in terms of experience, making sure that he's just racking up those levels for himself. And pushing the tower.
So
really
what
nice
do we think
movements
is... overall. What is the game plan for Big Brain to be able to find a foothold in this game? Because IG Vitality are really starting to get this game 3 out of control.
I'm just seeing like what CSJ is at in terms of like his item progression. You know, the Lotus Orb is going to be very vital for him. Of course, being able to reflect the Doom, get out of the Searing Chains, reflect the Rupture, all things of that nature. So I think it's really just about playing around that sort of timing for themselves. I think they just need to give up a tower or two, even if it means, you know, the Silencer dies, for example. You just got to try and split up the map as much as possible because they're just getting pick-offs wherever they want. And you're kind of playing into their hands by just joining these team fights. You are not in a state right now where you can look to fight.
And if the fighting does happen, or I suppose the skirmishes, who are the heroes that need to be together to enable that?
On Big
for
Brain?
Radiant, for Big Brain.
I mean, ooh, yeah, poor guy. I really don't, I just really am feeling that strongly that they just cannot fight. I mean, they don't even have freaking global silence yet, right? That's one of the things that's going to be able to potentially turn around these fights. You know, we were talking about if Timber gets initiated on, pop the global, and then at least you don't have that follow-up damage coming through from the techies, from the Ember Spirit. You know, that is one area of the game where IG Vitality are going to be lacking until they get into these BKBs or even potentially some Lotus Orbs or Yule Scepters of their own.
I was concerned they were going to dive the Timber. Meanwhile, Desire's just getting solo killed by TZY, so...
He have to Doom? No, he didn't. On time.
Which is crazy. Crimson Guard completed as well. Which it's
not
amazing. You're not going to get a lot of... Yeah, you're not going to get too much value out of it early on. And a lot of the damage is between the Timber and the Void. It does stop some of the physical on the Void, but as a game
it just makes himself a lot more unkillable, though. Like, you can really afford to just be playing basically underneath this tier 2 tower, you know, forcing a lot of attention away from this Bloodseeker. Because I really feel like that's the hero that they feel is going to be the counter to this Timbersaw, right? But you need the BKB to be able to make that happen.
Rupture used, and I will not get any value out of it. I'm concerned that if the first global of the game for Radiant doesn't result in at least a couple kills, then you might just lose a bit of a window to try and strike back. You've got a 6k lead, you're ready to go. You might even get God King as well in his own triangle. He's already cleared some of the camps. I think they just missed him as well. Didn't get any vision of him. Might continue to sweep to the opposite side. What is the call for IG Vitality?
Nice deep ward. They just want to be able to get free kills at every sort of opportunity. Got to remember, TZY has the Doom available, and he's got Tumbler's Toys, so he might be able to surprise Cicada on this bottom side.
Ponyo got some boys. They're starting to come back over. Looks like Ponyo will end up going down. Decent amount of damage onto CSJ. Are they going to get him? No way. A spiteful chain frost before he dies, but helps out with the damage to get the kill onto the Timber. Butterfly effect. Oh, just laid on the global. That was very close, but there you go. Global wasted, and you have now a full 2 minutes to do whatever you would like across the map.
And it's Techies that does the majority of that damage through to the Timbersaw. He gets off 2 of the proximity mines, not only, you know, dealing a ton of damage on its own, but just buffing up everything that the Lich and the Ember Spirit was able to do too. Going into a Greaves next on TZY. Again, against the Global Silence. Don't hate it. I really want to see, like, the period where IG Vitality are going to be enabled is once he's got this picked up, plus the Blink Dagger, because they still need that instant jump for the backlines. Poor Desiree.
Will he get an item this game?
There we go, Tranquils.
Okay. Hey, Tranquils Hara. A little bit of danger. I'm just going to try and chain over the top. Butterfly Effect still ready to go. Only has to dissimulate on Cicada to reposition. It'll be enough for the moment. Ponyo's wanting to hunt. And Butterfly Effect knows no fear as well. Slide up in a couple seconds. Flame Guard will get the... Wait, he's got no remnants? That is so deep.
He did go a little deep. And, I mean, he had the Sleight of Fist coming up in 1 second, but he just decided to go deeper underneath the tower, use the Searing Chains, which he could have potentially used as a little bit of an escape mechanism, knowing that he didn't have those fire remnants, but
and
I mean, giving him that...
He's got a blink on the tusk. Where did he get the gold?
From that kill?
TZY. Oh, Doom into the TPR, and there's no cancel.
He got 900 gold from killing Ember Spirit. That's how he got the gold for the Blink Dagger.
Well,
that's pretty huge.
You can go now. That is huge. Doom's
no
on
Doom.
cooldown. Global backup as well. Look, looks like they're aware of it. Good position from Hara. Will still go down. The Ponyo's nearby, ready with a Chain Frost if he can find an opening. Chucks onto the toss to get the kill, and now Ukyo is going to try and chase down Cicada as well. With the Rapuse, some of the Void Spirit, it's just going to be up to CSJ to do his best to protect it, but once again, ticks out to the Rupture. Now CSJ in a little bit of danger, resources low. One gives him some mana to work with and chains over the top, back to the safety of the tower. He's okay.
But that's not how you were wanting that smoke to happen, right? Like, you just picked up a huge item in your Blink Dagger. You just know that you don't have the Doom available, and you're still able to comfortably win the fight. And I mean, it's Hara setting everything up, right? Like, he basically took off 2/3 of the HP of that Tusk just off the jump in. He set up the proximity mines to be able to scout out any sort of smoke attempts, and I'm imagining that's exactly where he's just going to go again after he clears out this top wave. Just any sort of like entrances into the jungle, he's going to look to try and deal with ASAP. Poor Desire.
Is he?
Desiree.
You said it. Say his name.
Easy
killed off
D-War.
another time. TZY's now got the boys coming on over. Rupture back off for Ukyo. Would love CSJ. He's going to be able to get a glimpse of it. Nice Lotus. Whoa, look at the damage. God King now wants to try and finally show up to a fight as well. We'll see if he's going to be able to turn this back around with a jump over the top. They'll get a double kill. They've been looking at Butterfly Effect as well, but this one's a bit more of a trickier target with how slippery he is with the Remnants, but that's a big fight for God King to show up to. First one for him, and he's starting to close the distance in regards to the net worth. In these past couple of minutes, they've cut into the lead. What was about up to 8,000 is now down to 5K.
And it really all is about CSJ, right? You see him fall incredibly low, but not enough to be able to die, right? Like, I think he got a little bit unlucky with Maelstrom procs coming through from Butterfly Effect, but I mean, again, like without that that BKB, he's opted to go into the Kai Assange because they realize that they are lacking damage for this Timbersaw, especially if that Rupture gets reflected onto Ukyo. It's going into the Ags as well.
See how fast he's going to be able to get there. He's had a pretty solid game so far from Ukyo. Of course, his counterpart, though, from God King, very happy with the status of that fight. Is one component down towards the Lincolns, 201 free farming the map. But still, this is a lineup on IG Vitality that also has this Midas Doom with maxed out Devour. Yes, you don't get as much gold anymore, but of course it is still an accelerant compared to anyone else. So he will be very farmed. Greaves almost completed for him. I wonder when IG Vitality want to consider about some more objectives. They've just been running headfirst into Radiant side of the map. When do they choose to go for some objectives besides the kills?
I mean, they haven't truly taken like a full... I guess that was kind of a 5-on-5 fight, but it wasn't a 5-on-5 initiation. You know, it wasn't how they were wanting it. I really don't feel like Ukyo has the luxury of a quick pick off onto Silencer. Would be nice.
No way. He's got a global for himself. Or will they not get the kill? Jump over the top, Tusk. Ulti Ember down. Butterfly Effect might get blown up. Remnant out to the left. Another Remnant at the ready. Meanwhile, Hara finds a control. Is it going to be enough? Lacking some of the damage. Shane Frost back into the Rupture. CSJ will still go down. So all they needed was some control to stop him from escaping. A double kill for Ukyo picked up. Butterfly Effect will live and also be rewarded with a haste.
Still no Doom used either. Greaves now completed for TZY. They can just keep this push going. I mean, maybe you look to try and force them to use a high ground glyph. It's only 20 seconds, I suppose, on the Timbersaw, so maybe they just look to pivot down towards this bottom side of the map. It is 20 minutes now, so Roshan spawning on the bottom side of the map, and I mean, any sort of outer towers that you can look to remove to slow down a lot of these. Is TZY okay?
I will find out. Maybe it's just a bait. Crimson Greaves repairs the damage. Dust runs into the minefield.
Seems like he's okay.
Yes, it seems like he's definitely okay. So T2 tower. Meanwhile, bottom's getting pushed in from Butterfly Effect, so they can go from one objective to the next. They can also defend top as well.
So, I mean, if another fight goes badly around that mid or bot lane, we could potentially, even prior to Aegis, see high ground happening. No glyph refresh for those tier 3 towers. I mean, you've got the BKB on Ukyo. He's got his level 15 as well. So he's putting much more into the Rupture damage, of course. You know, Rupture initial damage. I'm sure he's going to go the Rupture cast range at level 20. It's all about just trying to... Oh, they found TZY. Sorry, CSJ.
Oh, chains away as well. So it's a lot more damage with the Rupture.
Yep.
I don't know if he would have survived with him standing his ground, but... As you tell it to catch him off without any boys nearby. Ukyo, though, might be in some danger. Turns with the BKB. One used defensively. Can they get the punch? Ukyo, oh, you need everyone now to help him. What's the call? You just sacrifice the Bloodseeker or do you retreat as a team? Cicada's going to be able to drag back the Doom. Even Global Silence used as well to help enable the kill. They're lacking some damage at the moment.
Greaves in 2.
TZY's got Greaves up in a couple of seconds, but... 4 seconds too long, unfortunately, for him to stay alive. At least you will keep Ukyo alive, but it is still nonetheless a call with a lot of net worth that goes down. Also with Midas and Devour on cooldown. Some extra pain felt.
He was going towards that Dark Troll Summoner. He really wanted to get the Midas off at the very end there, but wasn't able to do so. I mean, Butterfly Effect, he doesn't join in with the rest of the team, but you're getting a tier 1 tower up on the top side. No wisdom room for him to be able to yoink away. But, I mean, I'm a little surprised that he's been able to get away with just not going into any sort of BKB on Butterfly Effect. Just the one death for him so far. Even just going to amp up the damage even further, really wanting to go in, just make that Timbersaw's life even more miserable. And then surely it has to be the BKB after that point. Any Lotuses being worked on by the supports on IGV? No, it's a Scythe of Vice for Hara.
It's a pretty good Hex game, honestly.
I mean, every game's a good Hex game, to be fair.
That is true. No, I mean, yeah, that is definitely true.
How
you see
is this
Void
allowed?
Spirit, you see a Morphling. Yeah, I don't know. What do you mean? The nerfs were enough, dude?
No.
No?
Nerf is damage. Right click.
He's got Philosopher's Stone for that. He's nerfing himself.
And you got to nerf the proximity mine radius as well. like the trigger radius.
Can they kill? No, it's not going to go for the extra wave. So Miss Networth lead up to 10,000 now. 23 minutes in. We're going to try and make a play. Behind CSJ they go, but no one's really top. Butterfly Effect can poke his head into the lane, but I think we're now getting to the...
There's no real reason for them to be top though, right? Like Roshan's bottom. They've got a huge net worth lead. They've got a tier 2 tower with a creep wave to be looking to take.
Nice use of the replicate. Doesn't get enough distance away. Wow. God,
that's without global.
Really quick on the fingers. Yeah, you just got the Ember replicate, chains, and then the boys were able to follow up as well. They're going to try and defend it. They're a bit late to keep the tower alive, but they might be able to get some kills. CSJ doesn't have mana, though. That is really the big thing for the Timber.
You can get ruptured.
So they might need it to help the retreat. Ponyo, though, or down. 3v5 now. Rupture helps the retreat.
Look at all these mines.
Scary.
Ooh,
scary.
So stupid.
Was that almost 2k damage?
Yes.
Ah. Very cool. I like this hero.
And they just buff up each other as well, which is the stupid part. All right, so now there's a reason for them to play top. Roshan about to go back home, up towards the spooky side of the map. I really thought they could turn that one around. Like, Timber was out of mana. Timber's Lotus had gone away, and you were playing around that high ground vision that they had at the time. And then they hesitated a little bit, maybe just thinking, well, there's global silence available, maybe we can't make this happen. I don't know. It was a little bit weird that they didn't see the opportunity to be able to make that sort of play. Seems like they might be inkling towards a move up towards this top Roche pit, though. Just pushing this one more wave out. You've got a siege creep pushing in as well, so that's going to force someone back potentially, and then you can look to get an outnumber around this Roche pit.
How concerned do we have to be about God King being top net worth? Is this a game where he can put the boys on his back? We've seen Morphling have good performances overall this series, but can he do it this game?
I mean, I just don't think that this is a game where you can 1v5. You know, I think you still need to be concerned that, like, Ember is going to just absolutely rip through all of your supports.
See, position from the supports has to be vital. Their spell casting is a must for this success of the team fight. They'll get the jump. Pretty good ward place to the high ground, though. So IG Vitality, they are set up to defend this initial initiation. Global Sun's going to be used to help retreat. Maybe they actually want to go on forward as God King catches up TZY off guard. They're going to be able to kill it before the Doom usage. Now everyone else is in shambles. Urukyo has to use a defensive BKB. They'll punch him up to the air to continue to kite him. He'll get one kill, but that is all they will get on IGV.
That is really awkward, that fight. Like, Butterfly Effect had a Remnant set up at the other twin gates, so he gets initiated on, they pop everything, he Remnants out, and then he just can't join into the team fight, off of the back of the global. They're going to get Ukyo as well, he doesn't have BKB.
Ooh, they didn't see that ward placed on the cliff. Vision.
And, I mean, again, just to talk one more bit about Butterfly Effect, he went into that fight 50 gold short of his axe, and he just still decided to continue to go on in. He's going to try and yoink this one away.
They got Hara here. Let's see if they're going to be on the mark with their timing. They pinged him out. I think they know. Desire sees Hara now. It's a pretty decent timing with the blast. Now Ember's going to jump as well, instantly to the Remnant. Aged on the deck, but God King gets it.
Oh, he nearly kills Sakata as well. Just off the back of the Searing Chains, taking him down.
We are in store for a very wild close to this game 3.
Yeah, it's a little back and forth. It's a little messy, but you know what? Big Brain, they got a lot to play for. Keeping themselves in touching distance of that promotion slot. And IG Vitality, they want to stay away from relegation. A couple of extra bounty runes given over to the Ember. Surely BKB for Butterfly Effect. I know he's got the Kaya Sanj for the status resistance, which is going to be nice at being able to reduce that global silence duration, but I really just feel like you want to just be able to ignore this Timber Saw altogether. And speaking of CSJ, he's only 1,100 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter, and they don't have any Nullifier builders at this point.
Are you serious? They have a purge on the Doom. He just has the ability.
Oh, nice. I mean,
far out.
You can't hate that, right? Like, it is going to be... Like, he can use Greaves on himself and then even just purge a teammate as well, so that they can still spellcast in the middle of these fights. But yeah, as soon as that Axe is revealed on the Timber, 100% use it onto them.
I didn't even think about the Global Silence, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's such a cool pickup. I'm a really big fan of this.
Range is kind of tiny. That's the only downside. But I guess he's got Blink.
But you're mobile as well with Scorched Earth. He's got the movement speed talent. So I was thinking just to get rid of the Scepter on the Timber, but yeah, I mean that's a great call with the Global Silence as well. So I do think this game it gets a bit awkward. Ukyo does have Shard picked up, which is very big for him with his damage against the Morphling being pure now. So you got pure and magic against the high armor, but you kind of need Basher to be able to actually send you around. He had Skadi queued up and he just changes it for the Basher now. So still before that is completed, there is a big window where Gorking will be a threat in the fight because you can't just doom him. He's got a second life now. So you somehow have to get crafty, kill him the once, and then use doom the second time. And also,
Zakata also have... Oh, yeah.
It's just global.
Oh, so close. Please tell me he's going Lincolns. Just go BKB.
What is he?
I don't know. Honestly.
Ooh, this could have just got through. Oh, we're going to Hex now. So this could kind of change some things as well. Even though there's a 6,000 net worth lead on Dire, really feels like the momentum is heavily on Big Brain's side at the moment. Another tower's going to go down. Gold King's getting close to a BKB. One component, shortly a second if they get this tier 2 as well. So Big Brain...
Sakata's nearly got a Lincoln's as well, so you're going to be able to prevent yourself from getting ruptured. Again, it's that strategy, right? If there's many great rupture targets, then suddenly there's no good ones because someone's going to have a free fight, whether it be that Timbersaw or the Void Spirit.
It seems like they are going to have a lot of difficulty. But dealing with Big Brain with all the items they've picked up now. You know, we've seen IG Vitality had a huge net worth lead for a vast majority of this game, but now we're getting some huge items in Big Brain. They are not going to stop just yet.
No reason.
High ground, up they go. Minute 20 left. Oh, well, maybe now with the Tusk going down. TZY though. TZY. What is the damage? Timber Blow. That's a great chain for us. Ukyo steps in to find the trade. They won't have the Doom to turn it back around with the gaze. There we go. Global Silence is enough to be able to protect Gorking. The boys want to go in, but Gorking, he wants to go out. Was an opportunity to try and blow them up, but it's just helped retreat in the end, so they will lose the Tusker's life. That will be all she wrote for that engagement.
I mean, I understand going in deep. I mean, TZY was very, very deep in there, really just wanting to hold that Guardian Greaves for as long as possible to be able to counter out the Global Silence, but just effectively means that he gets off none of his own spells to be able to protect himself. And excuse me, it's a really good turnaround though with the Chain Frost. I mean, for that one, Ponyo just able to nullify the effectiveness of the Morphling going for the dive in. I suppose he only had a minute or so left on the Aegis, but we just see that the damage is there. And the big thing for mine is Ukyo just... I have so much value of having the Scepter and the Shard versus just one or the other. Like, they just synergize together so well together. Even when he's just farming, like, he's got basically a permanent 500 damage barrier for himself.
They're going to go for this? I'm thinking about it.
Ooh,
Test just got clipped.
Yeah.
I guess Blink was already used, so...
I'm still not a fan of this Lincoln's on Butterfly effect, though. What's it even accomplishing? You're not really getting morphed into a lot, are you?
I think who asked you morph? It seems like he, at least in the the early game he was. I don't know about mid game. I don't know about these fights now.
I guess maybe. Do you want Blood Rage? I don't know.
I think the chains could be annoying. I don't know. Maybe you're preemptive against the Hex that could be picked up. We shall see. He has a Scepter now queued up for Butterfly effect. Double Scepter.
Double Scepter.
Under
one for
as well. Be dangerous. There's the Global Silence. I'll start with that this time, and that's all they need. No way to purge it off. We've seen there's been a potential for them for the entirety of this game. I know. They haven't been able to execute that Global Silence to start. Finally, they do. So now there is a window of 70 seconds. Global will be back up by the time you respawn on Butterfly Effect as well. So there is not really like there is a window for IG Vitality to get usage out of that cooldown.
They still have to go back, though, which I'm a little surprised about. You know, Ember, he is a big portion of the damage, but he's going to Yule Scepter. Okay. I don't hate the Yule Scepter.
I prefer the BKB.
No, but you could use it on the Timber Saw as well, right? That's the thing. You could use it to be able to remove the reactive armor from the axe. So you don't need to rely entirely on the Doom.
True, double value. I was going to say it sets up for Radiant stuns, like Aether Remnant or Snowball Pass-Through.
Sure.
But that is very true, actually. It does also get rid of the Scepter on CSJ.
I'll take anything at this point.
That's true. Any Dispel. This is a crazy status of this game. Win probability in Big Brain's favor. They've gotten so much map control. Any gem? No gems. So you've pretty much all these wards giving them so much information, and we'll see if it's going to be a fast row spawn as well. It's really what we need to pay attention to, and the fact that Big Brain have the control of the map is going to be that much more easy for them to set up a fight around this Roche.
They're picking a bunch of different things, like maybe can we look to steal away the Wisdom Rune? Are we in a position to yoink it ourselves?
They smoked under ward. They didn't ping it, though, by the looks of it, so they seem unaware.
They're not going to take their own Wisdom Rune as well on IG Vitality. They're going to see the creep wave burning. So they might even back off preemptively.
They're split, though. They don't have God King here. He's been so vital to them.
I mean, they're just revealing everything about their position right now. This smoke really isn't going to accomplish anything except, you know, just barely getting outside of the base. They get rid of one Observer Ward, but, you know, Doom, smoke pops, nothing happens. Hara puts up the sticky bomb. They know they're in the river, and yeah, all they're just saying is, well, okay, we could look to play up around the top side of the map now. That's where Roche is set up. And Morphling, he's close to the Satanic. This isn't like the previous game where it was into a Medusa and you're not able to get any sort of lifesteal out. He pops that Satanic, he wave swarms through targets, he's basically back at full HP. Love the Nullifier build up too.
We still have to be so cautious with this Hex, though, on Hara. And he just got the Psychic Headband delivered, so that extra cast range, like that could be just the one item they need to change this game. Because you do not really have, unless it's like a blast off from the tree line, you really have no other way to be able to catch the Morphling before he's able to react. So I guess you got to pop Lincolns, which is a big issue, and Techies doesn't really have a way to do that, but no one does, to be honest. Like, who's going to pop Lincolns for Hara? It's such a quick timing that he can get the Hex off to follow up. So that is going to be a big concern for them.
This is something that you almost never see on a Timber Saw, but I really wouldn't hate to see him go like Ghost Scepter into an E-Blade, just because you are going up against this Bloodseeker that's wanting to right-click you all the time. He's going to get a ton of shield off the back of that, so you've got to prevent that from happening. And Techies is going into a minefield sign. Not that he knows it, but once you get ruptured, you just need to stand your ground and try and live for as long as possible. And you'd even eventually build it up into an E-Blade, right, just to buff up your own damage, so I wouldn't hate it. TCY, good positioning.
Great positioning. Would drop, but he doesn't have any vision of them. But that's a huge blood riot. Sees all three now. They'll split away. Left and right, they go.
Balls of steel.
He's still sticking around, though. Can he activate the two before they blow him up? He won't be able to, but he does have a buyback. Can always rejoin the boys, but he needs to decide now if he's going to come in.
Not a great
silence used early on. Is there follow-up? CSJ's going to jump towards the backline, but the split away. Ponyo's okay. There's the jump, but he doesn't get the doom.
He's dead.
Again, TZY gets blown up, and they'll just clean house. One by one, they jump for the supports. A dieback on TZY. Still yet to see the Doom for quite some time, and now it's Radiant with the net worth lead. We spoke about the momentum being in their favor, and it well and truly is now in this game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, what does Butterfly Effect do now? Like, he's got enough gold to be able to afford the Yule Scepter, but it really feels like buyback is the most important tool for him to have at this stage of the game. He's, excuse me, been lucky enough to pick up a shield rune to enable his survivability, but, I mean, they knew Roche was up. But they're like, you know what? Guaranteed 5v4 fight. No Doom available. We don't even need our Global Silence for this. Like, we are just feeling so confident with our ability to honestly take their entire base. trying to clear out these creep waves as quickly as possible. Will be able to do it. Other lanes are shoved in, but they should be able to get at least one lane of racks off the back of this. Backdoor protection probably not going to kick in fast enough.
Uko's going to follow, doesn't activate the BKB. The damage has been dealt too fast. Pop your BKBs or they will punish you. Big Brain, 80-second window without the Bloodseeker, who does not have a buyback.
Really feels like they were set up for success, wasn't it? And they just haven't taken it in both hands at all. And now Morphing's level 25. So he's got even more waveforms to use every 7.2 seconds. Of course, can use the Satanic at will just to be, again, this unbeatable raid boss. They're going to know at least that they're going into the Roche pit off the back of the wards and the mines. But what can you do about it with no Bloodseeker?
Nothing. It's going to die too fast before you even get set up.
I mean,
Second
this is optimistic. I mean, are they just looking to put themselves out in a position to maybe like put some wards up on this high ground, get them before they get inside your base? I'm not sure. Lane's being shoved out as much as possible. Wisdom Rune's still there inside of the next to the Dire Tormentor, and Butterfly Effect is level 24. So, you know, maybe getting him up to level 25, getting those extra Sleight of Fist charges. He's got the Enchanted Quiver to be able to play around with. He's gone damage on damage on damage. And what did he just... Oh, he bought a freaking BKB. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus.
But it might be too late. That's the thing. Like, you have completely thrown this lead. It might be too late now for you to go on into it. The damage has been dealt, it seems like.
Oh, that's a nice
Rupture
X.
onto the toss. That's just a freebie. Look at the numbers advantage out. TCY to jump. Lincoln's popped. Oh, great ape the Remnant. It's not going to be enough, though. And they still held the Doom. So TCY will have it for the second life. Lincoln's still not back up as well, but a defensive waveform enables God King to reposition, but he wants to go back in. Still no Doom to be used. And a BKB to retreat on Butterfly Effect. How do you defend the base now?
With great difficulty. You know, you've got it at least on Ukyo. That's the one that you can look to play around, but it's still 30 seconds on that Rupture cooldown. It's going to need to wait for a few more of these proximity mines to come up as well. Inhara, he's
run through the Ukyo. Jumps in, she's going to be eaten, but the damage is really starting to stack up. Ukyo, though, playing defensively. Respect the Chain Frost, and they will. Cicada sees an opening, dragged back Ponyo. Has he gone a bit too deep, though? Blasts off, holds him inside the base. Beautiful timing from Hara, avoiding the Manta dodge and a Butterfly Effect. Senses maybe a weakness. God King, can he stand strong? Gets a bash. There's the first waveform over the top. Is it enough? God King stays alive, and it looks for more as well. He's hesitant, though. TCY's back up in 10. Does not want to give them an opportunity, any little window. They will avoid through the potential comeback of IGV in this game.
In Rupture. That's the other thing as well. He had it. He had it up when he was trying to man fight against old mate Morphling. With how tanky he was, I mean, that Aghanim Shard was doing a lot to make sure that the Bloodseeker was just ripping through his HP, but the damage coming through from God King is just way too much at this point. Kind of similar to what I was talking about with the Ghost Scepter on CSJ. I mean, he's got the halberd at least, so that's going to provide him a little bit of the evasion to be able to stand and fight. He's also been able to finish up a Shiva's, so a little bit of armor for himself when he's just standing there and taking the damage. But, you know, going into a Butterfly next on this Morphling as well.
The Wisdom! He got him. And now he's going to die. I hope he has a buyback. Okay, he does. Well, that is huge that CSJ got the Wisdom, because he was at 25 is a massive damage increase for him with that second chakram.
A little low on mana. That's the only downside to potentially pushing up onto this high ground. But I mean, you take every opportunity when you know that there's no Bloodseeker, at least for a little bit of time. Will they be able to land the Doom is the key question. They have no remnants available on this Ember Spirit.
They have a smoke on Dire. You might need to wrap around. We've seen so far, at least the fights from them just running head first has not been the play. We've had a lot of difficulties with starting fights. You might need to get a little bit more creative.
Butterfly Effect legit needs to 1v5 these fights. And I think if he can afford to wait until he gets this Refresher Orb, it's going to be amazing. 1,300 gold away from it, though. Level 25, if you can get that Refresher for the full reset of the Fire Remnants, and you could use that to like blow up the Silencer at the start of these fights, get rid of a lot of their control. That could be enormous. I just want to see them funneling every single bit of net worth into this guy. No one is more important than Butterfly Effect right now. Poor TZY. PTSD from getting picked off. He doesn't even want to walk into the creep wave to use his Midas.
I must say, I hope a fight doesn't break out because he Butterfly Effect bought out the recipe and he has no buyback.
Yeah.
So I hope you get your gold quick.
100 gold. That's all he needs.
You can even sell the bottle.
I mean, there's a DD top.
Yeah, it's got a bounty, so should be enough now for him, and it will be. And it looks like, what's the call now for Big Brain? You know, do you just continue to play this one a little bit more passively? Of course, it's going to be a long wait though, with Roche Aegis would have now been claimed. So Roche is potentially up in 3 minutes. You want to try and brute force the higher ground for the last set of barracks.
I mean, you're 100 gold away from Scythe of Ice on Timbersaw. I think that's legit the only thing that you need to wait for. Maybe you give Desiree his refresher. I mean, he's 400 gold away from that. So, you know, you could afford to do either. They've got great vision set up. The thing is, though, like, what are IG Vitality going to be able to get into in the time? Doom, he's closing in on his own BKB, finally, for himself as well. So that he's just going to have those multiple dispels for when Silencer, of course, has the refresher for himself, right? He'll be able to Guardian Greaves one, he'll be able to BKB the other. But finally, with that Scythe of Ice, they want to get that quick jump before these BKBs come out.
They've got a DD as well into Cicada. Awkward jump, still with a tag. Oh my lord, where did... They have so much damage! Tag team, DD on Cicada. It's not just the Morphling now you got to be worried about. It's everyone else as well. All the other components really starting to come into play.
And once again, no buyback. He just bought that BKB.
Oh no. Oh no. Not a good game one. Decent game two on the Beastmaster. And then game three, not one he wants to remember.
Nope.
Onyo outside the base and might just be another freebie. Pretty quick reaction out of the Hex. We're actually going to use the Global. Let's now put on cooldown CSJ. Okay.
Does he have the mana for it?
Mana though.
He has just enough.
That's all you need. Just enough for the Global Silence. His only role. They're just going for the buildings. You need a defender. It's up against Mega shortly.
Refresher used. Global at the ready.
Zero defense. Doom up in 5. They'll catch the Tusk of the right side. That's a good target. Just get an easy kill. Look to retreat successfully, but they're going to be cautious now. Ukyo, a defensive BKB, but he has to turn. There's no other play. Stand strong and get the kills. They'll get the first one. Can they get the extra life still back? It's not going to be fast enough. Still, God King is in a tricky position. BKB's already been used as well. It's just a man fight. That's all it comes down to. Know who's got the farm to be able to come out on top. Finally, the Doom will come out. Last second, that's all they need. And Silence is caught inside the base as well. As IG Vitality strike back, and they might be able to get the full team wipe as well.
Cicada.
He'll look for the Bloodseeker. This could be a dieback. Ukyo gets a bash, tries to turn, and he crits. Won't even get a right click off. Does Ukyo will be okay. Butterfly Effect, you said he had to go huge, and he does that fight. A triple kill for the Ember. And this is 4 down with no buyback. Let's see how fast of a rush spawn it's going to be.
Just 18,000 casual damage coming through from that Bloodseeker. I mean, that's the power of the Aghanim Scepter against these really beefy heroes, right? That percentage coming through. It says Ember Spirit got 2.3k gold off of that. I counted. He got 4,000 off of that entire engagement. He started at 3.5, and he's been able to pick up that refresher for himself as well. So, man, this game just swinging back and forth constantly. I almost wonder, like, you probably want to get this this Aegis for free regardless, but what's up?
It's Roche is up. I didn't see the timer, but it's up.
Mm-hmm.
What went wrong in this fight? Let's take a look.
Tusk getting picked off is so huge. You know, he is that big counter towards a lot of the BKBs, right? Just having that Walrus Punch available. I mean, Timbersaw, I think we saw the effect of that Purge actually come out from the Doom, so he wasn't super tanky. That's what you want to have this reactive armor for. You'd want to just make sure that you are not in a position ever to make sure that you're getting dispelled. And look at that, he's going into a Lincoln Sphere for himself as well, just making sure that you're not able to just get that easy dispel off onto him.
And that's a defense where they only use one buyback, which is crazy. It's not like they committed too heavily, and they'll get Roche as well. So Ukyo should have ages to play with. They are coming out for Radiant. Get everything, get it quick, because they're coming. Although Cicada's not with the boys just yet. You gotta retreat as a team though. One person can't TP back, because now there's a numbers disadvantage. It's Global Suns.
Completed the TP.
Just helps them get the kill onto the Lich. Everyone else has not escaped. TZY. Punch. It's back up. Oh, no. TZY.
He's got buyback.
He's got buyback. Okay. We are okay. We are chill. Refresher Shard Cheese on the Doom. Ages.
Second Chakram.
On the Ukyo.
What is the buyback status this game? That's going to be the most important thing. Morphling's got his. I still think this is just on butterfly effect to potentially win the game. For IG, Vitality. Goddamn, that was close.
Oh, Hex. Ukyo straight away in with the bashes. It needs to be perfect, and it is. They do have to use a couple of buybacks, which really didn't have much value with them getting the kill onto the Morphling. Nonetheless, they will hold. And they'll be able to get outside the base. Butterfly effect gets the wisdom. So more than truly over that level 25. We're going the distance. We definitely are.
Double rupture charges as well, right? So now suddenly Void Spirit, Timbersaw, you're both targets that are very viable for Ukyo to be able to take over. I mean, he legit just has a constant shield onto himself. Like, he's got nearly 5,000 effective HP just off the back of being able to get last hits off. I mean, it of course has a cap of 50% more than his actual HP. So I wonder if he wants to go into a few more just stat items for himself. Swift Blink feels pretty important to him, but I wouldn't hate something like either Scardy. I really wouldn't hate Scardy this game, right? Against Timber, against the Morphling, feels pretty solid to me.
Ukyo, you are so split from the team.
He's got Aegis.
You got Aegis, but maybe they can tape it to the outpost.
They're not
maybe
starting.
They just leave him. If he dies, that's a dieback. He'll be dead for a super long time. Because he's going to be activated with the punch. He's going to try TPR. Can he make it? Oh.
Did they have TPs? No, they didn't. Doom and Lich don't have TP.
Doom used his. He cancelled it.
Well, Lich didn't have it.
And now they're just going to start with the global... I mean, Butterfly Effect can get in, get out.
I don't think you need to address Butterfly Effect. You need to end the freaking game. You know he doesn't have buyback. This is a huge part of what's causing your Timbersaw issues. And with him gone, just end it.
Him and the Morphling, like we've seen finally, he's actually been able to jump in the middle, and with all the shield you're saying, and just stand against the Morph with the constant bashes, with the Abyssal. Like, Morph needs to be able to right-click. If you can't do that, then we see he's been struggling. No Bloodseeker now means you are solely relying on TZY. He asked it. He's got Refresher Chart. He has not been getting good Doom Health at all, but he can make amends right here, right now. This has to be his fight.
Look at the mind setup in Vegas. God damn it. That's the minefield sign as well. So they're going to need to, like, just stay held in position as well. Ooh.
Jump over the top. TCY's ready. He wants the target. It's going to be the Morphling. Lincoln's popped, but they'll send him up in the sky. He'll get the Doom before he dies, but there will be no second Doom for this defense. All eyes on Butterfly Effect. What can the mid laner do to protect IG Vitality's base? And the damage, it's just not enough. They can stand strong against the face of it all. 4 down, just one buyback. They're even swarming deep into the fountain as G's are dropped, and Big Brain will take it. What a wild game 3.
What a wild game 3. I really, honestly, like, this might sound like cope, but I really feel like Butterfly Effect could have potentially come back and changed the end of that game. He had his buyback available, he had 2 remnants available, he had 2 Sleight of Fist charges available, and you still had like 3 seconds left on the Morphling Doom. Maybe you take him out with all of the damage, just commit absolutely everything onto him, get another remnant, use that to snowball it even further, but because he didn't, it was just way too much that they were fighting up against with those 2 lanes of super creeps pushing in, eventually the mega creeps as well. And Big Brain, I mean, it took a lot of effort to be able to get there, but they are 4-1 now.
3-1.
They are 3-1 now.
Don't give them the extra win. Come on. They don't deserve it just yet. Got to prove themselves, and while they did this series, and especially this game, this team looks really freaking good when God King has a good game. Like I think that's, it is always talked about a lot, like who's the shot caller, and when you get to the later stages, the carry often is. And we saw it was the same case in game one when Dusu just free farmed, and they just played around her. She shot called, they went wherever she was going, they went to every objectives, played behind her. It was the exact same thing in this game. Like there was a stage in the game where God King on the Morphling was just running at objectives. I think it was before second Roche, where they just completely took over the map. And this is something I just want to see them continue to prioritize. Just give God King a good game, because when he has a good game, his shot calling is incredible and they play really well around him. When he doesn't have a good game, we see they look a little bit lost in some of the early game movements.
They do. So I'm just looking back at, so it was like a 28-minute Aghanims on the Bloodseeker. So about
Why
half.
not doom him there?
I don't know. I don't know. There was a lot of questionable decisions for both sides, honestly, this game. You know, there's certainly a lot to work on for both of them. IG Vitality, I think they're going to watch this replay and just, they'll know where they ended up falling a little bit short. But, you know, even towards the very end of those games, like the Bloodseeker's Blood Mist was doing a crazy amount in terms of damage, in terms of survivability for him. It's just not enough. And God King, you got to give him the MVP.
100%. Exceptional game. It's just, put the team on the back. And honestly, this is what you expect out of him as well. Like, he is a masterclass of a position 1 player. And when you're in Division 2 and you have that experience, especially as a carry, you need to get the boys over the finish line in some games, and he's continuing to do that. So I'm very, very impressed with his performance. This is the Morphling we brought up as well before this game. Like we said, we've seen Ukyo had a great game 1. He won game 2 off the back of the Morphling. And then we said, like, game 3, all attention needs to be put on this hero. Like, it will be prioritized. They picked it up in the second phase. He played his own game. You know, even though the early game looked really, really rough for the boys on Big Brain, he farmed. That's all they needed. He got 6 slotted, and there was no turning from there.
There wasn't. Very unfortunate for IG Vitality. We both had faith in this draft overall, but just massive outposition moments, you know, no TP responses, not necessarily playing around, you know, your big cooldowns effectively enough. And some of the itemization, you know, that BKB came out far too late for Butterfly Effect in this game. And, well, the result is that they are going to be, I believe, 0-4 now at the end. Maybe even 0-5. I might be wrong.
0-4.
0-4. Okay, so not a great start. It really starts to put them in a bit of a difficult position here alongside Limit. I still have hope. The series against Supernova is going to be so vital for them, unless they've already played each other, have they? I don't know.
Sure, I'll check.
But towards the bottom end of that table, yeah, so that's the rough one, right? So, I mean, they're probably going to beat Limit. They're good enough to be able to do that, but you need more than that. You know, Supernova, they still need to play Limit as well. So that's the key thing, that they're probably going to be at least 2 wins on Supernova, probably 3. I still think they are good enough to be able to pick another one up here and there, but this is not what we were expecting coming out from IG Vitality.
No, and this has their confidence must be just completely shot. That is a game. That's a very difficult game to lose. I mean, unfortunately, they again had like a 10k, a little bit higher net worth lead early on as well, where that can be sometimes the issue with the Doom, is that you are very greedy. So they had that farm, somehow it just slipped out of their grasp. And now when you have this lead and you lose it, what's the confidence going to be like with the upcoming games? That is really the big thing in question for IG Vitality. So they're under a lot of threat of being relegated. And I mean, we saw some of these boys were relegated last tour as well. They fought their way back to be playing in the DPC for the final tour. We'll see if they're going to be able to stick around though. But that's not our last series of the night. We got Supernova versus Last Dark. It's going to be a very exciting series. We both think that Supernova are deserving of some more victories as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that IG Vitality, they'll be doom watching it, because, you know, if Supernova are able to get this win, then it puts them in a much rougher spot on IG Vitality to potentially stay in Division 2. So lots at stake, as always. Should be a short-ish break, though. We went the full distance before we get into the next series. As always, loved being able to cast with you, Lockie. Hope you have a good rest of the day, and we'll see you guys later.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region. We are continuing with the DPC action, and we've swapped out our other Australians, Aries and Danog, to bring in myself, Snare, and the man himself, the boss of the Bogans, F-Boy Fluke is here. What's happening, fam?
I'm having a good day, mate. You always be able to bring a smile to my face no matter what you say, no matter how you say it. I always enjoy the intros. They're always really good, and I think that one's definitely the new favourite now. But I'm excited. We get to see the Last Dark once again, see what they get to look like, and we get to see if Supernova are able to pull themselves out of the bottom of the standings right now and see if they can potentially get a series victory against one of the contenders.
Yeah, that's very true. Last Dark are 3-1 right now. Supernova have a 1-3 record to themselves. At this point, pretty much out of contention to get into Div 1, but maybe they can still hang on to staying into Div 2 after a couple of games. So let's see what they've got. They're playing on Radiant side with the first pick. Last Dark have Dire second pick. You know what I'm seeing here, Brother Fluke? I don't see a Morphling ban. I see both Dong and Erica in the same game. I am certain that we're going to have Morphling being involved in some capacity here.
Yeah, it feels like he can be very easily slotted into a lot of these drafts for a lot of these teams because of how they have been playing in the past. I would have been a little shocked if maybe it was a first overall pick, so that's where I feel like the second pick is probably going to be a little stronger in a lot of these drafts. Also, a big thing is Bat Riders left in the pool as well. I think that hero has become really, really strong. Once again, a little bit less so as a support with the recent nerfs, but I still think all in all that hero is absolutely nutty. So Supernova, they're just going to respond with the SD, which I think is pretty good into the Morphling as well as the Bat Rider. So kind of covers you on two stands and gives you a pretty good support hero to start this out. So I want to see what the Last Dark, if they go for like Silencer plus Bat, I think could be a good combination. It means that you're forcing the Shadow Demon into some of these purges to try and save his teammates.
Well, there's the first part of that combination coming out right now with this Bat Rider being available from the Last Dark. Shadow Demon, just as a hero, has been rising so much in his stocks overall. The hero is just so good right now. And I think one of the big things, you mentioned Silencer as a hero. Shadow Demon, one of the few supports that is not just happy to do it, but ecstatic to buy Lotus Orb every game. He's cool. Doesn't change up how he's supposed to play the game, really. So it makes life harder for Silencer. That might be why Last Dark shied away from him. But although they did shy away from Silencer, they still go Spirit Breaker. Doesn't Spirit Breaker also sometimes struggle versus SD?
Yeah, he can, especially because SD has a lot of good spells into the Spirit Breaker. You can obviously ball people when they get charged. You can ball the Spirit Breaker. You can purge him as well. So a lot of his damage and a lot of his initiation speed, it really gets rid of a lot of that stuff. And you've got a self-purge as well. So yeah, I don't know if it's like the greatest into Shadow Demon. I think he can definitely abuse some of those small timings that Shadow Demon doesn't have, but this does leave you open to a Morphling, right? And Morphling loves going into a Spirit Breaker. You know, you get the replicate, you're able to turn into him, put the bulldoze on yourself, and then turn back into regular Morphling, and you've got like, what, 70% status resist or something crazy like that? So it is a rough hero to be able to pick into this, but I think it just gives them a little bit more tempo across the map. And as you said, probably not wanting to pick the Silencer into the Shadow Demon, playing against a lot of those self-purges and stuff like that can be a little rough for you, but it would have saved you a little more against the Morphling.
I'm very surprised they didn't pick up an answer for the Morphling. Like, even if they'd gone something balls to the wall, go like some second pick PL, yes, you're going to risk Ember Spirit, and then you have to ban at second phase, but you're giving up Morphling. Honestly, like we spoke about this the other day, right? Or yesterday, that this is, I've become converted. I've learned the gospel. Morphling is the Lord and Savior of carry heroes in this patch right now. So they need to find an answer. PL banned. Anti-Mage, I'll be honest, hasn't seemed like the best response ever in the world. We sometimes see Nagas and Terror Blades, and more I've been feeling like Naga might be a better answer than the TB overall. What do you think they should do right now for the Lost Dogs to address the Water Boy?
Yeah, I think one of those two illusion heroes is probably the best place you want to go into. I think the Muerta is a good hero into the Morphling, but you need to have a lot of lockdown for him, right? So that's why I think the Spirit Breaker plus the Bat Rider is a really good combination, because the Flaming Lasso as well as Pierce the Veil is probably going to be enough damage for you to burst through the Morphling, who really doesn't like playing into a lot of this magic burst if he does get locked down. So I would probably be thinking along the lines of like TB Naga would be probably one of the better responses. I think TB is just a little more well-rounded than what the Naga are and has been as of late, but I think Naga in a vacuum against Morphling has felt a little better. So it's kind of the catch-22 between one of those two picks is what do they feel like is going to be better, the straight-up Morphling counter or the hero that's just generally better in the meta?
We'll see how they angle towards that deeper into this phase, as they have gone for some big old team fight, get some Tide Hunter into the mix. One of these heroes that can eat a lot of the right clicks from Morphling in the lane. So I guess that feels good too. And so far, not that many disables from Supernova. So you can just put this Tide Hunter up there. He'll soak up all these spells. We've been seeing more and more of him, but when the patch first dropped, we literally saw 0 Tide Hunters. What's changed, Fluke? Like in the last couple of weeks that people have been cottoning onto the watermelon.
I think he was relatively strong in some of the previous patches, but there were just better heroes we've seen in the offlane for a decent while. So we've been seeing a lot of Magnuses. We've been seeing just a lot of these offlane heroes that are much more focused on kind of scaling themselves. And now we're starting to fall a little bit back in towards those traditional offlaners, like your Beastmaster is really starting to go towards a lot of these aura builds again. Tide Hunter's coming back in, Underlord's coming back. We're seeing like Dooms and Axes and all these kind of heroes that were going towards a little bit more of the carry style of the offlanes, now going back towards more traditional offlaners. And I think Tide Hunter is just one of those heroes that's just been naturally good for a long time and is an insane aura builder that we'll probably see a decent amount of him coming back in with a few more of these team fight heroes coming back in the meta as well.
And I guess like we've been talking about illusion heroes for quite a bit, so it makes sense that as they re-emerge into the meta, Tide Hunter would come up as a way to deal with them. Last arc, my goodness, whoever's playing Spirit Breaker has drawn the short straw. Shadow Demon and Dark Willow in the enemy team. Not fun to have to deal with, not fun to play into. Does give them some damage on the side of Supernova. Still leaves them a little bit light in terms of the hard disable and catch department. Like you have what? Terrorize, Disruption, that's it?
Which are relative. I mean, the Terrorize is a lot harder to hit than what a Disruption is. So I would love to see them pick an offlaner that gives them a little bit more of that lockdown. Maybe they just go Doom themselves. It's a good way of dealing with the Tide Hunter because he can't crack control off the Doom. It also gives you just one of these heroes that can buy some more of these auras. You farm really fast as well with Hand of Midas going into some of these other items. Doesn't really have too many of the bad lanes. And can set you up to be playing around something along the lines of like maybe some of these illusion heroes yourself. So yeah, I think Doom is probably their best pick here for Supernova. Oh, actually, no, Doom's been banned, don't worry. I was going to say, with the Beastmaster ban, Doom is the next best pick for you, but they banned them out in the first phase, so disregard me. And they just go for basically the next offlaner down the rung, right? I think Underlord is going to be one of those heroes we're going to be seeing a lot more when one team takes Tide Hunter and Beastmaster and Doom are already taken out. I still think Mars is a little bit too far out of the meta. I think that hero is still completely terrible. So we're going to have to wait for a few buffs from the God of War before he comes back into the game.
There's like 4 or 5 players on planet Earth who don't give me an aneurysm if they play Mars. Sadly, none of those players are in this lobby right now, so I do not want to see that hero. They go for the Slark instead for Erica. So in bygone eras, if you were going to pick Underlord, you would ban Monkey King Ursa Slark. So Slark is going to be very good against them in the laning phase. You scale amazingly with free damage off his body pretty much forever. I'm looking at their spells right now. The only ground targeting spells they have available are Waveform, maybe Bramble Maze, and like Firestorm. Either way, Slark should be protected within Depth Shroud and or Shadow Dance. Dude, this feels like actually a pretty decent Slark game. We still lack a lot of disable on the side of Supernova, so if he can get past this earlier portion of the game where he can be killed off and then can just play the edges of the fight forever, this could be one of those games where he just doesn't die later on.
Yeah, Slark is definitely going to have a pretty good time here. I'm going to say something that's a little controversial, and don't freak out. I'm a massive Underlord player, and I think that Underlord actually wins the matchup versus Slark.
Ooh,
personally.
Hit me, I'm listening.
So the way that Pit of Malice works with the fact that, yes, you can Dark Pact it off when you first come through it, but if you're a Slark and you're going for this like Ags build, you're like pouncing quite a lot through a lot of these team fights, and if you're using Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud and all that kind of stuff, like you want to try and strategically use your Death Pact or your Dark Pact as much as possible. And sometimes you can kind of just get clipped by like a Pit of Malice, and the same thing with Firestorm, it being percent-based damage on the Slark kind of nullifies a lot of your healing and stuff like that. Yes, at the end of the day, he does take a lot of your stats, but I think your first 3 spells are insane versus the Slark, and you're able to constantly be able to put a lot of bodies into a Slark and try and get ganks on him across the map. So I still think it's really good into the Underlord, but I don't think it's as bad as like playing into like Ursa or Monkey King as an Underlord.
5 seconds remain.
That definitely makes sense, especially considering Slark takes longer to become a threat to you. So
He
ideally,
also
as
doesn't
Underlord,
like building BKB. Is another
Yeah,
big
that's
thing for Slark. He hates building BKB, whereas the other two don't mind building it, and that's like kind of one of the issues that he has versus Peter Malice.
well, we're at the end of the draft right now, looking for some mid heroes. Supernova come back in with the puck going into the mid lane here for Han. He had a pretty good puck performance one of the earlier games. Even though they lost that series, his puck was still pretty hot. In this game, it sets up for the Morphling, it gives them magic damage. It's more ground targeted spells for the Slark. And it's a way to kill Tidehunter with some additional magic damage. Okay, I don't hate this. I kind of like this Slark. What should they do now from Lost Dog to try and deal with this?
I'm just trying to think, what are the good natural puck counters? I think a lot of them have really kind of gone away. Magnus, Ember, as well as the Void Spirit are kind of the 3 mid laners that I like picking into a puck. They've got a lot of beefy bodies and a lot of heroes to catch, so maybe they might want to fall back for something along the lines of like a Queen of Pain that you can try and play around. Obviously, it's not the greatest of lanes for the quad, but you can still potentially win this lane. TA is floating around. Tiny is a hero that does really, really well into the puck.
Oh,
They go for a Brood Mama. Ooh.
Ooh, mid brood
Who's
mother
going
at
where?
that, my friend.
Oh, it's a
mid brood mother. Let's go. Yeah, boy. Man, every time I
Okay.
cross with you, we always learn some new stuff. There's always some new
Yeah.
hype emerging from China. So mid brood, we've seen this brood mother hero, I believe, twice in the region so far. Both of those times it went into the off lane and built like the harpoon option. What do you do from the mid lane as brood mother right now, Fluke? Have you seen this in any of your pubs? What do you think the rationale is?
I haven't seen it myself. I feel like you can probably just go like Echo Orchid, right? And then you can go like Harpoon into like a Bloodthorn, and maybe you go along the lines of like an AC and all that kind of stuff. Brood's a universal hero, baby. Like we've already seen what these universal heroes can do. You can kind of build whatever you want, and a lot of the time you're just gonna have enough damage. So yeah, I don't think Echo really needs to think all too far outside of the box. I think Manta Style, Echo Saber are basically a must. This game with the damage that they can do, maybe you can skirt around the Echo Saber just a little bit if you don't want to go into the Harpoon. But yeah, being a universal hero, you basically the world is your oyster. You can get like Manta Style is really sick this game to get out of a lot of the stuff. You're going to have an Orchid this game, which is going to be really good into the Morphling as well as the puck. I think this Broodmother is going to have an insane game. I don't see... The only way that I can see that Echo doesn't have a free game this time around is if they put the Underlord mid and they really kind of shut down that Broodmother early on and they put Puck in the offlane, and then that kind of really ruins a lot of their draft. But Echo's probably going to have a free first 5-6 minutes until they put the Underlord there to try and keep that tower alive.
Personally, I kind of hope that this doesn't happen, Fluke, because I've been enjoying a meta that doesn't involve Broodmother. So, Lost Dog, I hope you all lose. Nothing personal, but I cannot abide by any spider pickers in the game of Dota 2. But let's find out how their fortunes fare in Game 1. Supernova, they need this win. We're starting to get into not just territory of them being relegated, which is already on the cards, but morale is an issue. And there's still TI qualifiers right after Div 2. Well, technically after the major, but gonna make sure that team morale, team cohesion is as high as possible once we reach that all-important stage of the year.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you don't... I mean, at least they have one series win on the board, so that's kind of a positive for them. But you know, after this, if they go 1-4, then the rest of the tour really feels like, you know, you've only got 2 more series left to go. Your confidence is probably pretty down, and then going to those TI qualifiers, everything might be thrown up in the air. Something funny that I saw before we crossed in the game as well is Han was chat wheeling jungling the entire time. I feel that. I feel that in my soul. You get last pick brooded and you're a mid player and you're not playing a brood counter. You're like, I don't even want to be in lane, bro. I don't want to be here.
Underlord Shen is here in the mid lane. I'm sure right now he's being begged by Han, bro, please, dog. Bro, please, go mid. Come on, bro. I'll make it up to you. He's like, nah, fam, I don't want to deal with this nonsense. So they are going to fight around these bounties. They might force Slog to pounce level 1. He didn't actually dude, this is... So, you know, Dota 2 is one of these games where the smallest, minute individual decisions change everything. Supernova had no idea that Erica had already leveled up the Essence Shift. But they only realized it after he hit the Shadow Demon in Disruption. But had they realized it, we'd be looking at a dead slot right now.
Yeah, if they just, as you said, just realized that he didn't have access to that movement ability, he could have easily been surrounded by the 3 heroes that were there, and he would have got chased down too. So, a bit lucky there for Erica that he was able to get away and not get punished with the greed. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, if there's any heralds in chat right now, do not level until you need to. You can get away with it in lane, then walk up in the first creep wave and level your passive. But if you level early and you die because of it, it's your own fault.
Not going to get punished for it just yet, though. So Erica should still be able to get to his level 2, get access to his pounce, and not be too afraid of dying, even though there's a lot of harass in this lane. Like you were mentioning how early on, especially the Underlord doesn't suffer that much against the Slark. Slark does suffer against Shadow Demon, though, so it's not going to be fun for him, these first initial waves up on top.
Yeah, and especially because you got like double melee lane into an Underlord as well, so it is a little stinky from the last arc for them to have this early aggression. But I think the biggest thing for them is a lot of their other lanes are going to do really, really well. This Batrider Tidehunter lane seems to be doing pretty strong, especially with the amount of kill threat they're going to have with like Gush plus the chase down from Sticky Napalm as well as the Flame Break. So that's something that they have to be worried about in the other lanes for Supernova. So if they can't extremely punish this top side of the map, then things can really start to look dire for them going into the first 10 minutes of this game.
Starting to see a lot of harass potential between these two. And middle, starting to see Broodmother and Puck. Okay, I'm kind of glad about this. I'm glad that even though Broodmother is Brood, we still have had the changes where she only becomes the monster at level 6. So Puck should actually be able to play this lane. And so far, equivalents in the CS department. Top lane, we might actually lose the Underlord. He almost died here, Shen. Dropped down to 40 HP. But the disruption from Sheep ends up saving him. This is very good play coming in from the Lost Dog to apply all this pressure early on before we get more points into that Firestorm and the Atrophy Aura.
Yeah, if they'd only gotten a single bash, there would have been a kill there onto Chen. But as you said, like this is kind of the 1 weak part of Underlord is before you hit that level 3. You know, either when you want 2 levels in the Atrophy or 2 levels in the Firestorm, it is very hard for you to try and play your lane. But they haven't been punished just yet. Neither of these two teams have lost their lives. It is a bit of a back and forth trade when it comes to the CS. I think the biggest thing is the fact that Erica has 3 denies over the top of Chen, but he's really starting to get these last hits racking up now, and that's where the Underlord is going to be A-okay, especially getting like his phase boots, going into his Vanguard. It's going to be pretty tough to kill, especially tough to kill in this mid game.
Everyone's just being harassed to hell and back, and we're about to hit level 3 for the Underlord. How are things going bottom? You mentioned that the Tidehunter and the Batrider are doing quite decently, and so far that does seem to be the case. Shining equal in CS to the Morphling, not going to be bothered whatsoever in this lane. Has a Ring of Health coming out soon, so might even see Normalend decide to vacate this bottom part of the map, not needing to help out Shining anymore.
Yeah, it can make some early rotations here on the Batrider. I would like to see Normalend at least stay around to like maybe level 4, so you can get like 2 levels in the Firefly, maybe an early level in the Sticky Napalm, because you can make a quick rotation towards Echo, and Echo can force out like a lot of the movement abilities from Han and kind of just permanently chase down with the spin web. So if you're able to just make a rotation with like the Sticky Napalm plus a nice little flame break timing, then Echo can get a free kill on the Han, keep snowballing out of control. Nobody really wants to come to this part of the map either for Supernova.
Almost got First Blood in the jungle, doesn't find it. First Blood might happen top though, as Erica is under threat. Forced to jump away, has a lot of Shadow Poison stacking up on him. And is it going to be enough to kill him with this one connecting? Maybe. Slug so low. He is 180 HP. I think he's going to live though. He's fine. He lives. It's only level 2 on the Shadow Poison, not strong enough just yet to threaten his life.
Yeah, very, very close there to losing Erica's life, but has the wand, has the HP now to be able to get back to full and okay. They're actually making a rotation here with Chola, so they want to bring the Dark Ruler up towards top and try and get this first blood.
Yep.
Wise.
They also brought the Batrider on the other side. So there's 6 heroes in the top lane. Unfortunately though, Supernova found the initiation first, so the Lost Dog will have to suffer the first blood. But Erica wants some revenge, going on to Sheep. Nice little stick, popped by the Shadow Demon. He's gonna die, yes, but he sets up Shen to finish off the slog. Hashtag worth for Shadow Demon. phenomenal rotation from Shola. And because the Bat Rider also had to make the move here, it's not like they can punish Dong on this Morphling down on the bottom lane. He's going to farm for free versus the Tidehunter anyway.
Well, that's the thing with this, core-to-core matchup in the off lane and the safe lane for the last arc is Shining's not going to kill the Morphling, but the Morphling's also not going to kill him. So that means that this 2v2 lane really kind of dissolved extremely fast. And as you said, normal end making that rotation towards top, he doesn't get anything out of it. He just watches two of his team members die. And now he's sitting here at level 2 on a Bat Rider like, I don't really want to go anywhere. He can't even really make a rotation towards a puck in the mid lane because he has to worry about a Lucio plus Waning Rift. So it is hard for him to get a lot of work done.
His patience might pay off in the top lane though, as they are going to be able to bring down Shen. Shola might also be in danger. Bramble Mace has already been committed. Does have the Shadow Realm. And Erica, with only level 1 pounce, will not try to leverage that spell underneath the tower. Good move. The patience from normal end paying off. Ultimately, though, it doesn't come for free because they are still getting free farm. Well, actually, I say that, but Han's actually not farming that much mid. And bottom, Tidehunter and Shining drawing up enough that it's probably still okay for the last dog. So just a bonus, just a nice free kill for them.
Yeah, I think the big thing for them is their mid lane is always going to go this way. Broodmother just has insane base damage to be able to go up against, and she doesn't even have that many stats, and she already hits for almost 100, and then all it takes is for her to pop Insatiable Hunger, and she hits even harder.
Yep.
So now Brood's making rotation top.
First Dream Coil of the game, Han finds it onto 2 heroes, both Erica as well as YYYY. They've killed off the Spirit Breaker, but Erica manages to live 23 HP. They bring down both of the supports in the meantime, and Echoes has now made a movement, trying to isolate Han potentially. Does manage to jaunt himself away into the dire jungle, pick up a bounty on the way out. But nonetheless, they lose 2, they only pick up the Spirit Breaker, and by the skin of his teeth, the Slug doesn't get punished.
Yeah, I can't believe that Erica lived, right? That was nuts for him to be able to get out of that. That probably would have been a much worse rotation for the last arc if they did lose out on their Slug. But big rotation from Echoes. Usually you see a lot of Broodmothers not make that rotation early on, but I really like that he's getting himself involved in the game, being the strongest hero on the map right now. The thing is with Brood is until you start building up a lot of these babies, it is very hard for you to just take these towers early on. So
middle. Han getting charged into. Nice self-disruption from Sheep. I thought they were going to try and jump because normal end has been sticking around down in this mid lane, waiting to jump in, but no opportunity just yet. You mentioned earlier that Echoes is going to be building this Orchid. Once he gets it, do they just keep trying to chain kill the puck, or is Morphling a more viable target at that point?
I think you just try and chain kill anybody who comes close to you, right? Just try and make sure you get as many kills as possible with this Orchid and start running over the map.
They're actually invading Radiant Triangle right now. Shola gets brought down by YYYY as well as Echoes the Spider Army. And with Erica making a rotation, they might want more out of this. Pounce is at the ready. Erica throws it out. They find Sheep. Sheep will get thrown back with the Flame Break as well onto the high ground. And normally you might be like, ha, you fools. I'm on the high ground, but there's a Broodmother with her entire army, so it's not safe for you either.
It's not looking good right now for Supernova because the multiple rotations they've made towards the Broodmother has ended up in her getting 3 kills out of it. So she's been involved in 4 kills so far, and is really just starting to snowball towards this Orchid. So what, about another 1,000 gold away? Yeah, almost like another 1,000 gold away from being able to finish up the Orchid.
It's going to be very fast.
And once that Orchid is up, I feel like almost everybody is just going to be spider food. And that's the scary part. You can make rotations towards the Morphling. You can make rotations up onto the puck. I think the biggest thing for Echo is just try and make sure that he shuts down the 4, 5, and 3. Because if he's able to just constantly make sure that they're not to be able to be involved, it's going to be hard for Han to link up with people and actually get some kills that the puck needs. And then if the puck's not getting kills for them, then Morphling's going to run out of space, and it's kind of like a domino effect of him just murdering everybody else. That means that nobody else can have any fun on Nova either.
Morphling right now, Dong is under a little bit of threat. Why? Around him with Shining, but they are aware that he is a Morphling, so killing a Morph with only these 2 heroes, very unlikely. I will say, I like the fact that he's rushing the Lincoln Sphere. Certainly is the game for it. Versus this Orchid Rush, versus the Spirit Breaker. Very good, but unfortunately, he might still end up dead here. Eric, oh, he waveformed. He's dead. Shining doesn't actually have mana for the Ravage anymore. He has to pop the healing loaders to make it happen. Fiend's Gate will bring in reinforcements. Shining forced to pop the Ravage now, but they still found the priority target, killing off said Morphling. And Shen is like, well, I'm not doing anything here. Just take the gate back right quick. And that abandons Shola to his own devices. Fortunately for him, there's no Aghanim Scepter just yet, but Erica does have the ultimate. Goes into the Shadow Realm, buying space and time. Dark Pact almost kills off Shola, but he is still alive. So Erica, unable to kill a hero who's at 20 HP. Earlier on, he survived on the same margin, so all is balanced in the world right now, Fluke.
Yeah, that's the Dota gods getting one back for Erica surviving, as you said. So it is a big start here for the last arc. A lot of their strong heroes are really just being able to move around the map and play really fast. Shining's gone for a Meteor Hammer. I'm not sure if I'm super sold on the build. I like it. I like Meteor Hammer full stop. I think it's a great item. But I'm not sure about it this game. Especially if you can just get some of these early aura items. And unfortunately for Han, he just got found out. And that is the opener with the Orchid.
Yeah.
And I don't think it really matters what your Tidehunter builds if your mid-brood mother is doing what she's doing.
That's so frustrating right now for the puck. You have no counterplay option. You're going Witchblade, so charge Orchid is always going to be effective into you. The moment they see you on the map, why will kill you off. And now they're coming top to defend the tower. Muscle Supernova away from this push. So they still maintain control of all three of their tier 1s. The Slark is busy pushing out bottom. They can't farm their own triangle freely because Echoes is playing in this area. Feels like the Lost Ark are just putting the screws out onto Supernova. And it's going to be a while before they have the full replay options. So what's missing? When do they feel like they can actually go? I suppose you can't do anything until Dong at least has Linken's Yasha. Before that, it feels like they actually don't have firepower on Supernova side.
Yeah, it's basically you want Linken's and then like Mech plus Crimson, I think, for Chen as well, because you need to have the Crimson against the Broodmother so the babies don't just kind of run at your supports and kill them. But you also need to have the Mech as well to be able to give you that extra bit of EHP to try and get some of these turnaround kills, because Slark's really not at the point where he's super scary. Like, he's just going to have a Mage Slayer, so he's not kind of crazy. If you survive the initiation from the Bat Rider, you're okay. If you're able to live out on the Ravage as well, that means that you can kind of just get the rest of the fight going the way that you want to. So if they just have those small little survivability auras, I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot here for Nova, but it's about how much they lose before then.
Well, the question, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. They just lost Shola's life on bottom. Tier 2 towers on the cards as well, because the Brood is in the mix. And it's not like they're going to get much on the top lane. Shining might die here, but the commitment required to get him. If I'm Lost Dog, I'm like #worth. Dream Coil, 4 heroes being in the side of the map. And they still haven't gotten the tier 1 tower yet, whilst we're taking tier 2 worth. But maybe they try to defend right now with the Fiend's Gate. They're bringing in the entire crew. What can they do here? They know there's no Shining and there's no Ravage available, but they also don't have Dream Coil. They're jumping in, they find the Terrorize onto 2 with the Pit of Malice as well. Why? Will be very quickly killed off with the damage also coming in from the Bedlam. Okay, nicely done there by Supernova. And they did the smart thing. They left the Morphling alone in the top lane to siege the tower, so they get to play efficiently all across the map.
Yeah, I thought that was a little bit of a risky play. I was like, oh, I'm not quite sure if this is really going to work out for Supernova if they just walk in towards bottom. But it seems like the last arc were just not there and ready for it. It was a sick play with the Terrorize plus the Pit of Malice. Normal end.
Oh, super dead.
Didn't avoid the brambles.
He does avoid the brambles with the Firefly, but they have a lot. Waveform, Illusory Orb, Shadow Realm hits. There's no way you can escape that one, my friend.
Sheep dodged the final auto attacks from the babies with a smoke, but it seems like Echo's not going to let him get out for free. Okay, he will leave him be, but yeah, I mean, they're doing a good job at punishing the non-scary heroes coming in from the last arc. I think right now the only 2 real scary heroes are the Slark and the Spider Lady. So as long as they're not going directly into where Echoes is the entire time, I think this is the best place for them to try and fight for Supernova. Just want to make sure that they're not fighting on the webs, making sure that they're not fighting where Broodmother has a big army following her as well. And just try and get the pickoffs that you can and build to a point where your Morphling and Puck are not as scared in these team fights as they are currently.
Morphling did just pick up a Linken Sphere, so much more difficult to kill. But the Lost Ark despite all of this, they still feel like they want to fight somewhere. They're smoked up with the two supports. Normal end smoke will pop, so he knows that there's a hero right here. TP attempt from Han. Oh no, but he gets out. No lasso, no nether strike. The Orchid finds him, but man, 1 second later, he's 100% dead. Does manage to survive for now, but they still want something from the Lost Dog. Trying to chase after this Dong Morphling. They lasso him, but the Pit of Malice will be there from Shen. So they don't have a way to drag him out just yet. Nether Strike pushing Dong closer towards the Dire lineup, but he waveforms into this Bat Rider to kill him off. Shining finds a Ravage that only connects onto 2, however. It's still enough to confirm the kill on the Underlord. At the same time, Han jumped the back lines to finish off the Spirit Breaker. Now, how do they flee from this fight? Cheap. Getting the disruption out onto the Slock, but he's been slowed in by Shining. The pounce comes in from Erica, and the Shadow Demon will indeed die. Lots of deaths happening here in this Radiant jungle, but in the grand scheme of things, Fluke, who comes out on top?
I think you're probably a little more happier with that if you're Supernova, the fact that Dong's the one that's getting involved in a lot of these fights, right? The gold's relatively similar. It's just that mainly the EXP is kind of the issue, but there's a lot of experience that went into the hand of Han as well. So them surviving these fights is always big, but losing Han here could be rough. Ooh,
that's fine. He's got
timely haste rune.
Yeah. He's chilled. He was prepared for this. Gets himself out in the top lane, though. Might have some trouble being thrown in here onto these heroes. They missed the Meteor Hammer coming in from Shining. But both Dong and Slock a little bit too tanky for either team to go on. They just back themselves away. By the way, in retrospect, looking at this Meteor Hammer, normally I actually am a fairly big fan of Meteor Hammer on Tide, but you made a very salient point that you can do what you want if your Brood is having this game, but they don't even need this building damage, right? From the Meteor Hammer. You have Brood. So in retrospect, maybe a faster pipe could have helped them out because I haven't seen the Meteor Hammer pay dividends just yet for them.
Yeah. I think it's like one of those things where like you're playing Tidehunter and he had a really good game on Shining. He's still having a really good game, right? And when you normally have a really good game on some of these offlane heroes, there's like a small little deviation that you can make that gives you that little bit of extra oomph, right? Like if you were having a magnificent game on Chen, like you could see like maybe a Rod of Atos early or you know, something that's a little different from these straight up auras. Whereas with Tide, it's like, what do you really get? And I think maybe Meteor Hammer is just like that kind of interim item that gives you that little bit of extra farming prowess. It obviously gives you some pretty good stats, gives you some mana regen, gives you some health regen. So it's not that bad, but it's just now that you're not able to stick it the entire time, it doesn't feel that great.
Well, he's about to die though, so he's gonna have some time to think about what items come next. Very fortunately for the side of Supernova, but unfortunately for him, he died 100 gold shy of having a full pipe of insight. And they're taking the gate back middle with the entire crew. They want to make sure that nobody runs back by themselves to quickly get picked off by this Broodmother. I must say, Supernova, Fluke, these last few minutes, their map movements have looked pretty sharp, honestly.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of doing exactly as I said, right? Just staying away from Echo. They just need to make sure that any picks they get across the map are nowhere near Echo, because this can happen to them, right? They can get Orchided, they can get kind of ran at. She's got a DD rune right now, she's really scary, but they're doing a good job of just picking off Shining, who has been kind of just playing a lot of these side lanes, just trying to push them out with his Meteor Hammer in his hands. So they are doing a good job at punishing him from doing that and building to their own items. Like, Dong is getting close to a Mantisar. Mantisar Lincoln's, it's going to be very hard for them to catch him in these team fights. And if he's able to just freely run around, maybe he gets a lot of these kills on the back lines, killing a bat, maybe even killing like this Lark if he gets caught out by like a Terrorize or a Pit of Malice route. So they're getting to the point now where I think Supernova has really weathered a lot of the bad storm, where it's like this early game where Brood has this like 10-minute Orchid and everyone's like kind of shitting their pants for like the first 10, 11 minutes of this game because nobody can go anywhere. But they've done a really good job at just stabilizing the rest of their map and getting into a good spot mentally as well as physically in the map too.
When they eventually get to this Aghanim Scepter, it's such a huge pickup for them. They do murder this young Mareska in the mid lane. Very easy kill. Sadly, it's not going to lead into a tier 2 tower. There's no tier 2 to claim down bottom. There is Roche to potentially play around, and maybe a kill onto Shen. And they know he's here. They find him. They have more than enough stuns to kill him, so he's not even going to bother with any plays. Will just be killed off quite quickly. That's the kind of stuff they need from the Lost Ark, but they also need to make sure they get some objectives off the back end of this.
Yeah, some tier 2s to claim. would be really nice right now, so they can get a little bit more of this control. They already do control quite a lot of the Radiant side, but I think they've lost a little bit of control when it comes to the top side of the map. I think that's where Dong has spent the majority of his time in the last couple of minutes. So if they can try and get a little bit of more of this tier 2 tower action happening, they can start to control that map. But they want Roche instead. So they've got Pipe now, and they can just kind of walk into Roche with Pipe and Ags.
Shouldn't take them too long to be able to claim at this point, and it doesn't seem like there's been any scouting from Supernova. So Big Man is gonna go down for free. Aegis, we give it to Erica or to Echoes? What do you think?
Probably Erica. Echoes has a BKB right now, and him being a broodmother, he naturally kind of wants to be second fiddle. He wants to kind of come in from the side and get some of these easier kills, whereas the Slark's gonna have to be the macho man and go in on the front lines.
6k gold lead now at 21 minutes. Morphling is still the most farmed hero on the map, despite the fact that they're finding so much success for their cause on Lost Ark. Puck and Underlord obviously struggling, but they'll get there eventually. Underlord getting a Heaven's Halberd fairly soon. That's going to lead into some difficulties for Slark and the Broodmother.
Yep. Underlord is one of those offlaners that can really just kind of be okay with any tempo of the game. He can play fast, he can play slow. So the way that Supernova have really just been able to drag out this game, like, they haven't lost a tower in what feels like maybe like 5 or 6 minutes, which is like a pretty long period when it feels like that you're pretty far behind to not lose any hardcore structures. Yeah, they may have lost parts of the map, but they were able to gain parts back. And it just seems now that they've done a really good job at just stabilizing and building into a lot of their own items. They've got some Blink Daggers, they've got Manta Style that's at the ready now for Dong, they're getting close to a Halberd, like, got a lot of answers coming up, but can they answer the 7k gold deficit that they're going into right now and an Aegis? That's the big question.
We have an Aegis Ravage, we have Blink Lasso. Lots of good stuff happening for the Lost Ark. They really want this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Shen will do his best to defend it, and it's Underlord, so that defense is fairly effective. And also Han is doing the right thing, cutting these waves up on top. So they're spending a lot of time posted up in front of these towers, unable to dish out the damage. As I say that though, Fluke, here we go. That's why we needed the Meteor Hammer to put in this damage. But Erica, tired of all of this, he just wants to fight. Jumping in, looking for some targets. They get another strike back onto this Underlord. He's still alive, however. Disrupted to save him for the moment. Shining gets off a Ravage, but it feels like it connects onto nothing. It doesn't matter though, because they still aren't able to kill off this Dark Willow. But the Dream Coil with Pit of Malice and the Demonic Purge back onto Shining. They kill off the Tidehunter. Erica was almost under threat there, but he did manage to escape. The fight's not over yet though, as Dong steals away the Spirit Breaker form, charges onto normal end, and finishes off the Spat Rider. Massive fight for Supernova. They defend the tier 2 tower. Dong gets a kill. And this game is starting to feel like it's not really a 6 or 7k gold lead. Fluke, you said it the other day, gold leads in 733D are incredibly deceptive.
Yeah, it really did feel like that the gold meant nothing. And to be fair, that's probably the worst person on the enemy team that could have gone. Like, them going on to Chen is not very smart for them to be able to do that. Oh no, Shoulder.
No. Oh no.
Ah, he didn't win the fight. Ah, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. But is what it is. Sometimes you just being a position 5, that's going to be the price that you will pay, is you'll die to a Tormentor at least once a game. But them going onto Chen, I think he just got his Halberd too in that fight. I think he just had it delivered to him. So he was in his most tankiest kind of position, and then there was always Sheep in the background, just being able to disrupt him. And I agree with what you said in that team fight. I'm pretty sure Ravage only hit on T'Challa, and that's why he was the only one that died. I think Dong Waveform dodged it, and I think Chen was inside a disruption.
Last time around they did go on to Shen, but this time they don't just go on to him, but they drag him very far from his team first, and then they kill him off. Erica was hoping to try kill Sheep on the high ground, but with a disruption blink, he's able to keep alive. Lost Dog still feel very strong. They're still carrying this Aegis. We still have an incredibly farmed Broodmother. So they want to try and leverage that strength to get more than just a tier 2. Tier 3 tower is very low indeed. Shining, dropping the meme hammer on it. The adaptive strike comes too late to interrupt it. They do have to retreat now because Shen is about to respawn. But the next time they come to do this, they'll have an opening through a tier 3 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's where the Meteor Hammer really starts to come into its own, being able to just get that chip going. You throw it out every 30, 40 seconds, something like that. 24 seconds. And that means that you're just able to chip away at the buildings because that has been changed much more from a setup, a stun into another Meteor Hammer into actually what it was designed to do and be a tower killer. So there's a lot of work for them so far, and they're at a critical point here on the last arc where they've got a few more items that are starting to come up, but with the Aegis starting to peter away, they need to make sure that they don't get caught as they fall away from the Radiant side of the map. Echo?
We're actually charging top directly onto this Shola Dark Willow. Shola will end up dead. Tried to stay alive with the Shadow Realm, but it's not going to be good enough. Dong and the crew, though, gathered in the area, thinking about making the jump, but honestly, with Dong literally like 100-something gold from Ags, bro, finish the Aghanim Scepter, it's fine. They might not have that chance though, because a fight might be on still. Shen getting charged into. He's being stuck on by the slog. Erica really wants this Underlord right now. Nether Strike's already been expended, and Shen is just so tanky with this Crimson God Halberd. He's still alive for now. They get a Ravage. This time it does connect onto 3 from Shining. Nobody's dead just yet though. Pit of Malice dropped down with the Dream Coil now coming out as well. Dong trying to do the damage necessary, and he manages to kill off Echoes with the help of this Underlord. Beautiful Terrorize on the 3. Sending back Erica, Shining, and why. This Spirit Breaker gonna be the first one brought down. The waveform of Dong giving them the necessary damage, and now they want to chase Normal End. Shining blinks in front of him to interrupt the Morphling chase, but they should still find him. At the same time, Erica finds the backlines, eliminates Shola from the team fight. Normal End finally takes a tumble now, but we're playing all the way by the Tormentor, and this fight started at the Secret Shop. Shining probably knows he won't die here. Between himself and Erica, they are a bit too tanky. Erica, jump back. Doesn't find the puck though. The pounce does latch, but still gets out with the phase shift. A long, drawn-out engagement at the very end there. Supernova. It becomes a 3-for-3, yes, but you got a Broodmother out of the deal here.
Yeah, I mean, Dong is now at the point where he is probably the scariest hero on the map. I don't think that Echo feels all too crazy strong with how this game has been going. But you can just tell that Erica knows that he can't have the straight up 1v1 into the Morphling just yet. And the way that he has to play these fights, he has to play kind of on the edges. He needs to make sure that he tries to get some of these kills as people start to set their attention in other places. But again, it's like, it's so hard for them to just get this instant free kill on the Chen. If he's able to survive and just walk his way back towards his team, he gets a Pit of Malice down, gets a Firestorm rolling, like, it is hard for them to kill this Underlord. And this is why he's one of those heroes that I feel like as you scale deeper and deeper, he's one of the best offlaners to have in these late game scenarios just because of the way that Atrophy Aura scales and the fact that it's percent based against a lot of these heroes that have a lot of the base damage. It's like we don't really see Slarks building things like Daedalus and all that kind of stuff. And same thing with the Broodmother, who's a universal hero, so she relies quite heavily on her own stats. And with your base damage getting taken away, it is very, very hard for you to get these fights going when everybody's HP starts to increase the later the game goes.
Oh my god, Shen is such a god, dude. Not only has he been helping out with his itemization and his hero just being a natural, that Pit of Malice interrupts the charge in from Spirit Breaker and makes sure Bat Rider doesn't get there. Shining made a very aggressive blink. He does have Ravage at the ready, but doesn't want to pop it just yet. Supernova. They smoke up. They're not going to retreat from this area, Fluke. They're going to take the challenge. They just want to find a proper inroad into the fight. Puck trying to scout things out with the Illusion Orb. Waiting for the blink initiation. Shining gets scouted. Going to have to flee away right quick. Now the first move for the game. We see the charge onto Shola. Does get off the Shadow Realm though. Pit of Malice is going to be there as well. Waveform through by this Morphling. They really want to fight on the back end of the fight, but they didn't have enough damage to get these kills. So Erica, he's now trying to zone them back. Nova, find a charge onto the Bat Rider. Shining finally lets off the Ravage. It hits the puck, hits the rest of Supernova, and enables them to kill the Fairy Dragon. Shen now completely isolated. Dong trying to buy him space with the charge through onto multiple heroes, but it's not going to be enough. He ends up dead. Now Morphling needs to escape somehow. Does have the charge, so he uses it to get to the other side of the map. And at the same time, we did have Shola fleeing the engagement. But Last Dark, they get the victory. They find themselves in a good position. Is it now time to go through the twin gate and siege Roshan here, Fluke?
Yeah, I'm surprised that Normaland hasn't just gone in to have a triple check to see where Roche is, but they will be
Oh,
privy
daytime.
to that information.
Is under attack.
They're just waiting for him to make the meander bottom. But, I mean, team fight went really well because Echoes lived, right? As long as Echoes is alive in these fights, then it means that the last Dark are going to have a good time. So, another Aegis, another Cheese. These next couple of fights are going to be very hard for Supernova to win into that.
What a fight. Roshan with an Aegis and a Cheese now going in the direction of the Last Dark. Echoes really getting to a crazy point in this game as his Broodmother. This hero has just been phenomenal. What is she building into right now? Lincoln Sphere. It's not that far away. It should actually be arriving pretty much now. Like a couple of creep camps. And you'll have full Lincolns. So that makes her much harder to kill. Disruption doesn't work on her. Makes Han's game more difficult because how does a puck play into a BKB Lincoln's Broodmother?
Yeah. It also means that it kind of stops him from Dong just going in and getting the morph onto him as well. So can save his stats going into these last couple of fights. So we'll have to wait and see what Dong does now, because I think in the last couple of fights he's basically just been turning into Y anyways. So, I mean, the Lincoln Sphere will stop Curse Ground and Disruption, I guess, but there still is a few things you have to be careful with. I would love to see Echo go like along the lines of maybe something along the lines of like a Hex or like an Assault Cuirass or just a big damage item right now. Even just a Harpoon to kind of couple in with Erica's one as well. Just allows him to be overwhelming physical damage. Because right now he does a lot of damage, but it does take him a little bit of time and a lot of his BKB to get through some of these heroes. And if he has just that overwhelming physical damage, it also enables the Slark in these fights too, because they are still struggling to kill Chen. I think that's a big thing is Chen lasts such a long time in these fights that if he gets to the point where he's going to go for a pipe, I would have loved to have seen a Guardian Greaves this game from him. I guess he doesn't have the luxury of having all that net worth, but I think if he had Guardian Greaves this game, this would be very hard for them to lose a team fight.
Poor Han has been scouted out by an Observer Ward. How slippery is he here? Okay, nice maneuvers being made, but sadly, there's too much disable, too many ways to interrupt the TP attempt. And he will end up dead. Killing spree for our Tidehunter. No big spells committed outside of last two to make that happen either. So, oh boy, this game is just feeling super tough. And earlier on, we were talking about a deceptive gold lead at 7k. This 13 one, it's no longer deceptive because Dong is the only actual hero on the side of Supernova who threatens the Lost Dark lineup. Like you mentioned that Shen takes a long time to kill, but his danger and value proposition is keeping the fight long enough for Dong to mop up afterwards. The fact that things are going so rough for everybody else is a bit of a problem for this Morphling. Waterboy is a hard carry, but is he this hard, Fluke?
Well, he's got a butterfly now, so maybe he can start to carry a little harder in these fights. Doesn't have to worry about a halberd just yet. No, it looks like there's no halberd coming out for Last Dark, so doesn't have to worry about that. Does have to be very, very careful at the rest of his team dying, which is one of the issues that this Morphling can run into right now, that Dong may not have enough time in these team fights to kill everybody, and his teammates might not be able to survive enough to deal enough damage for him to mop up some of these kills. So Chen staying alive as long as he can is going to be important for them, but they need to make sure that the Shadow Demon as well as Chola can try and get at least one round of their spells out to enable Dong in these fights.
They're smoking out right now. Supernova, they want to protect the Tormentor. Pit of Malice dropped down onto Slark with the Terrorize as well. Do they have what it takes to kill him? They just finished off the Tormentor though. Shen gets the shard and Erica jumps back in. He has this Aegis, so he feels like he's protected. They will get off the Demonic Purge. Shining finds a Ravage on the 3. They kill off Shola first. Shen is going to get hexed right now. Meteor Hammer dropping on top of his face, but he makes it through the Twin Gate. At the same time, Han dropped the Dream Coil back onto several heroes, giving space for Dong to also escape back into the base. Dong waveforms onto normal end, killing off this Batrider. And now he steals the Slog form, so we've gotten some bonus attack speed out of him. Can he find the pounce? It's going to be ready again in just a moment. He lashes out onto Shining. Erica's like, Sauce, buddy, not much I can do for you here, fam. He does have the cheese. We'll be able to snack on it. That puts him back into a fighting position. Echo's also running interference here from the right-hand side. and also being able to get out. Free pathing, broken ability. Broodmother leverages it to escape this fight. And it's a 2-for-0, or 2-for-1. It was a buyback from Shola to make that one happen.
Okay, so we can see what happens when Dong is untouched in these fights, right? Like, he is scary. Like, he is a very, very scary hero. But the question is, can everybody else live? Now into the back they go.
There was a waveform moment. He actually pounces onto Echoes. Echoes is in trouble, forced to pop BKB and try and run away from this fight. Shining as well, tanking quite a lot of damage from these Morphling illusions. Dong starting to show that he's no one to be messed with right now. The Last Dog won't be able to find a fight off the back of this. And if these instances keep happening and these fights keep being survived, this Morphling, you really start to become a massive problem. Once you have this BKB and you have no fear of jumping into the fight, how do they deal with him at that point?
Yeah, that's the question, and I think the biggest thing for me is just haven't seen Han be able to hit a good Dream Coil to shit. Like, if there's a lot of these fights where Han's able to hit like 2 or 3 heroes and then it just couples up with Dong to be able to do the damage, then Supernova have a real avenue of getting this game under their belt. But they are behind, and they're the ones that need to play really, really well. If they get caught out a couple of times here, things can start to get dicey, but everything is in the Morphling basket right now, and the Last Arc definitely don't feel like they are extremely safe in this game number 1 at closing it out. Usually when you're like 14k ahead at 36 minutes into the game, you're probably feeling pretty good about being able to close out this game, but they also need to make sure that they don't make too many mistakes, because a kill on Erica, a kill on Echo, I mean, that could mean that Dong goes like maybe 1.5 an extra item ahead of some of these other cores, and then he becomes unkillable.
Dong's Morphling illusions will take the tier 1 middle. At the same time, Shola getting dragged back in by Normaland. Very easy kill. Man, Shola has just drawn the short straw this entire game. Really been struggling. 0 and 10 right now on the Maresca. I don't know where you want to be. And honestly, one of the big things for me is that the fact that this Dark Willow and even the Shadow Demon to a lesser extent have had such rough games has meant that the Spirit Breaker has been much more free than I think he has any license to be in this game.
Yeah, the Dark Willow is like a lot of their control and team fight as well, which is the main reason why that you're seeing her getting lassoed constantly, just because it means that Slark can freely run around. Like, because if you're trying to be like a Slark and a Broodmother, 2 heroes that love having like free movement in a fight, if you're going into like Pit of Malice plus Bramble Maze, like you have to be so mindful about where you're thinking and where you're leaping around that it can just mean that these team fights are just a little too hard to try and navigate. So getting rid of the Dark Willow at any kind of cost is exactly what they need here to play into Supernova. But again, they still need to make sure that they kill Morphling at some point. If they let him continue to ball out of control, all it takes is like 1 good Pit of Malice, 1 good Dream Coil, and this Slark and his Broodmother can't stand up to a Morphling.
Broodmother does have a Hex now. You were calling for it earlier on, so she has it. So that means that there's 2 in the lineup. Between herself and Shining, they've got a ton of additional disable now. They might want to reveal this somewhere. Morphling, he just waveformed forward. So he's actually in a bit of a dangerous position. Does still have the Linkins to help protect. And Last Dog, they don't want to take the bait. Han is not here for this fight, though. He needs to avail himself ASAP. What do you think the prospects are? So many times in our careers, Fluke, we've seen here around this area, Radiant Twin Gate, game-changing fights. This might be one of them, as the Last Dog have also smoked up, trying to find a way in. Erica, he's going to scout the Morphling. They have the vision of the Water Boy. The Pit of Malice, though, is going to be there. And Dawn gets off the BKB. Shadow Dance also emerged from Erica, though. The fear is going to be there on top of him. They don't have the additional control. Dong, though, finds the pounce, which lashes onto Erica. He's forced to have to use the Depth Shroud as well to keep himself alive here. At the same time, down bottom, we see a fight happening onto the Shadow Demon. Sheep and Shola have both ended up dead. Why? Charging in onto Shen right now, who doesn't have a Crimson Guard, doesn't have a life, and is just gonna get brought down. Their failure to kill Erica starting to bite them in the ass here. Shining, he's way too tanky. He's gonna drop the Ravage. It does not stun Dong as he barely makes it into the base. But the fact that they could hold on to Ravage until this part of the fight and still win so decisively, this is a problem, Fluke. This is a big problem for Supernova.
That was so scrappy for both of these two teams. Like, it just felt like that nobody really had a good idea about how they wanted to go about that fight. Dong did a really good job of just forcing everything out of the Slark, but with no Han, like, anywhere near that fight, it was too hard for them to keep the disable that they needed to, right? And sometimes when your backs are against the wall, you have one player who is but pushing the map, and things kind of arise where you need to kind of instantly respond. And unfortunately, that time around, things happened a little bit too quick for Supernova, and they didn't have all of their puzzle pieces in the right order. And they just weren't able to get the kills. And when you're playing Shadow Demon as well as Dark Blue in a game like this, where you're like 90k behind, you're just going to be food to the Slark and the Broodmother, which is just kind of the natural way of things. So if these fights are not coordinated and straight up, then it is definitely going to be a fight that we're going to see the Broodmother and the Slark get themselves these two support kills, and most likely nothing else.
Erica, if Han was there, probably did. He's not. Han's still struggling in this game. I'm gonna see him smoke up with his crew though. This time somebody in the team has sounded the alarm. We only play as 5 boys. Let's see what they can find here. They're actually
they're
gonna
pitting
drop
down.
a Fiend's Gate right next to where the Roshan pit is. So they're gonna take an interesting path here. Shining and Erica, they're on the forward line here. Erica, he pounces forward. He doesn't have an Aegis right now, so he needs to be careful here. Does go into the Shadow Dance, looking towards bringing down this Dark Willow. They're going on to Echo as well. Look at Dong, focusing the Spider. And with the Dream Coil and right clicks, they do manage to kill her off. She does buy back, however. Why? Trying to help Normal End during the lasso, but there's too much damage coming from these heroes. Shining does drop a pretty good Ravage, but nobody's dead just yet. And look at Dong, just going ham in this fight. Stolen charge going onto the Tidehunter. They can't finish him off just yet, though, because he does have the cheese. Erica also starting to run a little bit out of damage. Bit of Malice directly onto Echoes. The Blue doesn't have BKB. She's gonna die back here, Fluke.
Oh.
She's gone. No buyback for the Broodmother. No Batrider being alive. And Roshan just respawned, baby. What's up, big man? What's happening? A cheese and an Aegis hang in the wings. Lost Dog have to stop this, Fluke. They can't let this go for free.
Yeah, they want to get in. They know that Roche is going to take a little while to lose his life.
They're Shining with the 3-hero Ravage. They set up the kill onto Shen. Immediately killed off. She follows him into the grave. Both of them buy back, however, as Han found a 3-hero Dream Coil, but they need more follow-up here. Shola finally back into the mix. Han is solo zoning back the Spirit Breaker and about to kill him off by himself. At the same time, Shining left behind inside the Pit of Malice to be killed off, and the Slark gets pounced on by Dong on the right-hand side of the Roshan pit. Erica dies. They don't bring down the Morphling, and the Roshan is still available.
Dong God. He played probably one of the most like picture perfect Morphling team fights I've ever seen. And now they're gonna get another kill on a normal end.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this game has cracked wide open. This is crazy to watch. If anybody wants to know what kind of team fight prioritization looks like for a position 1 player, just watch Dong. Watch the way that he moves around these team fights, and he positions himself in such a way that he's able to get the maximum amount of damage. He doesn't put all the emphasis on getting these kills. Like, he didn't spend too much of his time trying to get the kill on Erica, because he knew that all he had to do was force Erica to reset once or twice. And that's what he did. And then he just took over this team fight. And this game, now that it's 2K going the way of Supernova, could potentially be theirs too.
Dong Morphling, baby. I mean, I know I've been talking this guy up every game we've done together, but we get to see an example of why he's so hyped and so renowned. Why? Well, we'll get killed off here. I'm not so sure if this was a great idea, because that's a dieback, Fluke. So yeah, that might lead to more than what you gain from just killing off a Dark Willow. She buys back instead, and this might just be the game here. Tidehunter jumps in, does have tendies of the deep, finds 2 heroes, but they can't finish them off just yet. Dong, having still access to the Spirit Breaker form, charged in onto the Tidehunter, killing off Shining. He does buy back, but we're still waiting 20 seconds for the lasso. Normal End, finding the lasso out onto this Morphling. Shining, no Ravage available. Normal End will die. Slark, at the very least, able to kill off this Puck, but she does have buyback. Dong, in the meantime, almost dead. Disruption saves him, and that's still his first life, Fluke. Finally takes a tumble. The Ancient has been exposed though, and they're doing as much damage as they can. Dong, he's back right now. Shining does find the 2-hero Ravage. BKB, up now by Dong. He waveforms to the other side. He wants to end this game, and he's gonna do it. Dream Coil gave him the opportunity to finish off the right clicks. They destroy the Ancients, and Supernova secure game number 1 in a thriller of a comeback.
Oh, what a sick game from Supernova. That was the Dong show. That was him coming out and saying, I'm playing Morphling, I'm 1v5ing, and it's what I talked about in the mid game. It felt like that they were getting to the point where this Morphling was going to be too much of an issue for them. They didn't really have good ways of killing him in these fights. Slark doesn't really want to try and stand there and trade with him, especially when he has this butterfly, and now he's going to go towards the Silver Edge. So, I mean, that was a performance and a half there from Supernova, and being able to take a game off of a team like the Last Ark, who are starting to knock on the door of top 3, really looks like that Supernova, when they hit their stride, when they get towards their peak, that's when they look really, really good. One caveat I will say is the rest of Supernova really did disappoint me, but they did a good job at really being able to enable Dong in this game. But I am very fearful of the next couple of games of what it's going to look like if Dong doesn't have something like a Morphling, where he is kind of this 1v5 hero that they can kind of put a lot of emphasis behind. And we saw the first, 20, 30 minutes of that game was all the Last Ark, and they were only really able to come back off the back of, I would say, a pretty poorly done team fight from the side of the Last Ark. They got kited around pretty hardcore and weren't able to commit onto any of these kills. So, yeah, I mean, all props to Supernova for getting that win. And it's a little unfortunate that the Last Ark weren't able to convert on such a great start with the heroes that they had.
Had a phenomenal start, right? Everything was going incredibly for them. There was a point in this game, like 20-something minutes in, where they still had all 3 of their tier 1 towers. That should not be happening in a normal game of Dota. Everything was going swimmingly. They were pushing for fun, not losing any fights. Broodmother wasn't dying. But the air of inevitability, the Water Boy will eventually be able to carry. Man, what a hero, honestly. If there's any... Let's think. I think how many heroes could have done this, right? What the Morphling did here. PL maybe like...
TB.
Maybe TB. Maybe like some overcharged Uber farm Bloodseeker. That's pretty much about it, right? For the most part. It kind of... And even then, I'm still skeptical if they could do it to the same degree as what this Morphling was able to pull out. What a player Dong is. Great itemization out of him. Understanding where he needs to be in the fight. But I think that's what you said the most, that his understanding of who to target, his target prioritization it's tier 1. Dong, my friend, you're not going to be spending too much time in Div 2, because even if Supernova doesn't get out, I have a feeling in 2024, we're going to see this guy on a Div 1 team in China. Let's give him the MVP. There's nobody else in this game. Come on.
Question.
Let's not even play this game right now. Morphling, what a guy, what a lad.
Yeah, I mean, he played extremely well. And also, having a look back at some of the stats for Mr. Echo, he only died 3 times. Mind you, one of those was 2 of those deaths were a dieback. So he was basically like 13-1 until we saw that last Roche fight. So that's a little disappointing for Echo. I definitely feel like that he would have loved to have gotten himself a dub this time around. But I think that just goes to show that when you're playing these strong heroes of the patch right now, I think like Morphling, TB, PL have really been able to show us a lot of these comeback games in the current patch. So I think they're probably going to be getting a little bit more prioritization. And I'd imagine going into game number 2 that the Last Ark either are going to take Morphling themselves or never let Dong have it again.
Yep, that was Dong's last Morphling game of his entire career. I hope he had fun. Hope he enjoyed himself, but you're never getting the Water Boy again, buddy. Although, if they do, definitely going to be some entertaining games for us to all witness, as all of us are surprised by this 1-0 lead for Supernova. Let's see if they can make it 2, however, or if the Last Ark will dig deep and find that additional level of quality that they have to make this a 1-1 series and take us to a deciding Game 3. We find out what happens after a short break, so don't go anywhere. DPC action continues in just a few minutes. Welcome back, Dong and all, here to some Chinese Dota action. We are deep into the series now of Lost Ark versus the side of Supernova. And game one, what a comeback from the side of Supernova. On the back of the Dong Morphling, they made a game that was impossible. Honestly, a crazy victory at the very end. However, Fluke, game two, there's no more Dong Morphling. First phase banned by the Lost Ark. And honestly, this is the right call to make against this team.
5 seconds remaining.
100% need to make sure that their star player is not going to be comfortable on one of his best heroes. So we see what Supernova now want to try and go for. They are playing into Magnus plus a Sky Mage. We have already seen that the Last Ark are very, very good when it comes to their early game and comes to winning their lanes and playing very fast tempo, but they kind of just got beaten a little bit in the late game. So Supernova need to make sure that they understand how a lot of these other lanes are going to go. They open with an Alchemist. Okay. So this is another one of those heroes that is, I don't want to say on the 1v5 things are all looking extremely dire, I'm going to win the game kind of heroes, because I think that Alchemist can be kind of abused pretty hardcore, but is definitely one of those heroes that I think Dong can abuse and play really, really well in this game. He had a pretty good game on the Morphling. Obviously was able to win it, but if he has a good start like that on the Alchemist and they win out his lane, he can definitely do some damage.
I mean, we saw throughout this division as well as in Div 1, the damage that Alchemist was doing specifically in China, very special from the rest of the world. So if his Morphling performance is anything to go by, looking forward to seeing what he does on this hero. Still though, Alchemist, like you said, is not the same degree of carry as what we see from a Morphling, and you have to protect him a little bit more. So I imagine we're banning Terrorblade, Bloodseeker, plus maybe Wind Ranger, maybe Storm Spirit, one of the two to deal with him.
Maybe Ursa could be another one that you're thinking of. I think you're probably not too worried about Ursa because you have Shadow Demon. So I definitely feel like it has to be Terrorblade +1 from here. If you're not, you don't want to have your Alchemist be kind of completely run over this game. See what the Last Ark will want to try and go for.
I like the Faceless Void ban, no Void, Scarlet Mage, and it's legitimately, out of every hero he's played in the game of Dota, this is Erika's best hero, the Faceless Void. So putting him in a bit of an uncomfortable position. Although I say that, but I would have said, honestly, that Slock is one of his other premier heroes, and it didn't feel that way all the time in Game 1. So perhaps things are changing right now in the new landscape of Dota.
Yeah. Maybe he might be moving his attentions to other places. They get rid of the Ancient Apparition, so that's just the Alchemist cover band here. So, I mean, I don't hate it, but I definitely feel like you probably would have loved to have gotten rid of the Terrorblade at some point here for Supernova. But the Last Ark, maybe thinking about banning some of these tankier offlane heroes. Maybe you're thinking about banning like the Tidehunter here for the Last Ark, just because Supernova, again, if they just kind of have some more of these heroes that just enable Dong to be able to play the game, then it puts them in really good stead to be able to win some of these team fights when things may look a little dire.
So they ban Storm Spirit. Ooh, dude, that would be a great pick. Supernova for the offlane. You want to tank your offlaner? They should pick Darkseer. If you pick Darkseer, you have that plus Shadow Demon, then you don't care about Terrorblade. Then even if they pick it, you're like, sweet, go for it, boys. We welcome you doing this for us. I would like to see them go in that direction, hopefully. Give them some auras, some very strong lanes as well. Give them some team fight. The Lost Ark for now, we come back for this Void Spirit. Prior the nerfs on Void Spirit Magnus was in pretty much all of our games, and the duo was very successful for the most part. They've been drastically affected, though, by the various nerfs between the two of them. Still think, though, it's a fairly strong combination, especially if you can find the right actual execution in the team fights.
Yeah. Obviously, the giving of Empower didn't get changed, but just the normal use of Void Spirit did get his stats changed a little bit, so he may be a little weaker, but I still think that he's a very, very strong hero. They just go with the Silencer, so things are looking pretty stock standard between both of these two teams. I think they're both still probably looking for that extra core to be able to round things out. I think the Last Ark are probably looking for Erika's hero, whereas Supernova, they're probably looking for Chen's hero to kind of round out their draft. They went with the Priestess of the Moon this time around. So they've got more heroes that are able to do a lot of work for them. Sheep's going to be able to do a lot, throwing out those arrows. He's It's going to be very strong. Or maybe it might be Chola that's going to be playing the Mirana this time around. I guess it depends on what they kind of feel like their lane should be.
It's actually a nuts Mirana game, right? You have that Emma that you just mentioned, the old school Shadow Demon setup. Alchemist can help as well. Gives you movement throughout the map. Yo, actually, this is... Okay, I'm not going to say it yet. I'll hold off. Last Dog, have the Silencer. We have a Lotus Orb builder already from Shadow Demon. What is left for Erica here for him to play? Still think Terrorblade is pretty good. Monkey King would have been nice as well. The Supernova, like I still feel like Darkseer is an incredible pickup here. If they don't, because you can't pick the Underlord, Omni, Beast, Doom, all been banned out. Tide could be okay, but if they could just play quickly, no, they go for the Tide.
Yeah.
I guess this also denies Lost Dog going for an illusion hero themselves, right? They can still pick TB, but then you're Tide, you're like, okay, we can play into that. And there's no way they can pick the PL or anything right now.
Yeah, I think it was kind of that conversation was about what do they feel like that Erica wants to try and pick for the Last Dark and what offlaner kind of gives us the most coverage across those heroes. And I think Tide, perfectly fine. You're not going to be all too worried about it. But the only thing is, okay, Juggernaut. We've been seeing a lot of Juggernaut lately. I probably would have personally preferred maybe you just like suck it up and you just go the Ursa, and you just have to kind of say, I'm playing into a Shadow Demon and it is what it is, and you just hope that your Void Spirit and your Magnus can kind of deal with the SD in those fights and you deal with everybody else. But they want to try and have somebody that has a little bit more presence in these fights, doesn't worry all too much about the Shadow Demon. It is a pretty rough Jugger game, if I'm being perfectly honest here. Like Omni slashing a Alchemist with the current build with things like AC and he goes like Scardy and all that kind of stuff, he really doesn't care all too much about it. The Tide Hunter's probably going to have a few issues with it, but if you have an Anchor Smash you're kind of screwed. They've got Disruption to deal with it. They've got Mirana that can soak it up with like a leap. They've got a lot of illusions. They've got Moonlight Shadow. I don't see the Super Juggernaut appeal, but he is playing with heroes that can enable him. I will say that. I don't think it was the perfect Juggernaut game, but it's there. I can see the idea for the Last Dark.
Yeah, they have Empower, they have Global Silence to help him. You've got some Void Spirit to help out. That being said, Fluke, I, in good conscience, can never support a team that picks Brood game 1 and then Jug game 2. Yeah, they're trying to break my heart, man. They're trying to make me not root for them. So 2-0 Supernova, let's go. Let's have another Dong show, baby. Give me that Dong Alchemist. Also, outside of just hating Juggernaut and hating Broodmother, I do legitimately like the Supernova draft. I feel like this is a very nice, well-balanced draft. They have ways to fight. Every single hero has some degree of disable. They have strong laning prowess. The only part of their draft that's a little bit weak is their siege potential is fairly lackluster, but outside of that, their ability to skirmish and fight throughout the map feels so good to game 2 versus game 1.
Yeah, they've got a lot of heroes that will be able to move across the map. They've got ways of playing into it. They can take Roche. I do agree with you. Their tower taking ability is a little stinky, but if you're able to win your lanes and play fast, then it should be able to alleviate a bit of that pressure. And to be fair, the Last Dark only really have a Juggernaut, which is a hero that likes to hit towers. So we'll have to wait and see what the early game does look like. The thing is, for me, that usually leans me towards the Last Dark in a lot of these games is they are just, I think, a little bit cleaner in their lanes for the most part. I think Echo really does a really good job at owning that mid lane. He is playing into a Ember Spirit. I think a lot of the Spirit matchups are very player dependent, so we'll have to see who comes out on top of that. And they're playing into Mag, which is always annoying, having that repositioning spell of the skewer, especially when you're trying to take some towers.
Yeah. We have seen some Magnuses, though, struggle with certain heroes to deal with in the 4 position. In particular, those heroes being Rubik and Shadow Demon. Rubik way worse, but Shadow Demon can still prove to be fairly problematic. We'll see how things go, though, as Game 2 does kick off. The horn is sounded, 2 for 2 bounty runes. As you said, middle, should anticipate this being a player-specific, but even with the changes to Void Spirit, I don't think Han can defeat the Void that hard to make this matchup look incredibly favorable. He'll do fine, but it'll just be fine. He'll still need to make positive moves around the map.
Or bottom. Why?
I should almost have a... Yeah, he is indeed. Sheep is almost about to take a tumble here, but he doesn't actually end up dead. Shen and Sheep can get a kill. Why? Losing his life early on. This is pretty big stuff, man. And it's not like this is a fun lane to play into. Even Juggernaut, outside of Spin, do you ever want to approach Tidehunter Shadow Demon here?
Nah. As long as Spin is on cooldown, Erica is going to be having a rough time, especially with the Gush spam, which is very hard for him to deal with. A lot of the Shadow Poison spam is going to be very hard. So this bottom lane could be a point of difference between both these two teams where Supernova are able to abuse their strong 3-4 combination, and especially with the windows that are going to open up in these early couple of levels. But it looks like top lane is probably not going as well as they had hoped. Shining's doing a really good job here with normal and to just put a lot of pressure onto Dong, who I feel like is going to be the shining star, and I think that's a tale that we're seeing with a lot of these Div 2 teams is they have their one player that really makes a lot of stuff happen for them, and if they have a good game or if they have a lot of impact, then they're generally more likely to win. You know, Ancient Tribe really comes to mind from Western Europe in MOBA.
Even Lost Dog, although if you look at the team sheet, one might be tempted to imagine that Erica is the shining star. Most of the game has been Echo from the mid lane that's been creating the parameters of their success. In the top lane, we almost lost Dong, but unfortunately for normal end, he was too close to the Mirana, so it does not connect with the concussive shot. Do you think they should change the spell, actually, to make it hero targetable?
I don't know. Would that make it too good? Because I think it's insane the way it is right now. I think it's an insane spell. So I think if you were able to like target it, it would just make it even better. It does mean that like it doesn't work with Phylactery as much, which I think would be kind of broken if Sky Mage had 3 spells that procced his Phylactery. But I would say no purely out of I'm a boomer and it's been the same way for a long time.
We don't want these changes. Keep it the same.
Yeah. And plus, I don't want to see Sky Mage even more stronger than what he already is. I think if you just like
That's true.
max concussive shot and you're able to get Phylactery with a concussive shot, like you would kill literally everybody at like level 6. And I think that'd be a little too broken.
Down bottom, we see this Juggernaut. Given that he is playing a game with a Magnus on his lineup, are we going to see him going for the Battle Fury? Because sometimes that would be the thing we see, right? That when you have Mag and Jug, you skip Battle Fury, go straight for like some fighting item and get your cleave from the Mag instead, who just got a skewer underneath the Tower of Dong. Sadly though, there was a creep wave tanking up a lot of the damage. However, Normal End throws in a blood grenade and they do find the kill. Excellent stuff coming in from Lost Dog here on the top side of the map.
Yep, big kill, getting the kill there onto Dong. And kind of circling back to your answer, I think the Juggernauts that I've seen go Battle Fury, I haven't really felt their presence, and they've kind of just been this, I need to wait until I have 7 items Juggernaut. I would like to see something different out of Erica. I mean, this might sound a little weird to some of the carry players, but heck, just go like Harpoon. Just like, I don't know, play this like kind of I'm a universal hero, but I'm also an agi hero kind of style, and just try and play really fast. I'm not sure if I'm super sold on Maelstrom to be the item that you want to try and go for. I would love to see a super early fighting item though.
One of my homies, well, we're going to see the Jug fighting a little bit bottom here. Why? About to die to Shen. And the TP out from Sheep enables them to just escape with the Shadow Demon. No revenge to be picked up by Erica. Some Jug players that I know have been trying to convince me to play this hero. Apparently, going like 3rd item Nolly is very good after Manta, and the 1st item doesn't matter as much. So, as long as he has Manta Nolly, I think I'll be happy for this game overall.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. But it is, Jug is one of those heroes that kind of has like a weird first item. It's like, what do you really build that feels like it gives you the most impact? I don't think it really matters what he goes for this time around. I think Battle Fury is probably the safest route, just because you're not forcing your Magnus to follow you around all the time.
Mid lane, going to be having a little bit of a skirmish happen. They missed the combo.
Ooh.
Oh, big mistake coming in from Shola on that one. That means that Echoes does end up staying alive. And the messed up part about it is he was about to throw it immediately, but he stutter stepped. He thought he was too soon, but he was right on time the first time.
He also missed a point blank arrow on normal end before that I saw. So maybe a bit of Mirana jitters this time around here for Chola. He's able to then
Wait, what?
freely snipe the catapult.
He's about to die potentially here in this mid lane, taking a lot of damage from the Arcane Curse, but won't actually survive here. Let's see, 15 HP, he's trying to salve up here. Fluky lives. 16 health and he's up. But something interesting happened. He threw arrow, right? And it hit the Sea Dragon just as they'd used fortification on it. And at the same time it happened, and it still killed the Sea Dragon. That was fairly strange. That was very bizarre.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same thing as Midas, right? Glyph doesn't protect against the insta kills, so
Yeah, that is
you
true.
can like
That
hook
is
it and
true.
arrow it, and it'll get insta killed.
Mid lane, they are going to be putting some pressure out onto Y. At the same time, normal end ends up killing off the Alchemist on the other side of the map. Han at least gets some revenge middle onto Silencer, but he might die for this himself. Echoes came on top of it, but now Echoes, he might be too far forward. Sheep sadly only has 2 points into the Shadow Poison. Not enough to hurt back this Void Spirit. But what happened to Alchemist? Dong got picked off. That's his second death of the game so far.
I don't know. They didn't even RP him. Is it just
And they have
concussive
RP.
shot into like a skewer? I think
don't
it
know,
is.
mate. They're gonna skewer him back again. RP now committed. Oh no, Dong, he just respawned.
Oh,
Dong is dead now. Tier 1 Tower's gonna follow him into the grave. Echoes manages to protect Y in the mid lane. Doesn't get scouted out by this Ember, but Sleight of Fist can get the finish off. However, all of this pales into comparison with losing not just the Alchemist's life, but now his entire lane is forfeit as well.
yeah. Shining is absolutely demolishing this lane. He's level 7, and Dong is level 4. He's just about to tick to level 5, so it's only 2 levels. But Dong has phase boots and is, just trying to get to a Bassi, let alone any other of these big items. So Dong, once again, he's going to have to spend his time in the odd farming pits. For him
Han in the
to
mid lane.
stay away.
Oh my god, Echoes actually came close to dying. If that was a bottom rune and he didn't have that additional bottle charge, he might have died. And they might still go on to him. Sheep nearby, he Astro steps forward.
Echo?
Echoes! This is some madman Dota coming in here. He thought normal end could be good enough to help him, but that's a bit too much to ask for. By some miracle though, he is still alive, Luke. Hasn't been punished for this maneuver just yet. Shola didn't connect with the arrow onto anybody. Normal end almost dies. 5 HP after the Sleight of Fist. Han really wants it. The second slide should get the kill. That one succeeds. Killing spree for Han. Echoes is allowed to retreat back home. Very surprised that the Void Spirit didn't die as well in that river.
It's a very spicy mid lane. It seems like both of these two mid laners are really kind of dancing with death a lot of the time. But eventuating in Han getting himself an extra kill, having a much better game this time around on the Ember Spirit than what he did on the Puck in the previous. So is now looking towards trying to put his own impact on the game. I think Han really has to kind of be the player for them that does that. Starts early on. If he's able to get like a quick maelstrom into a BKB, he can really try to alleviate a bit of their pressure. But they want to try and get the kill here onto the Ember. They don't have
Han.
global.
They do not indeed have the global. They did find Ancient Seal, but Sheep right there to throw in the disruption, so they don't have the option to find the kill. So there are several heroes that made their way towards this mid lane, unable to find anything. That being said, though, it's not like Supernova are applying much pressure on the sides themselves. In fact, they're about to lose Shen down bottom. He gets spammed onto by this Juggernaut. He's forced to drop a Ravage to survive, and that keeps him up, yes, but now we don't have a Ravage. Gonna have to go back to base to heal up.
Shining almost got a solo kill onto Dong as well. So that was a little spicy.
He's dead
Speaking
now,
of,
though.
Shining.
2 heroes stunned up with the Searing Chains. They bring in everybody here. He does find a very nice RP, but before he can skewer away, Sheep is there with the disruption. The skewer will sadly carry the Alchemist with him, and Han just finishes him off. I mean, you do die, you do pick up the life of this Magnus, but it did require 4 heroes to accomplish.
And they lose their tide. So again, both of these offlaners losing their life at very, very similar times. I think that was much better for Supernova though, just because they got a lot more gold out of it, right? Like they got a little bit more gold on the Han, killing such a high net worth hero in Shining. So it doesn't
It's like they
alleviate
wanna
a bit
fight
of
you.
their own pressure.
Gonna try pick off Y. They'll succeed in doing so, but Han now silenced up. He needs some help. Sheep there with the disruption. That's gonna keep him alive. We'll see if Han wants to reach for more. Searing Chains back online, but with Shining also being close in the mix, they realize what a difficult kill that would be.
Dire's
As they back off though, the entire time, Erica's just been casually forcing through this tier 1 tower bottom. He is building Battle Fury for this game, given that he hasn't even seen the Magnus, so no access to the Empower just yet.
Yeah, I think it's, as I said, just a easier build to go, right? Like, you just build Battle Fury, you just kind of play your own game, and then just Empower just adds on top of it. So if you ever get like a multi-hero RP with you being empowered plus Battle Fury, like, you will just clip everybody to pieces. So it'll feel a lot nicer. Both these teams right now probably not too worried about how this game is going so far. I think Chen's have a pretty decent start here on the Tidehunter. He's going to be building it towards a Lotus Orb as his first item, so wanting to try and play against the Omni Slash a little bit more. Also keep his buddies alive outside of the Global Silence.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
We're gonna have a Lotus on him. I don't know when Shadow Demon's gonna start building his own Lotus, but I imagine he will at some point as well. So then we'll have options against this Global. The mid lane, Echoes, might be in some danger here. Arrow's actually gonna connect into him, but it's not the highest duration, so should still be able to jump onto the high ground. Whilst this is happening, we do have the Silencer and the Magnus smoking up for the first time in this game. Shining doesn't have access to a Blink Dagger, but they do have access to the Global Silence. And they would like to trigger it for the first time in this game.
Yeah, they really want to kill Han, but seems like he's sniffed it out for now. Haven't
Has
seen
Erica
much
sniffed this
out
out?
of this.
Erica might be in trouble, but in the mid lane, who's even in more trouble is Sheep. Definitely gonna end up dead here. Skewer forward, he's underneath the tier 2 tower. Arrow from Shola doesn't connect defensively. But they do draw in some
Just DD
dire
on
heroes
Han.
to potentially defend this. Han is here with the DD. Shining gets ravaged, actually. Shen happy to commit the spell there. He found 2. Why was the other one caught inside the spell? So he might be brought down here. Gush to slow him down. Han try to catch up. Doesn't manage to find the Searing Chains though onto why. Only connects onto the Juggernaut. He's still running forward though into a Sentry Ward. There's Global Silence committed by the Silencer. And they punish Han super hard. Fluke, what the hell was that? Why did he go up the high ground there?
I mean, it felt like he was invulnerable inside of the Moonlight Shadow, but Y was able to
Radiant's
just
bottom tower
sniff it out, have the Sentry Ward down there, and I thought after him, maybe he didn't see the Healing Ward. I thought that he definitely would have been able to pay attention to the fact that Erica was around, because he did Slide of Fist and chains him, so yeah, that was a little greedy there from Han. And he definitely got punished for it. They did get another big kill onto Shining, who is the second highest net worth hero in the game. But losing Han off the back of that is never what you want to see. And you can see that it has changed his ideas and how he wants to build. He has to go for the Manta style early on here on the Ember Spirit.
We need some kind of way to play around this Global Silence. They also lost the tier 1 tower off the back of that move. So more map space for the side of Lost Ark. But they're primarily concerned with just maintaining control of their own side lanes. Battle Fury is about to arrive right now from the Juggernaut. So his farm speed is about to drastically skyrocket for a hero that's already net worth leader in the game. And sadly, this Alchemist, his counterpart, bro, we still don't have Radiance right now, Kodong.
Ooh, that's rough. He's gone from MVP performance right now to somebody who needs a lifeline. So we'll see how long it's going to take him to get this Radiance going. They do have Lotus Orb now on Chen, so they've at least got some of their items coming up for them, but they definitely need a little bit more space for the Alchemist to get into this game. One thing I will say about Alch is it feels like as of late he really hasn't become this like early timing hero that just abuses the fact that he gets 1 to 2 extra items. I think he has really come into his own to be a hero that can kind of fight on some even footing. So it's not the end of the world, but he is fighting into a Juggernaut with Empower as well as Omni Slash, which is very hard for the Alchemist to deal with.
Yep.
So they need to make sure that they are not losing too much map space for their Alchemist to keep going with just a Radiance.
Oh no. Top lane, Magnus got clipped. The arrow will be there. Bro, he is right now 115 gold away from the Blink Dagger, but after this death, a little bit further away. Great kill to pick up by the side of Supernova there. Keeps their jungle alive as well. And they pinged it. They know there's a ward here as well. If they can find the D ward, then it's even better. And they do. Yep, they know what's up.
Yeah, just getting control back once again of their side part of their top lane. I don't even really know what people call the outer edge of this corner, like the outer lane, I guess would be a cool name for it. I don't know.
I like
I'll
that,
have
the
to-
outer lane.
Yeah, I have to hit up some of the big brains in the scene and see what they think they want to call it.
Actually, that's... Yeah?
I mean, I enjoy the lore of like the Misty Mines and the Graveyard and all that kind of stuff, but come on, we need like a general term for the outer parts of the lanes.
That sounds like a Dota podcast. The outer lane.
Bottom tower is under attack.
All right, we're gonna put that one in the memory bank snare, okay? And make
Yeah.
sure that nobody in chat yoinks it.
Yo, any of you in chat, if you ever start a podcast called The Outer Lane, please expect a cease and desist letter from mine and Flick's lawyers. Thank you very much.
We will hunt you until the ends of the earth. Think of us as Disney.
Mid lane. Echo does his best performance of Disney, quickly assassinating Shola. No Morana available anymore with the Mystic Flare. But if I'm Supernova, you know how much I care about that? 0. I'm like, whatever, dude. It's okay. Fine. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, Chola is probably going to rack up 30 plus deaths over these 2 games because unfortunately for him, he's just not one of those heroes that's able to live too long, especially when you play into like Sky Mage plus Void Spirit. And they found Sheep as well. So this is where it starts getting a little more annoying for them because he is their saving support. So they have to be careful about not losing too many more of these heroes to this combination.
Bro, we need Lotuses ASAP. Like, I don't know. What was he building on the Shadow Demon? I think he was building Aether Lens. Dude, he needs Lotus. Like,
He was like Blink Aether.
ASAP. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think this is a
he's
Lotus
switched
game.
his idea now. He's
Right
going
thing to do.
Lotus now.
Dire's middle tower is under
So-
attack.
It's the only way he lives, only way he's able to stay a little bit longer in these fights, and able to help his buddies out as well. Dong has been found out. He's going to go to the BKB, so it seems like Supernova understand that they want to try and fight early on here with their Alchemist. Blink BKB is going to be a very scary timing for them to play around with, especially with their Tidehunter who, okay, is building his own Blink. So they want to have double Blinks to combine with their Ember Spirit for some of these kills, but Han, he's on struggle street right now. He's not even close to his Manta.
Oh, he's not.
what
And
an
there's an
RP.
RP onto 2. They find Alchemist and the Tidehunter. Tidehunter had a Lotus, but he couldn't use it to dispel the Global. Now he's in some danger here. Arrow at least connects onto Echo, but that's unlikely to save Shen's life. Erica chasing Sheep, throws in the disruption, and Shen is still alive for now. Arcane Curse will be there, but looks like he's gonna live. The Aether Remnant doesn't connect either. They do lose the Alchemist though. Pretty big pickup. At the same time, it was an expensive pick. They popped Global, they popped RP, they popped Mystic Flare, they popped GG Slash. Everything was utilized, and honestly, if Sheep was nearby, maybe Sheep could have saved him. If he was able to get off the Lotus, if they didn't get the RP onto Tidehunter, I'm not 100% sure Alchemist would have died there.
Yeah, that could have been a quick turn for them, but you can kind of see the damage that they have when these saving spells aren't being able to be used for Supernova, right? So they have to be very, very careful about how they take these next couple of fights, especially with an Alchemist. They need to make sure that they keep him alive because if he's not alive, then a lot of the damage really goes out the window. It is basically just going to be Han that does damage for them, and he's really just, for a while, just going to be a sleight of fist machine.
Yeah. He's trying to build himself into that Manta style still. And then a Maelstrom, but not there just yet. Almost there with the Manta. Mid lane, we're going to have an arrow combo going out onto Echo. Not sure they have the damage for this though. Erica also shows himself here. They actually ensure that Chen can't TP out, so they will kill off the Tidehunter. Not before he drops a Ravage though. Echoes is so low, but where was the follow-up? He finally does die. Dong finds a 3-hero stun though with the unstable concoction. And now this Alchemist putting damage onto Erica. He doesn't have a GG Slash, he doesn't have a spin. So now he doesn't have a life. Dong now channeling another stun to throw towards Shining, who's at least able to kill off the Morana. But as he does, he will die towards the Alchemist. It's a full 5-hero team wipe. Han and Dong the only survivors. And my goodness, what a turnaround from Supernova.
Yeah, that's big on them once again, and this is exactly what I talked about, right? If Dong as well as Han are 2 heroes that are able to get their fights going and continue to use their spells, then these fights look pretty good here for Supernova. That was without both global RP and the Omni Slash, so that could have been a lot more rough for Supernova. You can already see how powerful Shining is with the Magnus right now, and this is the reason why this hero is extremely strong.
Radiant's bottom tower
So I thought this was going to be a much worse fight, right? Like if they're able to quickly get that kill there onto Shen, then maybe we would have seen a completely different fight for them. But the fact that they kind of traded 2 cores straight away meant that this fight was going to naturally go the way of Supernova with their Alchemist as well as their Ember Spirit freely having a good fight to go. To be fair, Han did have a shield rune that almost lost no HP on it, so that was always going to be a rough fight for the last arc to go into. Shoulder again! Oh, I thought Sheep was going to die to the Tormentor too.
That's actually a big deal. Him being dead means that Sheep also has to go home to replenish HP. Nobody's around to scout out this Roshan. So they are going to be able to take it. I suppose this is also what happens when Ravage is down. They feel they can fight better. When we have all our team fight ultimates, they don't have any of theirs. And we do sometimes see this in these games, right? When one lineup has an overabundance of these massive spells, as soon as they're down, teams have been known to even smoke into them, despite whatever other advantages they have, just to try and exploit the lack of timings available.
Oh, they could try and kill Han here. Everybody's ready, they have RP.
RP is there. They have the damage coming out. Does he get out? He does have a safety remnant. What a boss! Boss Han. And he does the right thing. You know why he's heaping out like this? He's scared. Scarlet spells can still follow you past the slides away. So he knows what's up. He's going to get back to safety, wasting a lot of time and an RP in the process.
I would love to see how much HP he actually had. Because I was watching the jug. I was watching to see if he was actually able to get those kills. So,
yeah.
Oofed.
Well, Jug now doesn't have access to the GG slash, so he needs to be careful roaming through the river like this.
Radiant's middle
And
tower
if Shen had a Blink Dagger, that would have been a Blink Ravage opportunity. And they're going to smoke up right now. They're like, hey, there's no GG slash, there's no Mystic Flare, there's no RP. Guess what? There's time to fight, though. Normal End will break the smoke from the high ground. What a boss, actually. Arrow won't connect either. Shola a little bit too slow there with the sentry timing.
Dire's structures
Yeah.
are fortified.
So that was a nice little play. We see the replay coming in here. So RP, extra bit of damage, 80 HP, as you said, right? So 80, 90 HP. So, whew. That was, yeah, that's crazy. Maybe like an extra Blade Dance crit. Maybe, you know, if they had that extra bit of damage. I think he was RP'd for a decent while before he got Omni Slash. So that was definitely a kill that went begging for the last arc. But then Supernova did a really good job at trying to abuse that. But they haven't been able to get much out of it just yet. Full Deso coming in for Han as well. I don't hate it, but he definitely has to be careful about playing his life away in these fights. I think if he just goes like Aghanim Scepter with like a BKB, it's going to be very hard for them to kill him in these fights. You get directly on top of the Silencer, maybe force an early global. Means the arc can go on to different heroes.
What do you think it is about this Deso? The only thing I couldn't think is maybe this is a way to deal with Jug. Because now Jug, between Deso as well as Alchemist Acid Spray, you really have very little armor available. And normally Jug plays around having more armor than HP in these fights for survivability. Mid lane,
Yeah, it also means
you
the
do see
supports
them
are
trying to
very
jump
struggling.
Ember Spirit. They know he's already popped his Manta style, so this Global Silence should kill him. This time around, it does end up doing so. Surprising that with Jug, they can't kill him. Without Jug, they can.
Yep, there's a very weird paradox that's going on right now, but either way, they will take that kill. They will gladly get rid of that and get themselves a nice little Ancient stack to boot as well. So I like that Erica's gone this early Aghanim Scepter. I think it's been one of the items that a lot of these Juggernauts have not been getting early enough. Just because it feels like in a lot of these games that Omni Slash is kind of the, I don't want to say the end all and be all of Juggernaut, but it is the, you know, it's like 60% of your kit is like Omni Slash. And having the Swift Slash just means that you can get yourself positioned or just be able to finish people off where you're not able to really chase them down. You don't want to put yourself under that question mark cloud of potentially being like stunned or silenced or what have you. So it just allows you to get some of those extra kills. And I mean, stats are always good on a Jugger as well.
They are indeed. He's going to be playing the north side of the map. while the rest of Supernova is smoking in to the southeast, where the rest of his team is situated right now. So far, the only one that might be in danger is Y. But the Silencer does TP out. They had an observer with that scouted vision of both Echo as well as Normal End, but they were just a little bit too far away to catch up. But they're still going for it. After the Moonlight Shadow, they pop a smoke now as well. They are insistent on finding something here. Sadly, they will find nothing. Y yet again frustrates their attempts by breaking the smoke with his body. Last time he was allowed to live, this time there's no way. But still, well worth it to get the degree of information he has now provided to his lineup.
Yep. He breaks a smoke. Usually you see like Enchantress and stuff do that. So it means now that Erica can keep farming towards the top side of the map, especially with only 10 seconds left to go on this Aegis. Means that he now is a little freer to play the game around. Is there any big items that are coming up? So Shining has BKB, so that's pretty massive for him. He's not going any of these aura builds, so I've been seeing that from some of the Magnuses coming out in the last couple of days, has been them going like Crimson, Guardian Greaves, and then just go like a very much centric around like RP and reposition people. So I like that Shining has not really gone for a hybrid of that, but still stuck with like Blink Harpoon, which I think does a lot of work purely for the repositioning tools, not so much about like, I need to deal damage. It's more about getting people in bad situations. So I like that build from him. Normal End.
Looking for Normal End. They have Dust. Normal End.
There's a shield rune.
They should end up dead here. Arrow will connect coming in from Shola. Shining could have thought about a multi-hero RP with a Juggernaut next to him, but they do decide against it. Shen is here with the Ravage. Shen blinking onto the high ground. Gets a gust out onto Shining, who does fall to the low ground, but he has a BKB, so should be fine. In fact, they have Blink RP. Han, be careful. There is Sheep right there, though. Manta Style does come out. Maybe a little bit too soon, but it does save his life.
Yeah, I think he caught a small glimpse of Sheep. That's why he didn't fully commit to the RP.
Bro. Click on Han. Click on Han. Click on Han. Click on Han. Scriff, please click on Han. I want you to see this itemization. This Ember Spirit, baby, I'm enjoying this so much. This is some nice old school stuff. Dataless Deso, baby. Let's go with the big crit numbers.
Okay. I also like that he's playing around Blink as well, because that's one big thing with Global Silence. It doesn't do any damage to you. So even if you're able to blink yourself into the trees, sometimes you can react fast enough to Global Silence that you may not have to just instantly use the Manta Style. So Moonlight Shadow, they will be seen under this ward as well.
Yeah.
They're completely privy of this.
Can they get out of here? Steering chains not thrown in just yet. There's the Blink Ravage. It catches onto two. It's the Magnus and the Silencer. Shining pops BKB though, trying to survive this fight. They've already managed to bring down Shola though, as Echo is able to jump the backlines. Global Silence will now finally emerge, but they haven't been able to combo this into anything. They're actually running away from these heroes. RP now finally thrown in, goes in onto Alchemist, but he's still alive. Gets a 2-hero stun with the Unstable Concoction, killing off Shining. GG Slash has been thrown in, but there's too many units here, Fluke. They stun him up, overlay their stuns a little bit because Disruption stops the steering chains, but they still should have the damage to kill him. He is down. It's a double kill for Dong. This Echoes of Void Spirit at least assassinates Sheep, but will pay for this most likely with his life. Doesn't have Astral Step, doesn't have Dissimulate, and now doesn't have any HP. Supernova. They get the fight. Lost Dog knew they were coming. They had the perfect vision, but it still goes against them in the fight.
Yeah, Shining getting caught kind of just sent them into overdrive. They needed to make sure that they got themselves regrouped back into a position that they're actually able to utilize their spells, and never were able to really hit a big RP target. It is hard for you to RP this Alchemist because he has so much HP. He's 3.7k HP. He's got a lot of regen. He's got 130 HPS, which is ridiculous to try and cut through. He's got a BKB. He's got a full wand. Like, your Juggernaut fully Omni-slashed him. Yes, it did bounce over to Chen a couple of times, but it's just not going to do enough damage. Jug doesn't have those damage items just yet. He doesn't have, like, MKB. He doesn't have Butterfly. He doesn't have, like, a Daedalus or a Deso himself to really be able to abuse the attack speed that you get outside of the, from the Omni-slash. So it's very hard for them to just solo RP an Alchemist. They really wanted to try and catch that Han, but he just was never close enough to the fight where Shining was happy to just solo RP him. And Supernova, they're playing really, really well today. And this is, we talked about this yesterday, right? Where Supernova are a team where we feel like that they can play at a very high level, but just sometimes they really don't. And this is a good showing for Supernova in this series that they can hang with the best.
They're one of these incredibly low floor but stupidly high ceiling squads.
Yeah.
And it makes sense, right? Team Astra not generally in the business of farming and signing duds into the organization. Arrow being thrown forward by this Marana, doesn't connect onto
Han.
anybody. And actually, Han is all alone, too far forward from the rest of the squad. Had already triggered the Manta as well, so this gets killed and punished. Dong now trying to at least bring down Y. And there's a Ravage. It catches absolutely everybody. They bought back on the Ember Spirit, but he doesn't have a Remnant, so he's still running all the way to the fight. Silencer also buys back into this. Shining, getting jumped on there. There was a Lotus Orb to block the Swift Slash, but we still have Omni Slash if needed. Dong fighting into Erica during the spin, and look how low Erica is, forced into using the Omni Slash with the RP next to him as well. They should be at least able to kill one, and that one is going to be the support Shadow Demon. Shen also follows into the grave, but now here is this Alchemist trying to stun somebody. Only stuns himself though. Nice jukes from Erica to avoid the unstable concoction. He's trying to TP out. Mystic Flare will be there, but it's not enough damage. He's out on the Alchemist. They bought back on Shining as well for this fight. And ultimately, Lost Dog expend the necessary resources and get themselves a team fight success right outside the Twin Gate.
Yep. When you're fighting either Radiant or Dire right near their outpost, it is next to impossible
Han.
you to try and win that. Han has one Remnant to play with, but he goes into it.
He's dead. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Ooh.
That's a dieback as well.
Yeah, that's... Oh, man, I don't know what is wrong with me, but I'm tainted. Every time I start to sing the praises of a team or a player or anything like that, something happens, whether it be instantaneously or a little bit later on. But that was a team fight for Supernova that they felt like they really should have won. The one shining light is the fact that Dong didn't die, but Han dying back is horrible for him. Completely stunts his item growth now, which is not good because this is starting to get to the territory of when you really start to see Juggernauts come into their own, right? Where they get these like 4 or 5 item spike. They're getting towards these late game scenarios where it's hard to kill them, but they also do a boatload of damage. So these fights are really starting to look dicey here for Supernova, and they're going to be kicking themselves if they throw this one away. There's still plenty of fights to go. There's still plenty of game of this second game to play, but they need to make sure that they're not doing that again.
Yeah. It's a bit of a problem that throughout that fight, in retrospect, you know, Dong, their most formed hero, the most powerful hero on the map, 1v1, spent most of that fight doing nothing. He stunned himself 3 times, Fluke, in that engagement. So
Far out.
he's not actually
3
standing there.
times?
3 different times. Yeah, 3 different times. And one of them was during a 5-hero Ravage. That's the big one for me. That should not be happening.
Oh.
Oh,
Maybe he really needs a Blink Dagger here. I think that's probably the next item that he should be going for is a Blink Dagger. Abyssal is nice, yes, but you need to make sure that you're getting positioned in these fights because, as you said, he is the scariest hero, full stop. And he needs to make sure that he's killing this Silencer, killing this Sky Mage as much as he possibly can in these team fights.
Yep. They've lost the tier 2 tower through the mid lane right now, and with this Aegis, Lost Dog and the crew trying to siege the tier 3 tower down bottom. It's already down to half HP. And they might as well take a Tormentor before leaving. I mean, yeah, you stole our Tormentor. See how it feels, boys. It's nice, huh?
Erica should be able to solo it here. You can always Swift Slash it if he feels like he gets a bit spooked, but he will be able to give the, what is it called? Seal of the Scion? Shield of the Scion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a little bit of bonus armor. Still a very low armor hero is Sky Mage, so I'm not sure if the bonus armor is even going to matter in these fights, but I mean, more survivability, always the better.
Ooh. Quick mechanics question here, Fluke. Is there a worse Aghanim shot than Shield of the Scion?
Yes, Marana's one. That thing actually sucks.
It's pretty bad, actually.
It's horrible. It's so useful. They're like, guys, we added vector targeting. It's like, it doesn't help. That was not the issue. The issue is it just sucks. Like,
you got me on that one. God, it's so bad. Oh.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to unleash a little bit of dust in front of me. Cool.
He doesn't have it right now. They're actually going to go onto this Marana as well as going onto the Skywrath Mage. So both crap Arcanum shards are out of the game. Global Silence now used up, but they haven't actually dispelled this. Supernova just fighting straight through it. They're going onto Echoes potentially, forcing him away from the fight. Dong putting pressure onto this Juggernaut. Look at Jug take so much hurt. He needs to spin to win. Shining, waiting in the wings with an RP if necessary. Stun gets thrown out, and it doesn't stun the Magnus, but it does stun the Juggernaut. But he somehow still gets off his spells. Flying around with the GG Slash and the Swift Slash, he's still alive. However, the RP, as soon as it's down, that means it's time to go Ravage, baby. They get the Ravage, they get the kills, and now they're looking towards mopping up this fight. Han, he's back into the fray. They found a 10D stun onto Juggernaut. Swift Slash will be there. But unfortunately, Sheep is also here to give salvation with the disruption. They ensure that they get the kill. Han eventually does die, though. And as Dong realizes that, wait a second, this Juggernaut has a second life. Maybe not the best place for me to be. They might still want to fight, though, with Chemical Rage. Unstable Concoction is at the ready. It's being triggered. This Jug doesn't have a blink, but they don't want to chase him either. I'm kind of surprised Supernova decides to let him go. But in the grand scheme of things here, Fluke, they hold their base, they take another fight, they remove their Aegis, and they do not lose any set of racks.
Not the worst, yeah, not the worst kind of fight. I like that they went for this kind of wraparound fight that they wanted to try and go for. The gold was really even, the experience is really even. There's literally only like, what, 100 gold between them. There's only about like 20 experience that changes in between them as well. So an extremely even set of fights going their way. But it was a buyback on Echo as well as Sheep. So definitely a lot more of an expensive buyback going the way of the last arc with Echo buying back into that fight, but you can see that Jug's starting to get to this point that he's really scary, but he still can't deal with Alchemist. That is the big issue that they're having, is even when they're getting multi-hero RPs, they just don't have the damage to kill an Alchemist just yet.
Yep. Juggernaut, speaking of him, though, he's going to find himself getting disrupted. He does have Sanjin Yasha, so the status resist keeps him alive. Alchemist was chasing, and I agree with you, Fluke. The lack of Blink Dagger from this hero is proving to be problematic. He did opt to go for a Bloodthorn, though. And you know what's interesting? Ooh. Juggernaut doesn't have a Mancer himself, so if he gets silenced, he's actually 100% dead.
Very true.
And let's see what they get out of this. Dire Scan did land flush onto this Juggernaut. They don't find him, though. They come across some illusions instead. Shout out to Echo for saving the game.
They were smoked. Like, Dong, you should have known. Your smoke didn't pop. But either way, they at least now know that there is a Bloodthorn if they were paying attention to it anyways. But they avoid the smoke, and it looks like they may be smoking for themselves. Or maybe they just want to try and play around the small bit of vision they have here on the high ground. Full Daedalus is being complete now for Echo. What does Shining have? Shining's items have really been stunted over these last couple of fights. Han at least now has the Chrysalis available, so he's got a little bit of extra damage. He's getting close to that Daedalus. Looks like Shard is going to be coming up for Dong. I'm not sure if... Maybe you want to try and get rid of the Radiance for like your Blink. You have a lot of attack speed. Yes, the Radiance is very good for you for farming-wise, but I think Dong really just needs a Blink Dagger to try and just catch some of these people off guard. But it's the only real item that maybe these teams are missing.
And maybe he's uber reliant on Sheep and Shen to find the disables for him. I do agree with you that I would love Blink, but I'm also struggling to see what you replace. He needs BKB for these fights. The AC has been instrumental. Definitely doesn't want to be playing without the heart either. It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think, to his credit as well, I think he doesn't have to worry about ever being kited around, because people are generally going to be in his face. Like, he's going to get RP'd. He's going to have people running towards him. But it's about getting that instant initiation.
Ooh, speaking of initiation, Shining almost found a Harpoon Skewer onto the Marana, but she was able to leap away. They don't actually have a gem on the Radiant lineup, so they're relying very much on these sentries to give them vision of this Moonlight Shadow. But so far it has been working. And we see the Supernova lineup with Moonlight Shadow elapsed. They decide to smoke again. Dire Scan will connect flush yet again. The question is, how do they find these heroes? There's an observer ward that will now see both Erica and Shining approaching the
illusion bait.
The illusion bait. Will it work this time for them? Yes, it will! The slash came out, but Erica also fast enough to get off the spin. So he will not be stunned up or stalled out by this Bloodthorn. Now what? What's going to happen next? Both teams know where the other are. And we'll see how much longer they want to spend in this area, especially with Roshan about to respawn potentially in 10 seconds.
DD is top as well. Both these teams would love to be able to get their legs going and try and get that DD room. But as you said, only a few seconds until Roche is potentially a 40-second. Oh, it's a fast respawn.
Okay.
So Disillusion won't be able to see it here from Echo. So he won't know that it's going to be up in 40 seconds. And Han's doing a beautiful job. This is kind of the power of the Ember Spirit. He's able to push out top and nobody's able to respond to him.
Yep. There's a BKB on Nova. And unlike last game, he has a Remnant down so he can come back immediately on Ember. Last time he was just kept out of the fight as Puck. But he's not coming back, Fluke. He's sticking around top. He forces them to cliff. He's going to just keep this side lane map pressure going. Make them decide, are you sticking around Roche or are you losing at tier 3? And they might actually just lose the tier 3 heads up. Nobody's coming home.
He's got a Deso, so he does a lot of damage, right? And yeah, I mean, Roche just spawns now, so that was basically at no risk of them losing Roshan, and he is doing such a good job. Who's going to respond to him? That's the thing. Is he going to take a whole lane of racks? You can't kill Roshan and respond to him in time.
Yeah. Echoes is coming over,
He's going to get a full lane.
Yeah. Range rack's already gone. Melee getting taken into right now. Echoes does a lot of damage with the Astral Step, so forces the Ember away. But now it's 4v4, and Ember, he goes to pick up the double damage rune. That's the big one. Well, how do they approach this fight? Erica was in the Roshan pit so long. There's a Swift Slash blocked off by the Lotus Orb. Skewer back misses anybody but Dong. And Dong is not the target you want. He goes Chemical Rage, takes away Shining's half HP. Sheep will be there, ensuring he stays alive for now. Shining gets a 4-hero Ravage, stunning everybody up. They kill the Shining Magnus. The Juggernaut is next. Echoes jumping into the fray to at least be able to kill off somebody, but nobody will be presenting themselves for death. They're all A-OK. We see that Han has finally made his way back into the team fight, and he arrives just in time to mop up the silencer. They've taken the range racks up on top, and now they're about to get the Roshan with an Aghanim Scepter as well, Fluke.
Yeah, this is very dire straits for the last Dark fans in chat. Reminder, they lost game number 1 as well. This could be a 2-0 for Supernova. They've got, what, an Ags now? Oh, it's going into Sheep. Oh, dude, if you're a Shadow Demon player, you are absolutely loving life. This is rough. It's 20k net worth now. You saw the issues they had trying to kill Dong. Yeah, he's at the point where he's completely maxed out, but him being completely maxed out still means that you don't have enough damage to kill him. And this is why both of us were kind of grimacing at this Juggernaut pick. Wasn't 100% sure whether or not it was going to be enough for them to win this game. And it seems like right now it definitely is not.
Yeah. Oh boy, Jug struggling to make an impact in these fights. And what kind of sucks is that with all these Lotus Orbs being available, flying around, his slashes, he almost has to Swift Slash first. Like, imagine if he didn't buy this Aghanim Scepter, how hard this game would be. So, very lucky for him that he did buy it, but nonetheless, there's some issues they have to deal with. Han earlier on was able to take a range racks all by his lonesome, but now that Supernova has the whole crew, they've gotten a lane of racks, melee down through middle, Skewer back interrupted, so Dong still very much alive.
Oh.
At the same time, Han, look at those damage numbers with these Sleight of Fists. Able to solo kill the Skywrath Mage and force him to buy back here. And while that's happening, Dong just mops up the melee top. The rest of his team just skirts out of the base. Bro, Supernova are blowing up right now in this game too.
Oh, please go have a look at what Han has queued up right now. Oh, I want to see everybody respond like I did. Divine Rapier is on the way. Enchanted Quiver as well. Yeah, look at the damage numbers this guy is pulling out. Han, I respect a player that is able to come back from a game one like that, where he really did not have that great of a game on the park. I think he kind of got demolished pretty hard, but now he's coming back and making this game his own.
Let's see what they can do about this Alchemist. They skewered him back into the base. They aren't able to kill him off, but they do remove the young Shadow Demon from play. Shining will be able to still play on the edges of the fight. Ravage has already been expended. It didn't stun anybody up. And now Dong, he just wants to fight 1v1 with this Juggernaut. But there's the RP with the ultimate coming from the Jug. More than enough damage to kill Han and also take away the first life of this Alchemist. The question is, can they do a second? There will be a pause. Somebody probably DC'd out. or there's some lag or something. Not that it matters though. Supernova, they've already lost this fight. The only option here is maybe Shen's second Ravage stuns more heroes. But I don't know about this. There is spin on Juggernauts in just a second. Shining still has BKB. Echoes, I don't think will die anyway. So I think they might have just held the base here.
It seems Sheep potentially could be lagging, who is a pretty big part of their fights. But as you said, there's only a few avenues that they can really take here. Guess maybe they kind of just have to Ravage and go. I mean, Jug's just going to get spin-off cooldown by the time it gets close to him. As you said, Shining with BKB. So maybe they can hope that their Alchemist lives through this. He doesn't have the small potion, doesn't have the Chemical Rage either. Only a few seconds till his BKB comes up.
Ravage still actually stuns up onto Erica. So Dong's going to TP out. Looks like they're going to leave Shen inside the base. Oh, somebody had to be sacrificed. Erica gets a double off of it. And we finally get to see the combo. Big RP into a big Omni Slash and a Swift Slash at the same time. That enabled the Juggernaut to deal almost 10,000 damage in that fight.
Yeah, the thing is, like, when I'm saying he doesn't have enough damage, he does a lot of damage in a normal game. But you're playing into an Alchemist and a Tide Hunter, two very, very tanky heroes. So you kind of need to get a lot of this extra damage just coming into your game, right? You just need to be doing an overwhelming amount of physical damage to be able to take them down. And that was just enough for them to be able to get it. I think they really did a good job at just abusing the small little windows that Supernova did give them. Obviously, that was a fight that felt like... Sheep wasn't really a good part of, because I think Echoes kind of just put him on the back burner, right? Like got in front of his face for a little bit and forced the Shadow Demon to play further back and try and save himself rather than saving his big cores, who were very, very deep in the Radiant side of the base. So that's one good fight for the last arc. They need a couple more of them, though. They need to make sure that they're constantly getting these fights going, and we're starting to get into the type of the game where buybacks are more important than what items are, right? So that's going to be all important for these teams to start tracking.
Only 4 buybacks available right now. Only one of them sitting on the Radiant lineup. So Supernova, if they're aware of this, they could maybe play in a bit more daring of a fashion. That being said, though, when you're in such an advantageous position, maybe you don't want to take too many risks. I mean, they lost that fight, but they still have 2 lanes of racks up. We're still going to have these waves shoving in all the time. And we still only have them on the side of the Lost Ark being able to comfortably siege with the Juggernaut. So, for Supernova, bad fight to lose, but doesn't change the game state all that much just yet.
Yeah, it definitely, you can see that it just makes Supernova a little bit more scared to go out on the lanes, just because they know that they are mortal at this point. And usually when you lose a fight like that, the momentum does heavily swing back to the defending team. So they need to make sure that they don't lose faith in themselves just yet. They are still very far ahead when it comes to the network, 12k for themselves. Having a look at, actually, my Dota Plus apparently just ran out, so I can't even check the win percentage. So
it's 61-39. 61-39.
Okay, so it's not like it's completely one-sided for one of those two teams. So still on a bit of a knife's edge. We need to be very, very careful not to lose this game to more Juggernaut items, though. I think they need to make sure that they are starting to go out and be a little active.
By the way, does your win probability disappear if you don't have Dota Plus?
Well, yeah, because I can't press the button.
Oh, wow. Because I haven't bought Dota Plus in a while. It still works for me. Don't tell Valve. Okay. All right. Game's still in beta, I guess.
The button's not working. Hello? let me check to see if I didn't just screw up a hotkey and I'm just being a boomer again.
Oh, smoke up now from the side of Supernova. They feel pretty strong, but they did expend some of the money that they have. So they only have 2 buybacks that are remaining at the moment. Moonlight Shadow also triggered out right now. As usual, Shola's leading the charge. They don't care if he's the one that dies first. But it looks like they are aware on the last arc of what's happening. Also, I must say, Supernova, their scans throughout the series have been top-notch. Like, most of their scans have connected. Even if they can't make the move happen, they're at least aware of where the enemy is.
I also realized that I was just being stupid, and I don't want to explain it to chat because everybody's going to laugh at me, so... we're just going to say, yep, good job, Fluke, well done. Smile, thumbs up. So there's actually 3 hotkeys for the same thing. Because
Yes.
it's obviously an old thing that Valve has brought out. So you can bring up the experience, you can bring up the net worth, and you can also bring up the win rate, which is 3 separate hotkeys. But they're all the same graph.
All the exact same graph. I don't know why
Yep.
it took us so many years to institute that. Why did we have separate graphs to begin with, honestly?
Oh, well, it's something that we get to live by now, and a lot of these Dota Zoomers, I know there's like 5 of you that are like floating around, haven't had to experience the old dark days of spectating Dota.
There actually might be people in chat that have never even seen a side shop or have to buy an individual courier.
Some of them might not have seen the in-game stat pop-ups as well.
Oh
Those
my
things were my
God.
favorite. I love doing those things. For old school, like Australian Dota tournaments and stuff, like Knoxville's obviously the OG. Like that stuff was cool as.
Yeah.
I loved that. It's still in the game, but never
we
used it.
we have the technology. Script,
still
brother.
there.
You're not gonna hook us up, my G. You know, give us a plus from the plus for the homie Fluke. Find a nice young stat to bring us.
in there.
There
Doesn't even
we
have
go.
to be good. Someone. Oh, well.
I've got
I'll
the
get
stat for
one
you.
day.
It'll be like Fluke, handsomest caster from Australia.
Ah, from Australia. Okay, I'll take that caveat. I was going to say there are some very handsome people that float around the Dota scene.
Yo, there's some. We work with some hotties, bro. Real talk.
Yeah.
There are some blisteringly hot people in this community.
This
Bottom
could be
lane,
the fight, though, Snare. You
Yep.
have to be careful.
They've eroded a lot of the gold lead. Tendies do find the Juggernaut, but he does avoid the stun. There is a Swift Blink right now from the Alchemist, who eventually did go back for the itemization, but he was unable to catch out this Jug. Wait, what did he sell for this, for the Swift Blink?
Sanjin Yasha.
SNY, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what's crazy about this is that there's pretty much no more gold lead in this game. Alchemist is completely topped out. Juggernaut is about to be topped out once he finishes this MKB, maybe getting a moonshot. So now it's all about execution. The gold, not going to make that much more of a difference. And they're trying to reach forward right now on the last stock. They see this Alchemist, but he's not a very nice target. They get a
on the
very
base.
preemptive disruption, but there's a Ravage onto absolutely everybody. Arrow also connects onto Silencer, so they can't follow this up with the Global. Tendies will be there onto Y as well. And somehow, some way, the one hero they chain disable is the one that they needed. No Global means there's no fight for the Radiant, and now they have to go home and defend the base.
Yeah, Han almost got himself a tier 4 tower out of that. He at least forced the glyph, so they know that there's 6 minutes without that. Nova, they're really starting to push the buttons. And they're going to get themselves
Again.
a Roche as well. Another Aghanim Scepter. I mean, Tidehunter Ags is going to be juicy. Maybe you give it to Mirana if you're feeling a little charitable. But definitely right now you're looking at Chen saying, you're going to get this Aghanim Scepter. We're going to start moving into this base. Actually, probably give it to Han. I didn't realize that Han doesn't have Ags just yet.
Yeah. I think you give it to Han. Maybe Han should also take the cheese as well. I'd give him the cheese and the
Yeah.
eggs, give the Alchemist the Aegis. And that is indeed what they are going to do. They actually give Shen the cheese. A Tide Hunter, really? I don't expect this hero to be dying in these fights, but still, okay.
Han probably feels pretty unkillable, to be perfectly honest. Like, he probably feels very confident in himself. Double-sided fist charges. He has the Mantis Style and the Blink Dagger and the BKB, especially with the Stormcrafter too, so probably feels pretty happy with... Actually, Stormcrafter doesn't do anything anymore, disregard, but he probably feels pretty happy with the defensive items that he has, whereas the Tidehunter, if you're soaking up a lot of these spells, like say you soak like a Swift Slash, maybe you soak like a few spells coming in from the Void Spirit and you cheese back up the full, then it kind of feels like it's a little bit of a wasted time for the last arc. Whereas if they're killing Ember Spirit, I'm pretty sure the 100 is zeroing him during a stun duration.
Also, I wouldn't say Stormcrafter does nothing, bro. It gives you 35 movement speed. For an
True.
Ember Spirit, this... I mean, given how he's been playing this game as a Rat Ember Spirit, honestly, I think this is kind of legit. Can work out for him.
Lets him keep pushing lanes as well, just like freely. Sometimes, like when you're sleight of fisting, you don't kill everything, but it allows him to maybe get that little bit of extra damage to get the kill.
Well, they have to deal with an Aegis now, another Ags, the last stock. Unfortunately for them, as we mentioned, they are close to being completely maxed out. Juggernaut will finish a Swift Blink, maybe can buy a Rapier, but I don't expect much more progression. Look at Han. Dude, He can. Okay, I see what you mean now. He definitely is feeling himself if he's pulling off these kind of plays.
Yeah. I think it's just gotten to this point of the game where you're feeling like that you're going to be able to take this game by the throat, and you kind of want to just push it as far as you possibly can. Like, look what he's doing.
He's trying to solo kill the silencer, forcing a reaction, going back to his crew. And the thing is, because he has Axe, this costs him nothing, right? The only thing that costs him is Manta procs, and that'll come back not too long from now anyway.
He can do this every time that he has Manta Style up, right? Like, if he ever gets caught out and Manta Style is a little bit too early, getting away from one of the silencers or maybe one of the stuns, then he can always BKB to get away from the global silence, but he has to make sure he doesn't overstep his bounds. All it takes is one little slip up from Han, and he is very dead if he gets caught by maybe a silencer or a stun. And with the way that he's playing, Sheep's going to be, like, nowhere in the vicinity to be able to save him.
Yeah. I mean, look at this Han, dude. What a player. But he's leveraging the damage from this Daedalus as well as this Desolator. And it's proving to be very effective here. Arrow connects onto Y, but jumping him is not so easy. They are doing the definition of slow siege here, Fluke. Literally putting in 60 damage per Manta proc from this Alchemist. At this rate, let's see, how long would it take them to actually get this tower?
A long time.
They would only have to do this 22 more times. That's not so bad.
That's fine, guys. Everybody in chat, you guys want to sit back and watch, Supernova just try and get this tower with purely disruption illusions? That's going to be cool, right? Right, guys? They did a little more damage that time. They did almost 200 with those illusions, so...
He's actually just jumping up. Dong's tired of this, okay? Lotus Orb will tank some of the hits. He is so lucky on Erica that Shining wasn't ready to just jump him with Ravage. If he was ready there, he'd actually be dead at the moment. Han finding some stuns onto Shining, keeping him away from being able to get out the base. These illusions coming at you again. Oh my god. This right here is patient Dota from Supernova. This is a real siege, Fluke. You know, we talk about sieging the base. People forget that sieges are things that take weeks and months to accomplish. And now they skewer back onto Dong. Still has his Aegis though. Will eventually pop it. Coming back for life too. On the Ravage, only stunning out onto one. It's the Silencer. RP coming in as well. They drag back the Alchemist as well as the Tidehunter. The second GG slash is on. They haven't killed Dong just yet. There's another RP, but somehow this Alchemist is still standing. Han with the BKB and mass amounts of damage on this Ember Spirit managed to solo kill Echo while all this was happening. And the tier 3 tower has also fallen. Buyback in on this Void Spirit. He's jumping onto Shola, really wanting the Mirana, able to pick him up. And now they want more. They get the skewer back onto Dong, bringing him into the base. This time he does not have an Aegis. He's gonna try bring down the melee racks, but eventually Erica is able to kill him off. They're now diving outside of the base as well, looking towards these supports, but Sheep gets himself alive. He's able to blink away to safety. They put back on Silencer for this too. So 2 buybacks on Radiant side. It does enable them to keep the base going. They don't lose melee racks, but they did lose the tier 3 tower.
Yeah, probably not the worst defense from the last arc. Yes, they did have to pop 2 buybacks out of that, but they killed Alchemist twice. They were able to kill the Mirana as well. They dealt a decent amount of damage, just a small little 14k for the Juggernaut in that last fight. So they're definitely at a point now where they are starting to execute well enough to be able to kill high tier cores without having to spend too much for it. Yes, they did use double RP and all their BKBs and stuff, but there's no way you're going to be able to get a free kill like that without having to spend a little bit. So they did this all without Han having his Divine Rapier, which he has now picked up, and he has buyback in the plenty as well. So he got rid of his Deso for this, which I thought was probably not the play, but he wants to play with kind of just big procs from the Daedalus and really hope that he can kind of two-shot people.
Maybe he's feeling like he's going to get lucky on the neutral items, get some Stigi or something. If he gets that, then it's fine, right? That's not that
if he gets Stigi, then he's good. But I guess he doesn't want to get rid. He can't get rid of BKB. Doesn't want to get rid of Manta. And maybe I would have just backpacked the Boots of Travel. Like I probably wouldn't have sold my Deso. I would have just backpacked my Boots of Travel. But wanted to get the Rapier at some time, because if they ever have free time at hitting buildings, they will kill them really fast. Really fast.
He also has a backup Rapier, Radiant waiting in his courier. At the same time, there's another Rapier in this game, Fluke. Echo's picked one up as well. Off the back of that buyback, and finding that fight on bottom, he realizes that honestly, he's actually the damage dealer. Juggernaut, yes, these GG slashes are nice, but the thing that's helping to tick these heroes over the edge are these massive shots of the Astral Step. So Echoes, with the 25 talent as well, about to hit 30, is a real menace in this game, honestly, for this Void Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see the damage that he does in those last couple of fights. Yes, it is all about the Juggernaut versus the Alchemist matchup, but I think also the two Spirit Brothers play a very integral part in the way these fights are going to go. If Ember Spirit gets a like a big Rapier crit, then some people may have to reset and go back to base, and it's very much the same thing with Echoes, right? Like if he just gets a massive amount of damage through multiple heroes with an Astral Step, then that is a very hard place for you to play. Tier 5 tokens are now up and available.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, they went double Stygian. I don't know if that was communicated well enough.
Yeah, I'm also not down with the double Stigi. I would have been down for a Stigi on Ember, but he got a Mirror Shield instead. In a way, actually, this might be better. So now you have Mirror Shield, because I understand the Deso hits, but him just not dying in the fight is also another source of damage, like consistent damage throughout the engagement.
Yes, second Rapier on the Courier too, which is all locked up for him.
Just waiting. All right, now they're going to wait for this next Roshan for Supernova before they try to go into the base once more. Blast Dark.
What sheep picking?
Can't really reave the base. The one thing that is nice, though, is that Shining did also pick up a Hex. So we have Hex, double RP from him. It's pretty good. If he's able to find like an RP like he found in the last defense, they could still hold this base for quite some time yet.
Yeah, it is kind of annoying now. This Hex would have been nicer before Han got the Mirror Shield. He would have definitely just been able to blink on him and they would have killed him twice easily. Or killed him 100 to full, but you can see the amount of damage that he does. He already procs an Aeon Disc onto normal end. Do they have all their tier 5s? No, it seems like they've only been able to get themselves 2 with double Stidge. What about the other tier 5s? I saw Sheep had a token. Sheep hasn't pressed it just yet. Please, Sheep, press it.
Do the right thing. They actually haven't pressed many of them on the dire lineup right now. And here's a fight coming in towards them. They smoked up on Lost Dark. All 5 heroes are gathered here from both teams. This could be where the game state changes. Radiant side only has 2 buybacks right now, so maybe that's the reason why they decide to leave this area. If they had more buybacks, maybe. And also, they know what Han is going to try and do. They've become accustomed to his shenanigans on this Ember Spirit. Shining is going to try and catch him out, but Mirror Shield, baby. Like you said, would have been way better to get Hex before that tier 5 neutral item.
Yep, it's basically next to impossible for them to do it now. I think the only way they can do it is they have to proc it with like... I mean, he's going to be able to like BKB or Manta out of anything else. Like, I don't know how you're going to be able to proc it and catch him. Unless you have 2 Hexes and you like insta Hex, right? Is the only real way that you can catch out this Ember Spirit now. And they go Ex Machina on Chen for him to have double Lotus and double Guardian Greaves, which is always nice. And then Book of Shadows. Really good into the Juggernaut. If you're able to cop a few people with that. So that's going to be very, very important. Now, Y as well as Normal End have their own tokens. Maybe Shining is going to get one. So they're just passing them around to try and figure it out. So Aegis, Cheese, and Ags. So the Ags went the way of the Alchemist this time around. Unfortunate for him, he doesn't actually get the bonus because he hasn't given anybody anything yet.
I'm kind of surprised they gave it to him instead of Shen. Like, I feel like...
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Here he goes.
Maybe they
like,
want to...
The gush is pretty good.
Maybe they want to be able to use the Alchemist to get like the extra proc on his own Ags, right?
Okay.
Like bonus damage per step. Like he gets 25 damage to give away an Ags. Like he's eventually going to give them away to everybody if it gets like 90 minutes. But if he gives one away to the Tidehunter now, then he gets 25 damage as well as them being in the same spot as what they were.
That definitely makes sense. Moonshot has now been picked up by Dong as well. So he is pretty much capped. He's actually queued up a Divine Rapier right now for the end of the game. So his lineup could have 3 Rapiers purchased up. I mean, it would make sense. They have a 44,000 gold lead. And well, Fluke, the time has come, buddy. Back into the slow siege, baby. Who needs trebuchets? We have Disruption on Alchemist.
Yep, this is like the old Shadow Demon Luna combinations of old, right? Where you just kind of make illusions of your big hard carry, you throw them into a building, and you wait until the game ends. And doing a good job at dealing with the illusions now, but it's just at this point in the game where it's 64 minutes. Buybacks are super important, and making sure that you don't overextend and overuse certain things. So this game is going to be on a knife edge for a decent while, especially playing into another Aegis and Cheese.
Yep.
Erica lost his career, which had
a
half of his
Hyperstone on it.
moonshot on.
Yeah. Pretty big problem there. I'm actually kind of surprised that they are not putting the Radiance on the Alchemist while they're doing this. Because if you do it without Radiance, then Juggernaut, it's super easy for him to kill these things without the mischance. Well, they've only actually managed to do 22 damage onto the Raindrax.
Hell yeah. Let's keep it up. I feel like he definitely could, as long as he lets Sheep know what he's doing, like, you know, you can just get like a demonic cleanse going in on him. He can blink up onto the high ground. You can just start whacking away at it, just press the Chemical Rage. You're probably going to be able to deal maybe half damage to a Raindrax before they even catch you. And then, yes, maybe you might get in trouble, but as long as Sheep is on the ball, the disruption can save you. X number 1.
RP coming in from Shining. This way they catch on, but Lotus Orb was there as well with the Mirror Shield, so that protects him. He should be able to get out of here. RP will be able to catch Dong without him having that much luck. And eventually Han does die. Ravage is going to be there though, directly onto Juggernaut, as they brought back with Han as well. They send the secondary Ravage onto the 2 supports, killing them both. All 3 dead heroes though have brought back, and now Juggernaut wants to involve himself again in the fight. Going forward, they still have Echo ready with the Divine Rapier to throw in some additional damage, but Juggernaut, he's trying to spin right now. Demonic Purge is out onto him. As soon as the spin is over, he's in trouble, Fluke. Han jumps onto him, stuns him up, enables Dong and Chola to kill him. And that is a Juggernaut in the grave for 2 minutes, no buyback. Echo's doing his best, jumps the backlines, able to assassinate Shola at the very least. But now that they've taken the tier 4 tower, they've opened up the space to the Ancient. They just cannot do it anymore, and they throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. Han goes to get some bonus kills for good measure, and the game will end in favor of Supernova. They make the 2-0 upset happen. What a performance coming in from the Junior Asta lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Supernova, big props to these guys to be able to pull it back. Like, their DPC tour did not look good for them. I'm just going to check back. Yeah, they were currently sitting at 1-3 on the table, and we're going into this up against a team who is 3-1. So this is obviously one of those series where a lot of people are saying, it's the last dark, they get a 2-0, then it's going to be easy, we're going to look at it. And I probably thought the same thing going into this series, but game number 1, Dong just put them on his back, and that definitely gave these guys a whole lot of belief that they can take this series, because game number 2, there was a few moments where it definitely looked like they potentially could be falling out. You know, Shining was having such a great time here. Echoes really didn't lose all too much to Han, but as soon as they got to this mid game, it just felt like they all clicked. Sheep once again had a fantastic game on Shadow Demon. I think this is another hero that teams need to look at about getting rid of Shadow Demon, because it does so much work. And Han being able to come back from a pretty forgettable game number 1, and now come into game number 2 where he just made enough space for Dong to be the big scary carry for them. And yeah, the Supernova roster really, really impressed with them being able to get a 2-0 here up against the last Dark. And I mean, for the last Dark, I don't think this second game was, you know, them playing poorly. I think they played extremely well. Maybe the draft is something that really kind of let them down this second game here. But, I mean, Supernova, they played really well and really clinical as well to be able to close out the final 10, 20 minutes of this game where they just played it really slow, chipped away until they got this one opportunity to try and get the kill there on Erica, and it worked out.
Yep. All they needed was that one shot, the opening that they were able to take advantage of. I feel really bad for Echoes. Echoes at the very end of this game really did try his best. Really good Astral Steps, found some good Aether Remnants, did an obscene amount of damage in his own right with his Divine Rapier, but sadly, it's just not going to be good enough. They end up tanking an L here. And Supernova, game 1 we gave it to Dong because he put the entire team on his back, but here Han made the space. All the space on planet Earth, slowly chipping away. Bro, split push Ember Spirit. How many times in your life do you come across this in your games? Han demonstrating why this was so good for this particular game. Love this itemization as well, right? Didn't just build the normal route of Ember Spirits of like some BKB straight into the Aghanim Scepter or Maelstrom. He started off being like, all right, I need to defend myself, keep myself alive with some Mantas and the like. Let me get Blink, but you know what? Let me get some damage. Deso Daedalus turned it into a Divine Rapier later. What's really funny for me, that one little slot that's missing from his items, that's where he dropped his first Rapier. He actually had a second one in his courier. He was just playing the game too fast to pick up the Rapier on the way back to the team fight. So shout out to him. Han did amazing things. Like you said, recovered from a very forgettable game 1. Game 2 is an MVP. Supernova get a 2-0. And bro, why didn't they start the tour like this? If they started the tour like this, there's no way that their score would be 1-3 coming into the series.
Yeah, that's a big question, right? Is where was this Supernova at the start of the tour? I think a big positive for them is they've kind of found the formula that works for them, right? I think Sheep playing the Shadow Demon is going to be a big cornerstone for them moving forward. It enables them in a lot of their drafts, and they've also got this big trump card that is now going to be the Dong Morphling. It was in the past, but now they have shown that he can kind of 1v5 carry for them and really put a lot of these big teams to the sword. And I mean, unfortunately now for the Last Dark, they are looking at how many of these harder teams do they have to play? So the Last Dark, they have to play Big Brain, and they also have to play Team Zero. So from here on out, the Last Dark, they need to get that dub against Team Zero, and they need to hope that Team Zero loses another map so they don't have to have tiebreakers. It is... This is kind of throwing a big spanner in the works for the Last Dark as well as Supernova. I think this puts Supernova in a good spot to avoid relegation, with IGV as well as Limit both being 0-4 right now. And it also means that this top 4 is going to get extra spicy towards the end of the tour.
Yeah, this has made life extremely difficult right now for the Last Dark. They cannot falter anymore in their future games lest they find themselves completely out of the running to get into Division 1. Of course, Supernova pretty much out of the running themselves. Legitimate miracles would have to happen for them to get into Div 1, but they probably secured their spot, like you say, in Div 2. But more importantly, they're starting to look like a team. So they're going to be a very scary opponent to go up against once those TI qualifiers roll around in a couple of months. With that, though, it is a 2-1 affair or 2-0 affair in their favor. Do you think the last series of the day is going to go in that direction as well, Fluke? What are we expecting? Because we do still have one more game to go. It's unfortunately not going to be as closely headed up as Supernova and the Last Dark. It is Limit taking on Team Zero, number 1 versus number 8. What are we thinking about that series? What's going to happen?
I feel like Zero are probably going to be able to come out on top. Holy Grail did make them bleed in their previous series yesterday, so I'm not saying that Team Zero are unbeatable, but from what we've seen from both of these two teams between Limit and Zero, it is very heavily favored in the Zero camp. But after what I've seen today, I thought this was going to be very heavily favored for the Last Dark, and Supernova were able to 2-0. So at this point, anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. This is Division 2 in China, so every single game is worth watching because I guarantee you're going to find yourself very well surprised. With that, we are going to be moving into that third and final series of the day to round out the second week. So Snare and Fluke signing out until next time for some Dota 2 action. We love y'all. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure that you love yourself too. And be here in a few minutes to round out the day of Dota 2 action. See you then.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the China DPC Division 2 as we are into our final series of the day. And this one is very important. There are going to be 0 limits on this final series because it is Team 0 versus Team Limit. Tigav, how you doing? And what's your expectations for this one?
I hope that the team can take the final racks easier than the last series, because that was just I had it on my phone, walking around my apartment trying to sort stuff out, and I was like, go on, are they going to chip it down? Are they going to chip it down? Are they going to take it? Are they going to take it? And yeah, it took a bit of time. Today has been some of the longer games, and of course with Limit, their series haven't been, the longest. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to do so well, so hopefully they are able to, punch back today and really take a fight to Team 0.
Yeah, one would hope so. And of course, our first series of the team was Big Brain beating down the poor old lads over on the side of Big Brain. And this is how the leaderboard looks right now. So as you can see, our friends over at Limit aren't looking too great, sitting at 0 and 4. Ouchies. Same as IG Vitality, not a good position to be in. And meanwhile, Team 0, they are vying for those top 2 spots at the moment. It really is looking good for Holy Grail at the moment. This is a team which people are like, oh yeah, they might do pretty well, might not, and they've just come through and trounced everybody, including Team 0 and Big Brain already. So they're already in an amazing spot to look to kind of challenge for that top spot. In fact, I think it's pretty much guaranteed for them that they will be getting a top 2 just based purely on logic, unless they just completely start losing against like some of the bottom teams, because that's all they've got left. They've got the hard ones out of the way already. So it all comes down to the second place now. It basically means there's only one more slot available in the China Division 2 region, which means these wins are really, really important. Big Brain, Team 0, The Last Dark, these 3 teams are basically smashing it out right now to try and make it to that second slot. It is very, very competitive here in China Division 2, and yeah, we'll see what Team 0 can do right now.
Yeah, also it just clicked because of course, with rebranding and Liquipedia not having a lot of these, Chinese players' accounts on Liquipedia, it was kind of hard to ascertain who was who again. And it just clicked that Team Limit is just outsiders from China from last tour, who was the team that basically got given the slot from the Echo stack in Division 1 when they qualified.
Yeah.
And then obviously they bombed out in Division 1, Tour 2. They've changed their carry player coming into Tour 3, and now they're here. So it is interesting to see a rare example of a team that basically buys into Division 1 to then bomb out of potentially 2 divisions in a row. It clearly shows that DPC isn't a simple buy your slot and hold your ground type tournament, and maybe they can bounce back. But yeah, now it brings back all the memories. Now I really know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's not like other esports where you can just buy a slot and literally cannot get relegated. No firing no shots here, but looking across the pond. But anyways, we are into a draft, which is a helpful segue. So let's get into this one as Team 0 are going to start things off with the Wind Ranger. Limit going to answer immediately with the Shadow Demon. My God, how many times are we going to be seeing this goddamn matchup, T-Governor?
Too many times, honestly. I think for Team 0, at least, when you look about where they played Wind Runner, they have played it in offlane and carry. Against a Shadow Demon, I think you might want to relegate it into the offlane, potentially. But then the issue with that is now suddenly you're putting the Wind Runner into the SD lane. So already both teams kind of punching each other in the face with some counters, right? You got the SD into the Wind Runner, you got Anti-Mage into Deucer, but then also SD laning phase against Anti-Mage is insane, because this disruption, you get 2 mana... you get 2 clones of the Anti-Mage to then mana burn the Anti-Mage back. So he himself doesn't really have mana in laning phase to utilize Blink to poke and be aggressive. So I already want to see kind of Limit and 0 kind of playing around with each other in the draft now, because if they can disguise if the Anti-Mage is, let's say, the off lane or the carry, or if the SD is going to lane in the same lane, like laning setup is going to be crucial straight off the bat when I see these openings.
A really interesting start from both these teams for sure. And Team 0 with 0 hesitation on that one as well. Very on brand. But I like it. I really like that they're just like, screw it. We'll take 2 of our cores straight off the bat. I mean, presumably. Not many people have been running Wind support. Some teams have, but I presume that this is going to be maybe Wind mid. Maybe Anti-Mage safe lane. Maybe Anti-Mage off lane if Team 0 want to do that. That's been happening.
It's up in the air, boss. It's just about anywhere and everywhere. I think
they're very flexible. These are yoga heroes.
They are currently flexing themselves through Kingdom Come, but for 0, their bans, they are respecting how Anti-Mage into Medusa can be really, really bad, because these heroes that just push you forward, right? Like Medusa can easily get 20 minutes like Manta Butterfly. And at that point, Anti-Mage normally has Battle Fury, Manta, maybe if it's a really good game, components towards the next item. So when you throw in a Beastmaster or a Legion, they kind of activate the lineup in different ways. Legion with the Blade Mail and the Blink, always chasing and killing Anti-Mage whilst he farms. And of course, Beastmaster, it kind of speaks for itself, right? Helm the Overlord, take towers. It's easy for Medusa to kind of group up with her items. So yeah, I think this is maybe hinting at an Anti-Mage carry from Team Zero at least. Even with the Bloodseeker as well, like Rupture, you can't blink. So yeah, it feels very much like we have picked our Anti-Mage carry straight off the bat with these bans.
Yeah, and now we're going to defend it as well. That's why they were feeling confident when you have the 4th pick to go for it. Maybe if it was the other way around and they'd first phase Medusa, we probably wouldn't see an anti-mage in response, and then the 2nd and 3rd picks coming out. But because they get to 4th pick the anti-mage, they can then defend it with a bunch of bans as well. So making sure they give their anti-mage a good lane and a good game, and probably going to be the carry anti-mage because they have defended it so fervently. And now there's going to be a Snapfire coming out from Limit. Not too much to say about this one. Just a solid hero. Can be set in the support role. Can see it mid every now and again. But when you don't know your matchup and when you have last pick, it's probably going to be the support. And that's fine by me. Got a decent amount of setup with the Shadow Demon as well. Just throw a cookie on top of that. Sure, it's no Mirana, but decent enough.
Yeah, it's going to amplify the laning phase. You've already mentioned the aggressive components of the hero, and Team Zero, they're very fragile in regards to laning phase, I feel. Mainly because of like SD into anti-mage, some snap with potential kill threat. Also, isn't China the region that's showing off, Snapfire in mid lane as well, core roles, so maybe there's some copycat situations occurring. The really good teams are doing it, so let's throw it in the mix. Don't know how much I would want a mid Snapfire into an anti-mage carry, though. I think the inevitability of this anti-mage taking over the game could cause you concern, but we'll see. Let's see how Team Zero responds. Their draft is rather fragile. They do need some kind of grounding to their lineup to give them some fight. And the question is where that's come from. Sure, Void Spirit. Helps with the supports. I'm trying to work out like what's the way that you play out this lane, and okay, they don't really fix the problems in their lineup, I'd say. I think they have a lot of independent heroes that farm for themselves, but there isn't some like layering where, let's say, the Void Spirit's not going to buy an item to suddenly give Windrunner a game. The Windrunner's not buying an item to give Anti-Mage a game. Like, all of these heroes just are very selfish in gameplay. So there's Pugner, the poor Pugner. He's like, okay, I'll life drain you. I'll decrypt you. Everyone. I'll buy a Solar Crest and a Pavis. Like, Pugner's pretty much doing everything right now for the team in regards to enabling the early skirmishes and like the supporting aspect of things.
He's just a little green guy trying to keep everyone alive. He's fast, but not fast enough to heal the whole gang. Yeah, it is kind of worth mentioning as well. Like, versus Medusa versus Snapfire, like already they have quite a lot of split damage as well. It's not like they've got a ton of single focus, which this Pugner seems to be a bit better against.
Mm-hmm. Pugner likes playing fights where the initiation is very single targeted, and then your life drain is super high value, and also when there's not layers of jump on top of you. So you could argue like, Limit hasn't really got any backline finding heroes yet when they picked it. Of course, with the Ember Spirit, that now causes a little bit of pain for this Pugner. And
10 seconds
still, like, if I ignore the team names, because everything I'm mentioning is like ignoring the fact it's Limit.
Yeah, of course.
Like, their lineup, I feel like they do have a really nice window to be able to just completely destroy Team Zero. And if I was Team Zero, it's like, where do you want to flex your heroes to give them the best game? And I would argue that you kind of want to have a core that can actually dictate something. So I'd love to see the Windrunner get pushed into, say, the 4 role, or even like the 5 role, and just get yourself an offlaner that can enter the lane with some confidence and just play the game. Because otherwise everyone's just going to be hitting creeps, and then you'll just have to outplay them at some point.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a tough position to put yourselves in, but then again, I feel like Team Zero definitely can kind of just outplay this game as well. As you mentioned, that they are the better team by quite some margin. So they'll just go for the counter pick matchup straight off the bat with the anti-mage and then just set themselves up for an easy as possible anti-mage game. Pick your wind, pick your void spirit. These guys probably aren't going to be having the freest time just simply because they're going to be trying to make room for the AM. So yeah, but at least a mid lane matchup's all right, like void spirit versus Ember. I think is this one like slightly Ember favored, but overall not a huge difference.
It's a very chill lane, I think, for both players. The Ember, of course, has a bit more slight spam. The Void Spirit with early levels can do some like Astral Remnant pulls into suddenly you're maybe tanking a tower hit. Like there's quirky ways for both to play, but realistically, this is just the matchup of two spirits who hit creeps and want the first active rune to make their big plays. And Team Zero, they are banning out some offlaners right now. Of course, Limit has ultimate last pick. I like the Darkseid ban. That was something that maybe came to mind, but no, Team Zero, the end of the draft, Anti-Mage is now your offlaner, Morphling is your carry.
Yep.
It is just a statement of, sure, you want to be quite rigid in your draft. We're going to be very open, and I don't mind the Morphling pick because I think in this scenario with the SD, I prefer offlane Anti-Mage that can play Diffusal, Manta Aghanim's and play on distance rather than being the carry who has to go in. So I don't mind the flex. I think I'm happy that Anti-Mage is offlane. But it's a lot of farm for sure needed. Like they really need to just play well in lanes to secure the next 20 minutes of farm after.
Yeah. We'll see how that one works out for them. It's going to be slow, and Limit, well, they want to bring the fight to them by picking up this Monkey King here. So what are the lanes going to be? Okay, it's an off-lane Medusa. Right, carry Monkey King and mid lane Ember Spirit, of course. So this is going to be that Phylactery Aghanim's Medusa we've been seeing a tiny bit of here and there, but yeah, that's a response. I mean, they're like, okay, you want to flex your Anti-Mage to the offlane? We'll flex our Medusa to the offlane. How'd you like them apples?
I've not seen that in so long, to be fair. Of course, Tundra, they were one of the teams who were like forcing it religiously, but all right. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. It does, I think, hurt Limit's ability to play a very quick timing, because like Monkey King, of course, into Anti-Mage, it's a good matchup for him. He's going to free farm. So I think now it puts the emphasis on Monkey King needs to make the farm. Deucer just needs to... does Deucer punish a Morphling in lane? Pretty sure it doesn't. Like, Snake Spam and Phylactery is normally good against heroes that don't have ways to kind of gain HP or just manipulate their kind of health pool. And Morphling, of course, is one of the best at that, especially when it hits to level 3. So I'm worried about how important or how impactful Deuce is going to be. And then it's like, is it Monkey King versus the world? So again, early days, but a lot of things need to go right for Limit, I feel, because yeah, Team Zero will eventually scale with their abundance of greediness and bleh that they've drafted.
Yeah, it's a lot of greed. It's a lot of kind of control inside of these fights as well. More in just like, you've got so much commitment, yet so much escape as well. Like, what an annoying fight to play into. If these guys get their items, then yeah, they can easily outplay the side of Limit, it feels like, because they just have so much more mobility, so much more catch, so much more ways to go in and out. And yeah, it just makes your game way, way easier to play inside of the fight. So I'm definitely feeling like this Medusa switch up wasn't really necessary, especially when you see the Morphling, right? You see the Morphling, like, okay, it's no longer Medusa versus Anti-Mage, it's a carry matchup. Surely that's something you should be like, oh, Morrow, we're now more confident in picking the Medusa and having it being our carry, rather than flexing it to the offlane. So
yeah, it's
also shocked.
A little bit, but also don't forget, like, Monkey King into Morphling this matchup is really good when you have ways to isolate the Morphling and keep her inside Wukong's command, right? Because then it's like you're applying Scardy procs, or maybe you've got some diffusable. Like, there's multiple ways that you can play Monkey into Morphling and feel good, but you need to have that control. And right now, like you mentioned, Limit, they've got what? Boundless Strike, maybe some Medusa Ag, Stone Gaze, and like Root, a cookie. Like, it's a lot of like cheap stuff. So
actually, this is, yeah. Look at Medusa's items. Look at Snapfire's items. Medusa is not the position 3. She is, in fact,
it's a 5.
Position 5.
Chu Seng playing it.
Yep.
All right, yeah, okay, that's the English in us. We didn't Yeah, okay, I get that. That's a common mistake. All right, we
Right.
apologize, guys.
Yeah. There's two Chinese characters. Okay, we kind of just assumed that the Medusa would be playing off lane. That's on
It's
us.
because we were
but,
talking about Lang Niao for so long, right? Like before we came to drafts, we were talking about like Cold Bird, Lang Niao. We're like, all right, this guy, this is how we're gonna pronounce it. This is hype, and then yeah, quite the blunder. All right, that does change things.
Okay.
In a lateral sense, it doesn't make it better or worse. I think it's just very much the same shenanigans, because I think the offlane Snapfire, it's going to be a little bit more impactful.
Yeah,
but it's
I
the
think
same
it could do
thing.
well.
Isn't it not the same thing though as a offlane Medusa? You spell out the wave. You don't really have control. So okay, we'll see how it goes. It's, I guess, cool to see them flex the Medusa to 5. We haven't seen that too often. It rarely. So yeah, a little bit of innovation coming in this series, but is it too innovative? God, that was a hard word. Because already this Medusa is about to get soloed by a Windrunner.
Yeah, her mana is gone. I thought it's just going to settle for getting him out of the lane, though, and just come back and start laying a bit of hurt into this Monkey King as well. Throw some damage down on Rain. So annoying on this wind. Blink, 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 blink. And what is going to stop her? The offlane, the position 5 Medusa? I don't think so. This is so crazy. This was such a curveball. I think they might have just, like, they've thrown the ball. It's curved so hard that it just swung back around and hit them back in the face.
It kind of reminds me when Fata used to play, you know? Because, like, him on 5 would always be like, you get to the point in the draft where you're trying to be, how do you fix it? And he's like, boys, I'll just play the Pango 5. It's all good,
Yeah.
you know?
I'll play the Razor 5.
Yeah, I'll just do it. It's all good. We got this. Yeah, same vibes. But no. Again, so Team Zero, I feel like maybe chosen one from the mid lane. I remember at least within last tour when he was playing Division 1, he was one of the better players on the team. Often scorelines looked healthier. He was able to just make moves occur. So in all the shenanigans that have unfolded, I think he really needs to dictate a bit of this game. Of course, it's not as if he's got easy matchups. Ember killing Morphling doesn't occur. Ember killing Anti-Mage, you need a bit of help. So it's not going to be the best game for him, but he just needs to set the pace of the game. And already
Absolutely.
CS is looking to be quite even.
Top lane, once again, Medusa loses all of her mana, but at the same time, yeah,
And life,
nice.
what?
Just clicks it out, just doesn't run away on the Medusa. I don't know, sometimes you see that green bar and it just doesn't register.
Oh.
Jesus. That was
a very hard first blood to obtain. Congratulations,
Indeed.
Last Zero. I think Last Zero also going to be very happy that they've dodged the SD into anti-mage lane. A little bit upset that we didn't see Limit try and make those lane swaps. I think if you are already flexing a Medusa to 5, why not just throw it into the off lane and then you have Mystic Snake and Snapfire spam? Then you put the SD into anti-mage. I think there could have been some really cool ways that Limit played into this, but alas, they unfortunately haven't found those laning setups. And instead, everyone's going to be hit creeps. Because outside of that first blood, every core in the game is practically within a spitting distance of each other. 1 to 2 CS.
Yeah, it's despite the kills and despite, you know, how convincing these lanes are on paper, at the moment we're not seeing those advantages really come to fruition. And, you know, it has to be said, Shadow Demon versus Morphling is still a good matchup for the Shadow Demon. You know, he can't really be in a bad lane for himself because Morphling Illusion still hurt Morphling as well, so...
This is true. You just have to punch him a lot.
Yep, and you'll see here every time CTY is on maximum mana, the Snapfire just going to come in and try and threaten a couple of spells on him, just try and force him down a bit. But of course, when those spells are on cooldown, he's like, all right, well, fine, I'll just stay on max agi then. There's no support coming in to nuke me, so I'm not really worried. Meanwhile, Shadow Demon making the rotation in towards the middle lane, trying to secure this water rune for his mid laner. And nice remnant coming out from the Void Spirit there just to secure the top rune, but it does look like Chosen One should be able to come back and get himself the other water runes, so yeah,
Wait,
70 won't be able to grab both.
Oh, okay, cool. Oof. I was so confused for a second.
Top lane. Oh, Monkey. Oh, he's fighting up right now, and he does have that wand available to keep himself nice and healthy. Ice gonna have to keep his distance. Ooh, jumping in, does get off that Jingu Mastery. Boundless onto Beyond, so just trying to keep him low. Trying to threaten them as much as possible, knowing that he needs to be the main threat in this lane, because the Pos 5 is not doing much, in fairness.
Also, Ice is kind of vibing right in his quick buy right now. He's got Diffusal build already, sorry, Diffusal Blade already in play. And when you think about the heroes, right? Like, if he buys a Diffusal Blade and becomes a core, Pugner might be going down here in the bot lane. Yeah, there he goes. Nice kill there from Limit. But no, like, when you think about it, all the cores on Limit hate playing into a Diffusal Blade buyer, so I can respect it. He's going to tank some of these cheap spells that we mentioned. There's only 3 or 4 stuns to their name, so if Windrunner is now becoming a core component of the fight, suddenly now Anti-Mage, Morphling, and Void Spirit, what, there's 2 less stuns available out of your 4? Like, I kind of respect the greediness. We'll see if it pays off, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think the important thing is, like, you can only do it to one hero in the fight, so you're only going to be kind of removing the impact of one hero as in comes Monkey King again. Rain, look at the try and bring down Ice here, but he'll be able to turn around with the power shot. Doesn't quite get off the damage, and the heals aren't there. And now they're going to be looking for a secondary kill as well. This producer is so useless, man.
It's not good, is it?
So, oh no, my carry's dying. Oh no, the Anti-Mage just blinked on me now. What will I do?
It's such a scuffed 5, and it's why we don't see it really too often, because like you have 500 mana. It kind of goes quite quickly. Even in a core role, it's awkward. You're always hoping for the Lotus or some mangoes or something. Then you throw it into a 5 where you need to body a little bit more. And on top of that, like, you don't have any saves. So if your carry goes in, to be fair though, I think that was because, you know, I'm gonna just call him A because his name's A here, but A's jumping in by himself quite aggressively. So kind of A put himself in a really bad spot, right? But you can't do that with the Deucer 5. I think Deucer 5 only works when you're against like maybe double melee offlane, something like Earth Spirit +1, where you already know the lane's going to just be suboptimal.
Well, they are going to let him get off the Jingu, but is it all a bait as Ice comes through again? He's got the focus fire with the shackle to get the kill. Sorry, the power shot with
Oh no!
It's just a +1. That's all it is.
Did you see that snake though? That snake was busted.
Yeah,
Is that even
really
a word?
stopped
I've
them
never
killing
used that
the
word
Monkey
before,
King.
but I thought it sounded good here. But either way, it was. The Deuce 5 is struggling so much. Yeah, okay, cool. Busting means something that is extremely great. Whew. All right, cool. Just had to Google it, see what Gen Z was up to nowadays, you know what I'm saying? We're in the clear.
Make sure you're still with it. Very important as casters to make sure they're staying modern with the trends.
I mean, look at this Deucer. He's clearly doing something which is fresh off the charts, because now he's walking to bot lane.
Yeah, for real.
It's already a 3k lead. Rarely in Dota do you have your carry and support go to the lane, die, reset, die. Like, that is unfortunately the complete undoing of a lane, and to fix it requires other heroes to make moves. And if you look at mid lane already, Chosen One having to TP back to base. The Pugner comes in as well to apply pressure. Ice here with the stun, like,
ZX teams, he's just gone. ZXK is just absolutely gone. Chosen One looking to try and fight up into this, get some kind of return kill. I mean, 70, he is low on mana, so Chosen One can try and keep the damage upon him and stop that regen rune coming through, but at the same time, he's just got no one to work with. No teammates at all.
Yeah. And 70 gets the regen rune. Ember's already back to half HP. His rotation back to mid lane instantly puts himself in a defensive position. We mentioned that the CS around about 5 minutes was like, oh, it's relatively even, it was respectable, and then boom, the game absolutely breaks. 4.3k net worth to the Anti-Mage to the only 2.7 of the Monkey King.
Yeah, it's just shooting up. Ice has been caught, but has a wind run available. It actually just stands his ground. Tries to go for the power shot, but unfortunately misses that one.
Mid lane.
Okay, there you go. Maybe going to be able to bring down 70, but the kiss is pretty much off the mark there. 70 might still get a chance to get off this regen rune, and yeah, he gets off the regen rune. The gank means nothing, but up in the top lane, they actually do get the kill onto A in the end, even though the Shadow Demon was nearby, the disruption on cooldown.
The regen's still running 70, he's just running around in circles. Oh, that was so cool.
This is ridiculous. Zero just having fun. They're just hanging out and having fun this game. Playing some goddamn dotes. All right, this should be a kill for Limit here. Ice has been caught out. They've got the chains with no one else to kind of split the aggro to. In comes A as well, trying to bring down the wind. Will be able to do so. Chosen One very out of mana, but the Anti-Mage, he is gone. Doesn't have that mana void after the kill onto the Monkey King, so backs himself away.
All right, constellation kills. And this is what I kind of expected to occur with this lineup, like the Ember being able to make the moves, sync up with the Monkey King, but because the safe lane dictated the moves so early on before rotations are even in play, the game state's already a little bit broken. Like, who's going to get it? Are they going to get the knight?
ZZQ, he's too good. He's too good with another blast. You got to respect it. Now, will they go able to wreak some revenge here is the question. Chosen One is in, but 70 immediately jumping on the backlines, trying to find Coldbird, and will be able to cut down that Snapfire. Chosen One gets the kill into ZZQ at the same time, though. Ice just going to throw some shots at Chosen One here. Going for that Illusion Rune down at bottom. Ice won't be able to stop him getting that. 70 comes across, though. Very interested here, but Chosen One, I mean, he's not super healthy, but he's got a bunch of remnants to work with, so won't be too concerned.
I mean, the remnant's quite close as well. It's not as if it's a large...
Yeah, a nice shackle onto the catapult as well. Chosen One will be able to limp himself away from this one, though. No point going for a power shot snipe with that flame guard up.
They've realized that Medusa 5 is so useless that they put him into the offlane role. He's like, boss, I need to farm a phylactery or something because I'm doing nothing. You know, Monkey King. Like, this is what we should expect from a Monkey King lane, right? Into Anti-Mage. Being able to bully up. If you have no mana, you don't really care. But yeah, unfortunately, his own aggression was his undoing. Nope. Oh no.
Don't worry, Medusa's here.
I've come to snake them.
Yep.
I've snaked them.
Come on, kill the Netherward. You can do it. Have some impact on this game.
No. Oh, he was playing because he doesn't want Hunter to deny it, so he was always dicing with death there.
Yeah, true. Oh dear. Well, she'll go hit some creeps. Unlucky Medusa. Meanwhile, top side, Monkey King's just going to walk all the way back to base, actually. Really wants to just finish off his Echo. I mean, he's not super poor, but that's about all we can say about him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ooh. Anti-Mage, I mean, she's using Stone Gaze now, which bought her a little bit of time, but Anti-Mage just following Xu Sang at the moment, and well, Power Shot comes through, Wanda's there, but Beyond's just gonna blow him up. And in the middle lane as well, 7E just gets the solo kill onto the Ember Spirit. Oh no, he went for the rune, he got greedy and paid the price.
All right, so for right now, Limit, 7k down at the 12-minute mark, 10 for 3. Quite doom and gloom, but I think the silver lining is maybe if Snapfire can complete his vessel within the next 4 minutes, then you play on the overextensions of the Morphling or Void Spirit. You could get like a big ticket core kill that has a streak potentially, mainly towards the Void Spirit if he gets another kill. So, like, there is a very small chance that they can break back into this game, but it is unlikely as Monkey King goes down again.
Yeah, that
in
is
this
bad.
game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
7E just owning right now. He's running around the map, hitting whoever he wants, doing whatever he wants. I mean, that solo kill on Ember's just going to put him so far into the game. Oh no, not Medusa. Jesus. Xu Sheng once again being brought down, this time by 7E. 0 and 5 on the position 5 Medusa. Is that what position 5 means? You get 0 and 5?
Never refuse gold.
Just get that last drop. I was just checking if the pronunciation is out of the province, which maybe, you know, out of the box. This Medusa pick was out of the box as well, and probably not going to occur again in game 2.
Yeah, very possibly. CT White in the bottom lane, taking some heavy hits here, but is able to just strength morph his way through it. Anti-Mage coming on onto Chosen One here, just trying to drain away that mana. Shackle Shot will not land, but the Anti-Mage isn't giving up, and he's managed to take all the mana away off the Ember Spirit. 7E kills off CXK in the backlines, and now Beyond looking to finish off Chosen One here. Doesn't have the mana void, but he's not going to get denied by Roshan. Beyond's going to be able to bring him down. This offlane Anti-Mage with the Diffusal Blade, just doing so much work.
He's 5-0-1. He got, what, 3-4 kills in laning phase, killing off the Monkey Kings, the Deucer, of course. Like, yeah, he's had an incredible start. And this is what you want from an offlane anti-mage game. Just, if you get given a freebie, you can run away with a game. Like, it's 91 for 9. That is generous, I think.
Yeah.
I would be leaning more towards like a 96% win rate for Team Zero. Just because of every time like we start talking about something, there's just another skirmish or a pick-off or a poke occurring. And for Limit, like, the comeback comes from you being able to stabilize the game and hit creeps. And right now, I'm not seeing that stability because all their cores are just getting chased down whenever they're really shown. And Chosen One on this Ember Spirit, he's going for a blade mill. He realizes the severity of the situation and he needs something.
He's trying. He's trying to cook something up here, but unfortunately, it's I don't know if that's the option. But then again, what is?
Quite a slow now.
You have to ask yourself what direction, what items could save them here. But you know,
They
if there
are
was
600
ever a
gold away from
team-
Phylactery. All right, Nomad, let's really focus in on the important shit right now.
Could
Monkey
be, I
can
mean-
go down again. No.
Yeah, he is a little bit dead. Got a little bit.
All right, where's Snapfire's vessel? Okay, Snapfire has her vessel. Like, she needs one charge. Like, one charge on vessel, Blade
Game's
Man on
over.
Ember, and
Yep.
then you just go for a big pick. Like, in regards to streaks right now, Void Spirit is 6-0. Anti-Mage, 6-0. Like, if you're able to kill off either of these heroes, it could be a healthy enough injection of gold that it just gives you a little bit more confidence.
And let's be honest here, T. You know, these guys are ex-outsiders from China, right? Like, this was pretty much every single game for them up in Division 1. They are so used to the situation that they're like, right, they're not panicking, they're not crying. This is another day at the office for this team.
It's true.
They know how to get out. Well, I don't know if they know how to get out of it, but they certainly have been in the situation plenty of times before.
I mean, how many games have they played this tour so far? This is their
It's their fourth or
10th
fifth?
game.
Oh, games, right?
Yeah, sorry, games. And I think last tour they played 14 games. This is their like 25th game. And you don't knock outsiders from China or aka Limit 25 times in a row. This is going to be the day. Actually, have they... To be fair, though, they actually have been winning series in, or games at least, in this tour. They took a game
They
off
have,
Team's
yeah.
Illusion, they took a game off of Big Brain, and of course, when they start going up against the big teams, they have been losing, unfortunately, but they have shown more competitiveness for 100%.
Yep, they have. ZZQ gets caught out going for a little warding mission. It's another one for Limit. And now, oh, here it comes, the Blade Mail Ember Spirit. And they are just waiting it out right now. No mana left on Chosen One. Chosen One, I'm not too sure what else he's going to be able to achieve here. 70 catches him with the Remnant here. But actually, Rainey's doing the work here. They were able to take down Ice Ice. The Monkey King and the Ember Spirit teaming up, but they're going to collapse in back onto A, and they will be taking down that Monkey. And now they move across towards CXK, and that is going to be another kill going to Beyond. And that is the issue here. These cores are just getting so many kills, so much done on this map. 7-0 on the Anti-Mage, 7-0 on the Void Spirit, and 0-0 on the Morphling. Perfect KDA for all your cores here.
I'm really angry, actually, with CTY. I think he's had an atrocious game. Like, one of the worst Morphlings I've seen in a long time. How dare he have one assist when he's been free farming this much? Like, he should just be focusing on the jungle even more than he currently has been. The fact that his score isn't just a beautiful 0-0-0, it just really, sours the game. No, the fact that he's also 0-0-1 and had to do nothing to build a 14k gold lead is testament to the aggression and sweeping moves that Team Zero have made. And will Morphling get more than one assist in this game? Will Morphling get a kill? He might not even need to. I could honestly see this game ending without him having to do anything other than hit
That'd be
creep
so
and maybe
sick.
the objectives.
The 0-0 ending would be so... I'm so ready for it.
My time with
And then gets MVP. Just so we
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
talk
If you
about
get
the
0-0, we're giving him MVP production, okay? That's just what's happening here.
We're pre-locking that one in.
Yep. Nice and easy day for the MVP graphics guy. Beyond just diving into the base for some kills here. ZZQ going to be able to be killed off by Chosen One. And once again, ZZQ, he's given a few away, has to be said. This Pugner is playing it a bit fast and loose.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's a loose cannon. A renegade. Because he's dying more than his team. Not something you really want to be known as a renegade for. Also, we talked about how bad the Medusa's doing. I mean, Monkey King, even though he's had a decent amount of farm and has kind of been moving around the map nicely in the early game, he is now 1-7. So probably way too aggressive. The Chosen One does get sunk in the middle lane. Once again, Beyond now has Manta plus Diffusal Blade, so you just can't make mistakes on this Ember anymore. You're just going to get caught out every single time this anti-mage is able to get upon you and get a couple of clicks off on you.
Yeah, it's like this Monkey King. As soon as I saw him in laning phase, jumping onto the Windrunner, when you have this Deucer behind you, it's like, okay, he's just one of those type of Monkey King players, which is at any opportunity he wants to get into the mix, he wants to try and battle, and because of this, his aggression. Look at the CS difference, 86 to 225. His GPM heavily lower. Sure, he's got a smidge more hero damage, but what, at the expense of 7 deaths? He hasn't really been able to do much on the map, and yeah, unfortunately, his playstyle. Maybe if he was more reserved, focused on the CS rather than the fight, this could be a point in the game where it was, let's say, like a 12k lead, but you know in the back of your mind, it's like, all right, don't worry, guys, Monkey King's one Wukong's away from giving us some hope. And yeah, unfortunately, that isn't the case. We are now in this position of Team Zero really need to make some insanely bad plays.
Astronomical mistake.
Yeah. I mean, like, they need, like, some power outages, keyboards unplugged. They need, something to go awry to lose this one.
Police break in and arrest one of their players mid-match, you know. Oh, they got Medusa on the cliff. Go on, leave her there. Leave her there. Send a message. Punction's just sucking away. He's happy. He's like, yum, yum. Leave her up there. I need a snack. That could be my delicious juice box. Whenever I'm thirsty, just go up there and have a little drink of Medusa. Oh, Chosen One. Oh, pretty nice use of the cookie. Okay, he was hiding in like this little juke spot here. Surprisingly hard to find him in.
It's always the interesting type of game to cast, because like, at what point like do you pivot from the cast, and like how many times can I talk about the potential comeback of a limit compared to Team Zero just absolutely just demolishing their opponent, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. It's fair. In fact, had any good pubs recently?
No, not really. It's been a bit of a downward spiral, but we'll bounce back. It's all good.
Nice.
I feel like I'm just team limit in my ranked games, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We've all been there. That's the thing. You watch these teams play and you're like, hey, man, you know, I've been in that game.
Yeah, I'm the Medusa right now, you know. On a different hero, but I'm the Medusa.
Chosen One, daring to come forward, daring to poke the Python. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's through the gate. He's safe. There's no way they can kill off. No, Morphling!
No.
He got a kill! Oh, ruined. It was a pretty stylish one, to be fair, but all the same, gets a kill, ruins a perfect KDA. And, well, now the cleanup crew begins. Zero wanting to leave, 0 survivors. But they only killed 2, so that joke doesn't really work.
Just going to bring it up real quick that you've made the Zero pun at least 3 times so far during draft and game.
Yep.
Just want to make sure that we're keeping a tally of this, otherwise you're going to get, you know, a screw loose or something, a little bit too into it.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I'm going to see how many I can make.
I think you've hit the limit on it for sure.
No, Snapfire, 0 chance of surviving that one. I'll take it down.
I am very upset that you didn't respond to mine.
Gonna keep going. Just gonna keep doing it. Still 2% chance of a comeback here, though. Oh, 1%. Never mind. Spoke too soon.
That was the caster close hitting live.
Yeah. The live stats reducing their win percentage by 50%. That's right. It checks out.
Yeah, for Team Zero right now, all they need to do, stay as a ball of 5, move around, pushing the waves, maybe take a Tormentor. I'd be surprised if you even need to consider Roshan in this game right now. The fact that your Morphling has gone third item Blink Dagger after Linken's and Manta, you kind of feel like they just want to go for a fight. If they want to be 2000% secure, sure, they'll go down there and hit Roshan, but they've already put Team Limit well in the base. They are fortified at their tier 3s at the 23-minute mark. What will their choice be? Okay, they're going to go for the super duper secure, really, really want to win this game, not throw it away play of going to Roshan. I can't knock it, but I kind of felt like just for the fans, you'd have liked to see another scuffle at the high ground. One last ride before we go Roshan and really seal the deal in the game.
Yeah, play it fast and loose. No ages for us. We're going to do it the old-fashioned way.
I mean, when was the last time you've seen a team win a game without going for Roshan? You know? It does happen in complete stomps, right? Where teams just GG out. preemptively, but this
can
could have been
happen.
just any percent no Aegis run. Like, we don't really have speedrun categories in Dota, but we could have started it.
It could have begun here, yeah. 70.
What is
Meanwhile,
actually-
he
what is
wasn't into the
actually-
Roshan thing. He was like, no. I want to kill things. I want to do some fights. I want to make some action happen. Found the Monkey King yet again. Just solo killed him all by himself.
It's relatively easy. Like Monkey King, sure, he did go for a very like hybrid Monkey King build, which is the Echo and the Deso. These are normally items you buy if you're either 7-0 in laning phase and you're crushing the game because they're so impactful, or the game's so hard, you just need a little bit of something to amp up the rest of your team. And unfortunately, there isn't any layers to this, right? Like, it's not as if your Ember's had a good game, so this Deso is going to make Ember feel good. Your Snapfire's got a Vessel, and that's it. So, yeah, unfortunately for Monkey King, yeah, the Deso pickup, it's maybe nice for the pickoff, but it's not really helping the wider perspective of this game. And they are down 31,000 gold, so you can kind of see why.
Yeah, that was, hey, you know what? Man's made an effort. Boundless Strike, it's a skill shot. It's a skill shot, in my opinion.
What's a bigger skill shot, Power Shot or Boundless Strike in your perspective?
I'd say Boundless Strike is the hardest spell to land in the game.
Yes, a Limit fanboy, I see. Yeah,
Yeah, I can't really blame him, you know.
When's your Limit jersey
Oh
arriving
no,
in the post?
Medusa, the strong gust of wind, not like this. Oh, she's gone again. Rest in pieces.
Snake Lady versus Wind. Wind wins.
Wind. Thoroughly the gust of wind. Oh, Monkey King gets bashed. CXK is there to throw down the disruption, but that's just going to seal his fate more than anything. It's time to call it, lads. It's time. It's time. Just reset. Go game 2. This one, it's over. 26 minutes in. The tier 4s are being taken. Limit, you know, they want to squeeze every second out of this one. They don't want to have another quick game on their history, but unfortunately there's nothing they can do about it. The Hail Mary play is not really even going to look like that. Just another jump in. They'll immediately use the disruption on one, which allows them to kill the other. Wow, Snapfire just racing through the fight, running with the breeze on their back. And it's just going to get dumpstered here. 3 heroes dead straight away. Limit are absolutely smashed out of this first game as Team Zero take a easy win.
Yeah, it was a one-sided affair, unfortunately for Limit. Maybe the first 5 minutes I was like, all right, and then boom. As soon as this Monkey King Medusa tried to go aggressive in lane, it was a complete undoing. And luckily for production, they're going to save us a little bit of pain. They're not even going to show us the laning phase highlights because that was where everything went wrong. Anti-Mage, 4-0 in lanes. They instantly just swept across the map. And now the rest of our highlights will just be pick-off after pick-off after pick-off, where you look at your support duo of Medusa and SD, and when the game is already gone at this level, what are they going to really achieve on the map? So, yeah, they outdrafted themselves, they outplayed themselves with this need to flex everything to everywhere. And Team Zero, strong heroes, got through laning phase, crushed the game. So, there's honestly not really much to say. Like, the skill difference in this game is clearly night and day. And for Team Limit coming into the next game, I think you can't be creative in draft when your play is not as good as the teams you're playing. You need to cushion the lack of experience that you have and make sure you simplify that process. Like, go for like Lich Bloodseeker in laning phase, Ember mid lane, and then you have like Doom Rubik off lane or something. So it's like super cookie cutter play, and then in the game you can find that pick off, that one motion to give yourself an advantage. But trying to outplay your opponents in draft when you aren't as like skilled, these games are going to occur consistently. So yeah, Limit just missing the beat on how they should approach this, I feel.
Agreed, yeah. And, you know, not a single death across any of the cores on Team Zero. That is just unforgivable. Like, they couldn't kill off a single carry or, you know, the single mid laner, single off laner. It was just ridiculous. And, yeah, we got to look back and say, like, okay, yeah, sort out those lanes, but mostly sort out the draft. Like, Medusa 5, it's not a thing. Don't do it, okay? I get it, okay? They pulled a gotcha on you, right? You were like, oh, they're going to play anti-mage carry. We'll pick up some counts there. And haha, just kidding, it's a Morphling carry. You feel chagrined. You're like, how very well dare you, sir? You trick us? Well, we shall trick you right back. Look, our Medusa isn't a carry either. But No, that's...
Zinger.
Yeah. I mean, congrats, guys. Like, they probably went, oh, Medusa's not a carry. Huh. And then continued trailing their draft anyway, because Team Zero were very, very confident in this one. And you just made them even more confident by doing that as well. So, yeah, not the swap up to make, unfortunately. You know, that's why the safe lane really did end up going down the drain. This was a last pick Monkey King, which ended the game 1-9, which is absolutely unforgivable. MVP, I think I'm going to give it to Beyond on the anti-mage.
Oh, thank God. Yeah. Whew. Yeah.
Don't
Easily
worry.
Beyond.
I got you.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. You get your anti-mage off lane, you get a couple cheeky kills on the lane, and suddenly bada bing, bada boom, the game has absolutely broken and you're crushing it. 70, if he is for some reason to be watching the English broadcast, might feel like he was robbed, and yeah, mate, you probably were, but you don't control the MVP. We do, and we want to give it to the offlane anti-mage. He does the correct build as well. We've seen European offlane anti-mages just blunder the build, and here you do Diffusal Blade into, you know, some Vanguard Manta kind of territory. Super aggressive, love to see it. I love seeing teams be able to flex heroes because their players are willing to play it. Some teams, very regimented. It's like, if you're the mid laner, I need my 4 heroes. From the off laner, I need my Beastmaster Dooms, whatever. So I like seeing when teams do kind of show the meta kind of picks. Off meta slightly, sorry.
Definitely. And one thing which is pretty base as well is that CTY, you know, even though he did get that 1 kill at the end, making him 1-0, he did have the least hero damage in the game, so credit for that. 5.5k hero damage, and also the most building damage in the game at 15k. No one even coming close to it. So, you know, that's pretty dream carry game right there, you know, not having to contribute anything to the fights, just come in and take the buildings at the end. Bish bash bosh, you know, job's done. Team, you can't flame me. I killed the buildings. I did what we needed. And yeah. One last thing.
Point. Guess how much damage Limit did to buildings in this game?
Oh,
quickly, come on, Numbered. We got to go to a break.
I'm just trying to think of any point in the game where they touch a tower. No, don't think they touch a tower. 0 across the board.
Correct. All right. Off to a break then. Bye-bye.
Let's go. Alrighty, yep, throw it across to a break. Take us away, production. Get us out of this goddamn first game. This was a mess. Let's go. Game number 1 was not quick, it was not close, and it was not difficult for Team Zero. They smashed Team Limit in the first game here. Game number 2 just around the corner. T-Governor, give me a bold prediction for this draft.
Team Zero will be picking Beastmaster or Lycan or Visage with components of pure out aggression and ways to end the game quick. When you think about Holy Grail and when they played up against Team Limit, what did they do game 1? Normal draft. Game 2, first pick Beastmaster. What did the last Dark do against Team Limit? Game 1, normal draft. Game 2, Beastmaster and Lycan. I think the good teams in this division, once they play up against Team Limit and understand the playstyle that they have, which is maybe a little bit more loose and punishable, they like to get out of the series quicker. When you think towards Team Disillusion and Big Brain, they didn't do this push strategy because, of course, they were close series. It wasn't as if they could easily win the game, right? That was like competitive. But when you get these Div 1 contending teams, I would be surprised if they don't look at this lineup and go, guys, let's just make this a 25-minute game and just showcase that we should be clean sweeping this team and looking towards the bigger picture of this division.
That is a very good research there, Mr. Hot Beverages Man. Well
no
done.
worries. Thank you. Loner, thank you.
Yeah, I guess technically true. Venomancer going to be coming out again, a very abusable hero if you want to go down that route. Also, Techies is the first pick for Team Zero. Very aggressive laner, very good at just kind of getting kills throughout the game, giving you that extra bit of damage that you sometimes need in a draft. So yeah, just a strong hero at the moment. I would like to see them go for... I feel like Visage is the most like beyond hero out of all of those kind of hard push heroes, but oh my god, they're so abusable. Oh, they go Abaddon? What? Okay.
No. Okay, so to give some interesting insight to Abaddon, this hero was one of the more sleeper heroes of the previous patch in pubs. Absolutely rampant. Was insane. All around the place, insane win rate. And then, of course, in the D patch, I believe his attack speed... Was it attack speed got reduced by like 40 or something? I need to double check just so I don't misspeak. Yeah, base attack speed decreased from 120 to 95. So, okay, actually got decreased by 25. But still, he got quite a sizable nerf in regards to his just right-click aggression. And in the carry role, be it Manta or Harpoon, any bit of attack speed helps getting your Curse of Avernus stacks up. So, got quite a nerf. But if you ignore the nerf into what Limit has, Dispels are king. Skywrath Mage can never Mystic Flare you down as a core. And Venomancer, most of your stuff just gets removed from the shield. So, yeah, good pick. I expect it to probably be the carry. Still going to be layered with that push that I'd love to see from Team Zero. But yeah. It will be interesting to see the new patch version of Abaddon.
Yeah, for sure. How badly is that going to affect him with his attack speed going down? And it does still combo nicely with push drafts as well. Don't forget Curse of Avernus, still a very good pushing ability.
True.
I don't know if you've ever seen it, but when you get those Visage Birds plus Curse of Avernus attacking a tower, oh my goodness, they just absolutely blow that thing up. It is glorious. I love buffing the birds. Anything which buffs the birds always makes me happy.
You know what I like buffing more?
What is that?
Earth Spirit, Earth Panda in split form. Now that is some fun stuff to amp up. Some Solar Crest, some ACs. It is the most painful way to take buildings because your enemy can't really do anything against it. And it's very fun. So yeah, you like Visage Birds? I like Earth Spirit Pandas. Is there anything else that you want to buff up? Warlock Golem's just too archaic of a spell, right?
Back in the day when you're able to Helm of the Dominator catapult creeps, which I don't think you can anymore, but back in the day when you could, we once ran a draft where we went 5 heroes to buff up the catapult, and it four-shots
Was it like
towers.
Ogre or something? What were the heroes? Or it was like Ogre? Some
long time ago.
Oh, come on. I was hoping for a fresh strategy that we could...
Ogre,
of course, we can't use catapults, but...
who else increases damage? I can't remember.
Oh, of course. Invoker, that's good. Yeah, good one. Then you got Ogre with Bloodlust.
Yeah, Eye with Overcharge.
Yeah. There's one more you need. I mean, Beastmaster Aura naturally would amp it up.
I think so. There was one more damage increasing one. Maybe it's not in the game anymore, but
sure.
It wasn't Bloodseeker. I'm pretty sure of that.
No. Okay.
I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, no. I mean, again, you're how many patches ago am I asking you to reference? I'm asking you to go back 4 or 5 years of
this
Dota
was when
patches.
Mofara played Dota, so... you know, long time ago.
Jesus, I was still in like university back then. I didn't even have a facial hair on my face.
You were bold.
I was a clean-skinned boy back then, trying my best. To be fair though, the ratio of facial hair to MMR has unfortunately shifted, because like without beard I was like top 300, and then with beard like top 1000. So maybe the hairs are really weighing me down in the ranked games. I need to change it up.
To loosen up.
What can you do? Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Do you do any beard maintenance?
There's basically like this like all-in-one like balm thing that you do after a shower, and like whilst your pores are open, you can like rub it in, so then it's just not itchy. So I do like that once a day, but then also, obviously you forget to do it. So yeah,
It's like once a day when you remember.
yeah, exactly.
Huge.
Oh, look at this! We're getting drafting innovations on the PGR screens.
Wow,
Radiant's
we.
team back.
Look at this, the aspect.
Yeah.
Now we've got Timbersaw.
That's cool.
Poggers.
Loving it. Oh, it wasn't last pick from last game. It's the last
No,
pick
it's
they
like for the
played
players.
last
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
I see.
That's
wow.
what. Sorry, Nomad. I need to give. Sorry,
Oh,
I should have given perspective. My bad.
That's okay. That's okay. No, they're cooking. They're cooking over there. I like what they're cooking up.
Oh, technically, it is wrong because this is Blink the coach, not 7E. So, unfortunately, Blink is ruining our production right now. So we are going to have to
7E's in
send
the
a
shot.
message
It's
to Team
okay.
Zero.
He's looking
we
like
need to
a
give, no,
rap
we need to
album in
give
the
them some
background.
draft
Okay, yeah, get out
penalties.
there.
They
Get out
are
there.
ruining
Long
our show right now. Okay, good. No, I mean, we've not really looked at the draft so far, outside of what a bad pick. But I'm actually surprised a little bit that Team Zero didn't go down this route of pushing. Maybe it's
10 seconds
a level of respect they're giving to their opponent, because it is mildly disrespectful, I guess, to
seconds remaining.
go away from your playbook to just win a game quickly. You wouldn't do it against a team that you're giving kind of the respect towards of a Division 1 contender. So yeah, I can see maybe. But they're still picking incredibly strong pairings, right? Like Abaddon into what Limit has already is very good. Kotal plus Ember, super aggressive. Techies eat insane damage. So they are still doing it, but like without that tower hitting hero right now. And I would still like to see that come in play. I still feel it's Abaddon carry, especially when you look at the bans of Morphling, Terrorblade. Like there's a plenty of heroes that just annoy this Abaddon in game.
Dire team pick.
You can poke him, you can prod him, but at the same time, it's one of those inevitable carries which like will always have a good game eventually.
It's now offlane. Everything's gone out the window.
All right. Yep.
Oh, well.
Window is open.
What can you
It's
do?
flown out there. Hey, maybe it's support. Maybe it's Coddle offlane.
10 seconds.
True. Team Zero is going to pull a limit and just put all their heroes into a bowl, shake it up and pick them.
Blow their draft up for no apparent reason. You love to see it.
I am scared for Limit though, where I'm not seeing like synergies between their heroes. Like Scarif Mage doesn't have a hero to go to a lane, and there's no like point click stun, Mystic Flare, you're dead. And that against the heroes of Slark and Ember, you would need something. And then it's like your Venomancer, you're a lane securer with your Gale. But now because of the Abaddon being off lane into the Venomancer, your Gale doesn't really have impact. Techies will be able to punch the carry. So I'm just worried that support Druid that you first phase opened with, which often teams don't do, has been punished. And sure, there's like a Timbersaw to deal with an Abaddon, but does it really matter? You can dodge and evade him. Kotal can kill the creep wave, so I'm not very inspired by Limit's draft. I think they might have gone down the route of trying to be a little bit more aggressive in lanes. Like Sky Venom are technically aggressive laners to enable other cores to farm, but the way that they picked them didn't really bring them to light in the draft. So I'm worried for Limit. I think that this will be a game where CTY won't be 1-0-2 at the end of it, but instead like 12-0 and 8. That's going to be my guess for his scoreline.
All right. Very specific. Let's see what happens here. Final pick Muerta coming out from Limit, and that's going to give them, I mean, the big carry they kind of needed, but yeah, it's going to be tough. And also, yeah, the matchup versus Slark, a little bit rough as well. Hard hero to just stand there and shoot, 2 maneuverable. When he gets the Ags as well, he can just get out pretty much fine. So Yeah, big question mark above my head for this last pick from Limit, but maybe it's something which will work out for them. I just think after the last game, there's no way anyone's predicting Limit for this game number 2, right?
I was going to make a joke, but I don't want to say it on stream. But there is a joke there. No, so I think if you are a massive Limit fan, then what you're looking for in this game is going to be the hero below me, which is Muerta. She, at least, if you can get to like the Maelstrom, Moonshard, big crits, level 18 kind of phase of the game, then potentially Ember and Slark, if they initiate in and they're in the wrong spot, sure, they can get hunted to 0. We've seen Morphlings get deleted. Any hero can get deleted by Muerta, but she needs, 4 or 5 items to feel like absolute king. Or queen, technically. My apologies there. You do you, queen. But I feel like that's maybe your one glimmer of hope for Limit. Like everything else, it's kind of whatever. Like Pangolier, sure, he can counterplay aggression. Timbersaw can counterplay aggression. They need to do that for 25, 30 minutes, and then maybe Muerta can 1v9 this game. That's the only way I really see this draft coming online.
I found the game, T-Gov. I found the catapult game.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Nice. It
was pretty cooked. It was Invoker, Chen, obviously. We did have Bloodseeker, Ogre Magi, and Legion Commander.
Oh, okay. Some impressive attack shenanigans. All right, you know what? I like that.
Yeah,
that's good. Like high attack speed from multiple sources. Actually, 3 sources.
Oh, talking about attack speed. They don't have much, but they're still able to kill off the Venomancer. That was a segue and a half. Oh, couldn't get the deny on the ward either.
Okay, first one going the way the teams are in. Not what you would really like to see, especially after 7E got robbed of the MVP in the last game because, Nomad really was an anti-mage fanboy.
I really am.
I also agreed with Nomad, so I guess we're 2 for 2 on the fanboys of anti-mage offlane.
I just hate magic. That's it.
I'm checking your previous games right now. Okay, to be fair, you kind of are down the correct route with that statement. You played Bloodseeker and Marcy in the last 4 games.
Yeah, true.
Between those, so that's kind of anti-magic heroes. Then you played some Muerta, so unfortunately
magic bullets.
Yeah, and then back to being you're quite on a lost streak, but that's a whole other story.
We didn't need to bring that up, did we?
No.
Not sure that was relevant to the cast.
We got about 22 minutes of this cast left before, so if you really want to air it, we got.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk through my problems. This is now a Nomad coaching stream.
Through the lens of Team Zero. Oh, okay, but laning phase setup. Let's so Limit this Venomancer and Muerta in the right spots. If Aphotic Shield is used, there could maybe be kill potential, but realistically, I don't want to see this lineup be aggressive. I want A just to hit his creeps, get his farm, because when the inevitable team timing comes in from 0, I don't want A on this Muerta to be like 1 and 2, overplayed his hand in lane, and is awkwardly recovering. I want him to be able to make a statement when Team 0 wants to take the fight. So far, CS hasn't really been doing that. He's 2 for 1 to the 4 and 4 of the Abaddon.
Yeah, for sure. It's not been like a big statement lane thus far, but early days still, always level 2. Lanes can completely change from level 2 to level 3, and we'll see what timings they believe their heroes are strongest at. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, we've got the Ember versus the Timbersaw matchup. I feel like Timber does start to take this one over eventually, right?
Oh, for sure. This is pretty much like level 4 when you get 2 points reactive, 2 points in Whirling Death. You shouldn't really get too poked out in lane. And then at level 5, if you go for the 3 points in reactive, the lane's practically over.
Ember's they're going to be able to kill him off. The right click from CXK gets it done. You know what? CTY? It's a battle of the 3 letters in the bottom lane, but nice start for Limit down here. That's going to even the scoreboard at the very least and give them a pretty big advantage in this bottom side.
I can't wait for the big 2-on-2 fight bottom where you have to say that CXQ beat ZZQ, but ZZQ then died to CTY.
we could also not do that, Could just be peaceful in the bottom lane.
Just be a good caster. Come on, you can do it.
I could try, couldn't I?
There we go. Don't need to back down already. We're only 2.5 minutes in. You don't see Limit backing down right now. They're already packing a punch with this offlane.
They are. Yeah, Scar's here to get kills. He's here to do some damage, and That's what he shall achieve.
Oh, come! You missed the opportunity there. ZZQ, you sticky bomb onto CXQ, K,
You
sorry, and then
fucked it.
CXK, then you. I did. But I'm
Leave
not
it to
the
the
play-by-play.
professionals.
But, okay, we'll try it next time. All right, they literally all three-letter word players in that bottom lane did do spells onto each other.
They did. They did do the spells.
But okay, so mid lane, yeah, Ember's actually doing incredibly well. 21 for 3, out CSing this Timbersaw. And the matchup in this mid lane will just be how they play the map. I think Zero did a really good job in the last game, just making sure that the active runes were always going the way of 7E. He practically had pretty much all of them, bar maybe one illusion rune. And if that happens again in this game, this Muerta will just get overwhelmed.
Yeah. You can't really, like... Moita has timing she needs to hit, and yeah. You can also make mistakes versus the hero, though. Like, you know, Fear is a very punishing spell. Calling is a very punishing spell. So if you do overdive a Muerta, you can actually find yourself in a tough position. But yeah, still very squishy, very killable, very submissive. Ember, yeah, I mean, Ember's doing super well in this middle lane, actually. Will Chosen One rotate at all, or will he just try to put pressure in this lane every time the Ember tries to leave?
He's a very static hero, especially from mid lane. You never put points in Timber Chain because there's no trees for you to play on. I think the reason why Ember's doing well is because this Timber sort of opted to go for boots first, and then Pangolish doesn't go down. But
Oh,
Blood Grenade is dead.
Oh, it's gonna take him through. Oh no, sweet little prince, he's gone. Scaly man.
Has been killed.
Takis,
Oh, yeah.
man, what a hero. Blood grenade, what an item.
Yeah, I think it's Blood Grenade plus the fact that Sticky Bomb is such a low cooldown, high damage spell. But yeah, I'm still a little bit intrigued by the Boots Rush on Timbersaw. I understand the idea of wanting to be on top of your enemy to put warding deaths into play, but against an Ember who can soak up a little bit and take the fight to you.
Top lane, A. Getting jumped on a little bit here. Had to dump both his spells to try and keep himself alive. All the bombs not going to find him either. And now Ice is actually getting cooked down. But you got to be careful here on the Venomancer. Gets himself away. As, ZZQ, the bomb. It is going to land. Is that going to be the kill? Well, with the Illuminate, it certainly will be. Ice and ZZQ pulling it together to get the kill. Now Beyond. He's just going to purge that sloth himself and keep on chasing here. Looking towards the Muerta. Muerta, she stuck around for way too long here and is actually going to get brought down. Another kill for ZZQ as he gets that one. And now we'll move on to CXK instead. And I don't think he's got a way out of this one either. It might just be another kill. In comes Venomancer trying to help out as well. Nice to little Venomous scale onto 2, but Beyond, he doesn't give a damn. Just takes it off immediately with the shield and now chases the kill onto CXK. On the TP in here, actually the Muerta's coming back into this lane. Hey, very bold with the TP here.
I mean, they need
But
to be careful.
they're pretty low, yeah.
Beyond has South, so he's going to have the resources to come back. And with a Koto in the lane, mana isn't an issue. The wave's still here. They could just go back under tower if they want to. And CTY...
Meanwhile, at bottom, just plowing into each other, CTY. And, oh my god, Cold Bird is just gone. Who wants to trade with a Slark like that? I don't know. That's pretty wild, but I guess he didn't really have a way out of it at that point.
Yeah, the powers were still available. Oh, he hits him.
He got him.
He got him. He did.
Chosen One.
He got him good.
He got him. Got him dead to rights.
I mean, luckily for Ember, at least, he does have the Remnant out. So when he does respawn, it's not as if he has no TP on the map. His TP's on cooldown, but yeah, I think that one kill will prevent any aggression now for Ember. Yeah, fair play to Chosen One.
Yeah, it's going to
still
slow
won't.
the game down a little bit.
Still a 3k lead though for Team Limit. Like there have been moments of wow, but the lead is just because all cores on Team Zero are able to reliably hit creeps in their lane.
Ooh, jump into the middle lane there, actually, as Chosen One. They're trying to get a bit of revenge, and they're going to find it. 7E brings them down with the help of ZZQ and Ice. CXY? Not CXY. CXK turns up to the fight. God damn, these goddamn letters. There you
So
go.
many letters.
There's too
But
many
luckily,
letters, man.
why is not in this game, you know? Because that is a name and a
Series
half.
last season. Or is it season 1 where we had YYY versus YYYY? Oh no, it was
4-1
versus
Yeah. The names are hype.
Showdown.
The names are so cool. I have no complaints. It's just, maybe, surely is there like no? I guess there's like pronunciations to. Let me actually. We have the document. Let's see. Is there a way? Is why? Let's see if there's like a pronunciation for it. No, it's not. There's no. It's just why.
Chusheng is going to get brought down as the Techies and the Ember jump in simultaneously. ZZQ doing a great job of baiting them forward here. Chosen One does want to get that kill and will be able to bring it down. Well, he will go down himself, but he gets Chosen One pretty low. 70 and Ice Eyes trying to finish the job. They won't be able to do it though. Chosen One, too much damage on the Timbersaw. Kills off the Ember yet again. Ice Eyes trying to get away and will be able to just run through the Mystic Flare without dropping. So big trades happening here for the side of Limit, underestimating the Timbersaw once again.
This is really important for Team Limit. Like, this Timbersaw pick, sure, in the late game, there's Slug, and he's going to kind of fall off, but right now, in the exit to laning phase, he's going to be so impactful, but unfortunately for Muerta, once again, this top lane, Techie's currently 5-0, now becoming 6-0, already level 6 at the 8-minute mark, or hitting 9-minute mark. Like, Timbersaw, he's the one having a great game, but unfortunately, is it going to be enough to help everyone else out? The net worth still grows for all three cores on Team Zero.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Man, it's, yeah. How much can Timber carry? That is the question. And he's not even that far ahead, so
Dire's top
he's got his work cut out for him. No pressure, but you kind of have to do everything for your team for the next, like, 10 minutes at least.
Muerta now goes to mid lane, so Timbersaw, he has the choice. Oh, he's also going to go to mid lane. He's like, shoot, get out of here, Muerta. This is more lane. Oh, I've been doing my good work here. Now, poor Muerta, level 5, walking awkwardly down to bot lane. You never want to see your carry this displaced early on in the game.
Yeah, and I have to say that there's a bit of communication error there, right? I feel like you shouldn't be TPing to the lane when she carries in on the Timber, but at the same time, Timber kind of gets to decide what he's doing when he's the most powerful here in the game, so yeah. And through all of the confusion, the one who suffers are the supports, of course, as is life.
The awkward part is Timbersaw naturally would be the hero that would body the aggression from top lane. But if he then dies top to some like 4-man gank, Slark, Twin Gate, then suddenly the only hero that you have to play on, you've thrown into the vulnerable position to die. So I can see why Limit is hesitant to go Muerta mid, Timber top, play Dota. It's just uncomfortable to be in, and it is also the issue of having the Pangolin off lane. Often this hero concedes lanes quite a lot unless you start killing supports and kind of catapulting your own game, and he wants to react, and you don't want a rolling thunder into an Abaddon. So I think the key theme here is Abaddon in the off lane is preventing heroes from wanting to gank there and shove him out.
Yeah.
Dire's top
And I remember back when we first started playing Dota, we thought that getting your carry farmed was like the only objective in the game, really. So if my carry had a bad lane, he would just go around testing all the other lanes to see if there was a lane he could do one, and we would just be like, yep, okay. You want mid, you get mid. You want bottom, you get bottom.
Yeah. It is very refreshing, the change in that regards. 4 Protect 1 was
Tough times.
like, we're still kind of in like a hybrid era of it sometimes based on hero picks, but it's not like regimented where every game you go in knowing, okay, I'm gonna have 200 net worth, but my carry's gonna be king, he's gonna be vibing, loving life, you know. It's like,
Yeah, and if he's a jackass, then you just gotta kiss his ass anyway. All right, yeah.
yo, did I
the
tell
best.
you?
You're
One
okay
second, hold
there.
on. Look at Venom real quick.
I'm watching. He's dying, unfortunately.
Chosen One, though, half HP, all by himself, plenty of stuns and spells.
Surely he goes down here. Surely he goes down. Timber Chain across, going to keep him alive for the time being, but Ember Spirit is chasing, and 70 will be able to bring him down. Now CXY is also going to be entered into the chopping block here beyond, and 70 fighting hero after hero. Oh, the shield keeps him alive. Another turn around looking for the Pangolin as well. Coldbird to fall. 4 heroes dead on the side of Limit. They try to turn up to this middle lane engagement, but it is just not the fight they were looking for. And now their bodies are strewn across the middle lane of the game.
Yeah, just really nice rotation there from Zero. Just the fact that you bring your Abaddon mid, you bring the fight, and I think Chosen One, he thinks he's a little bit tankier than he is, but he has no real magic resistance right now. So unfortunately, he is going to die to the constant magical spam that Zero is able to apply in the early game. And here's the replay. So we tune in, the Venomancer gets jumped off the bat, but look at Chosen One, he's already half HP entering the engagement. At this point, they're like, guys, he has no reactive, he has no magic resistance,
stacks,
just
yeah.
click him, and he just dies. So
He's
yeah,
just a boy.
a bit of a blunder.
Yeah, big blunder. Well, Chosen One, he's gonna have to learn from that one. But yeah, that's oh, I can't believe the Pangolin messed up that as well. That was rough. Like he could have just stayed in him live for 7E. Nah, I thought he might have overstepped his boundaries here, but he just got this Coddle just charging him up over and over again. And he's not done with the kill here. Really wants to bring down CXK and will be able to do exactly that. Now runs himself out. Chosen One still chasing on this one. Might be able to finish off 7E here, but no. In comes the support. CZQ locking him down, blowing him up, throwing in the damage. Chosen One still chasing here. Really trying his hardest to finish off 7E, and the support's actually left. They got bored. They were like, yeah, you can deal with it. Oh, the Chakram. It connects. Chosen One trying desperately to finish the job and will be able to do it. It's a huge dub for Chosen One. Now, can he get away? 4 seconds on that TP. Atekis is chasing, but Atekis won't be able to do much by himself. Chosen One, he's going to be absolutely fine. What a Chad.
I don't know if you were looking at the minimap during that, but that little blue icon in the safe lane, yeah, that's the hero that's currently not playing the game. That's called the Slark. He was there hitting 3 lane creeps whilst Timbersaw was doing all this aggression. Like, he could have easily poked his head over, used his Echo Saber, helped out the boys, but he was like, nah, man, I'm just farming. He's got his Agnums complete once he disassembles, but it's just funny to see that CTY just completely ignored any of these like main engagements pretty much. And the win probability, 81% to Team Zero at the 14-minute mark. It is an 11k lead, 15 kills to 5.
Oh my goodness. They're really doing it to them again, aren't they?
Oh yeah, all right, I need to tell you a story, Nomad. And I thought this cast would be the best
Yay,
time. So I was
sorry.
playing a ranked game, right? And as we were playing, I had a mid-arc warden. He died to a rotation. Second time, we come in. We nearly keep him alive. We get a kill, but he dies. I then go TP to top. But as I TP to top, my cursor, of course, is going up the screen. And I accidentally tipped the Arc Warden who died the second time. Full blunder. No. I instantly go to Mike, guys, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tip you. He abandoned instantly without a second thought. I was like, bruh, I misclicked. And he's like, he didn't say a word. He left the game.
Just gone. Just out. Yeah.
And I thought I'd just tell you that during this interlude of this game.
As CXK is not going to be brought down, actually. Does manage to get the TP out. And now, well, they move the aggression forward here. Whoa, big jump in from CZQ, actually, as he's trying to lock down the Muerta. Muerta will be going down here as well. So it's a second kill for Team Zero. Limit, they're trying to play this fight so cautiously, but even then they can't seem to catch a break. There's just too much of an advantage. They will get off the techies at the very least. CTY looking into the backline zone, wants to bring down CXK. Now he's got no Mystic Flare, he's got no defensive capabilities. The Slug is going to be able to grab this kill. Yoink, says 7E. I've got to secure that one for you. Sorry, just doing my job. And that will be that. Another 4 kills going their way. Sure, the Timbersaw survives, but... Oh, that's it. He's going in. He's trying to 1v5 this shit, but it's a little bit too much to ask.
You can kind of see the idea, right? Like the Slark's low HP, the Abaddon's low, but of course has ult, like maybe, but yeah, it doesn't really net anything. Slark gets the D-ward, Timber then eventually dies. It is a team wipe. One of the slower ones that we've seen in the DPC, quite a drawn out engagement, but yeah, another 2k gold pretty much accrued from that engagement, and yeah, Zero slowly but surely getting to the point where they can do absolutely anything on the map once again.
Such as Slug just diving in under basically tier 3s there for a kill. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Echo Saber disassembled for Ags, then completes the Mage Slayer. This is a really nice item build up against heroes like Timbersaw or Sky, even Venomancer, that lean on just magic damage. And when you get on top, it's like if you can just mitigate a little bit, suddenly Slark's just doing a lot. So yeah, I love the fact that he went for this style of items. No need for diffusals, echoes, or whatever.
Yeah. Even if you don't get on top of them as well, it's still a passive 25% magic resistance, which is great. That's one of the things about Mage Slayer, which makes it so amazing. Very underrated item. Well, not underrated, actually. It gets rated pretty highly.
It's just niche, because you need to have purpose for it. Because if you just buy a casual Mage Slayer, then it's, what, 2,500 gold? That could have been a Manta or a BKB or a small crit towards Daedalus, right? It's... It is the wonders of Dota, how one item can really delay everything.
In we go, jump onto the back line. The Slark just trying to bring down the Venomancer as quickly as possible. Takes him a while, but does get the job done. Now, they'll move across. They're looking for the techies. Chosen One getting on top of him right now. They need to finish the job, and they won't be able to do so. The shield's coming through. The swashbuckle's there, though. Timber Chain across, and they will bring him down. CTQ is gone, but so is CXK in the backlines. The 7 he finds him. And they just want to leave now. Pangolier trying to get himself out. The pig pole used onto himself. Trying to give him the movement speed. Not going to help him out. Beyond's going to be able to finish the job. They get off the borrowed time, but that's about it. And CTY still plenty healthy. No chance of anybody dropping on the side of Zero except for that techies as they take another few kills and just continue their chokehold on this game.
Yeah, for any moment now that when Limit steps up, it's their defensive capabilities are slowly fading. The Timbersaw tankiness, it just isn't there. Murder's ability to stand her ground,
no.
she's many minutes away.
Well,
She's under the
just
cover
leaving
of a
him to
tier
finish
2.
it up. He's like, you got this, homie. I'm gonna go farm.
I mean, there's no reason. He doesn't really need to. And it feels like, when you look at a Sky Veno, in a hard game, they're equally as bad as like SD Medusa. And SD, of course, is one of the better heroes in hard games, right? Because to shop turnarounds, but still, it's like Limit 2 games in a row have just drafted themselves support duos that if they don't kill and have early game momentum, are just relatively useless. So it is unfortunate. 19k gold lead at 19-minute mark. Every time I say it, I feel like it's mirroring the minute mark now. They nearly overtook it. There it is, 20k now. They are excelling. Both supports are maybe overtaking the Pangolier. Both supports are higher net worth than the Muerta. Don't forget. Like, the carry Muerta has the 3rd lowest net worth in this game. Just to give context to our audio listeners.
Yes, which are many.
Thank you to our podcast enjoyers on
Indeed.
all platforms.
Just want to point out, we've got another key ADA coming up this game. Ice on the Kotl, currently sitting at 0-15. The dream color KDA, I think we can all agree, ladies and gents.
Pretty good. Pretty good. We're getting a nice little breakdown of some damage right now. And yeah, Muerta's also the lowest damage. So
Yep.
bottom 3 net worth, lowest of the damage. Muerta is a very, very scaling, kind of resource-hungry core. So I can easily see why in a game like this that she is sporting these stats. And you just gotta hope, if you are a die-hard Limit fan, that she can somehow find a couple Wisdom runes, maybe a Maelstrom, a BKB, 45 minutes of gameplay, and they might have a shot.
I wonder what a die-hard Limit fan looks like. I feel like they're the kind of people who'd like adopt a dog which is just like, all mangy and missing hair and broken legs and then nurse it back to health.
I honestly don't know. It's hard to say. This team is, I think, the only team in the world of DPC to have purchased their slot in Division 1 to then potentially get eliminated 2 tours later, right? Like, I don't think there's any other scenario where a full 5 stack has formed around a slot like this. So
Yeah.
if anything, it is good for the scene that they aren't doing well, because it is just like proving that hard work, qualifying, and the grind is obviously better than just, money. So yeah.
Yeah.
Again, don't know the players personally. Would I ever buy a slot? No. Did they? Yes. Was it within the rules? Yes. So you can't knock it, but again, we can't really
fine.
expect any other different results.
It's kind of like
exactly.
a wake-up call for any other team thinking of like, that kind of maneuver. It's like, well, you kind of got to put the work in first. But anyway, I would love to have an interview with them coming into it, just being like, oh yeah, Dota's a great game when we're just looking to try and, maybe take a few games to the top teams. We know our chances are slim, but we'll try our best. And then like an interview, if they do end up dropping out of Div 2, where it's like, yeah, it was tough. It's been a long few months. Dota's a hard game.
Again, I don't know
I miss my parents.
They're not a boot camp, mate. They're all good. The real question is, like, are they streamers or something? Oh, all right, I'll let you do your bit. I'm muting.
I'm done.
They're doing Roshan in the meantime. Techies has now taken the 4th spot on the net worth. Kotl, unfortunately, hasn't been able to find the economy yet to really push himself up into holding down all 5.
I believe.
He's only 600 gold away.
Problem. Yeah.
It's like 1 lane of racks and maybe a kill. He is 0-0-15, and the Techies does have 7 kills. So, of course, kill disparity here is pushing the techies higher up the net worth. But there is a likely chance that this game will just end with all 5 cores having greater net worth. I have no idea if that occurred in the last game. It didn't really ring a bell to check. But I can, I'm bringing it up now real quick.
It's 400 gold, so it's not unlikely that the Coddle will be able to take the Timbersaws. Timbersaws is literally just sitting on the high ground, waiting for them to come.
Last game, 4 of Team Zero were on top net worth, and only Pugner was below both Monkey and Ember.
Yeah,
and actually,
okay.
So yeah, there was no chance that all 5 were top net worth. But this game here, only 300 gold away. Isis just frantically farming up the jungle. He's very much aware of this being a key factor in his gameplay right now.
Yeah, and he will of course know everyone's net worths because he is in fact cheating.
No, he's just clicked around his heroes and saw the inventory. Let's not say that one, Nomad.
Right,
yeah, let's not say that.
Okay.
Yeah, nice. Team Zero is a very fun, upcoming looking team for sure. I mean, when you have, what is it, Ice on the team as well, you've got kind of hallmark names that have been around the scene for multiple tours. Like, you kind of feel like this will be the fringe team that will maybe bounce from Div 1 to Div 2 consistently, maybe. And then at some point, they'll kind of enter Div 1 with that correct mindset. So this is like an upset team, I feel like. I'd be surprised if they qualify for TI, but they have like the ability on a good day to take like the IGs to 3 games and suddenly beat them. And now it's like, okay, IGs are qualifying to TI through the regional qualifiers, right? So it's a hero to respect for sure.
Yeah, they're a team with high potential, no doubt. And proving it here, slapping down these limit guys like some of the top teams have. So, yeah, following in the footsteps of giants. And Ice still just farming up like an absolute madman. He's like, come on, I gotta do it. And he does it with that creep. He says over the top and manages to get into the top 5. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
All right, Team Zero, if there's ever a time to go high ground, it is now.
They just tried to smoke up as 5, but instantly dead.
BKB is there, but Muerta, yeah, she's gonna fall. Down goes the Venomancer as well. A roll in from Cold Bird. He was just chasing him. Where are you going, buddy? Jump in, blink across, looking for CXK under the tier 4s. No cares given from this Slark whatsoever. He's got an Aegis in his pocket. See if they do bring him down. He'll be right back again, fighting fit. Just making sure Coddle did. Coddle got a kill? Oh, they ruined it again.
They just don't like good score lines, do they?
When will they learn? How did he even get a kill there? It's just a Coddle Blast coming through onto the Venomancer? I guess so, well.
Yeah, along those lines, yeah.
Yeah. Venomancer doesn't even get the chance to be killed by Coddle in this one, as Slug are currently sitting with 34, 35, 36, 37. Stacks Fest Shift, 41 Stacks Fest Shift. CDY, absolutely huge as they bring down Coldbird again. And probably looking for the tier 4s. There we go. The GG is forced out of their cold dead lips as a convincing 2-0 series take from Team Zero here. Absolutely not close at all. An absolute walloping.
Yeah, Team Zero, of course, they've had results-wise, I believe, very middling tour, I guess. What are they right now? I think they've lost 1 series, if I remember correctly.
Zero?
Yes,
Yeah, they're down 1 series against Holy Grail.
And Holy Grail are currently the 4-0 team. So already Team Zero, Big Brain 3-1, Last Dark 3-2. I'm expecting tiebreakers to be occurring right now. And unfortunately for Team Limit, now 0-5. No other team has like losses that bad other than maybe IG Vitality, but still it's like the likelihood is they're eliminated. I think there is 1 series away. Like if Disillusion can win a series, if Limit loses 1 more series and goes to 6, they're automatically out. Like it is spooky times right now for Team Limit. The likelihood of them surviving is now on other teams rather than themselves. So yeah, unfortunate for Limit, but Team Zero, this was kind of your litmus test for the division. When you go up against the bottom team in the division, how quick can you beat them? And methodically, they did it 2 games in a row, averaging around about 25-minute game time. So yeah, fair play to Team Zero. Very clean series.
Very clean indeed, yes. And, we're looking at the rest of the series. I mean, there is a tiny little. No, it's actually no little.
What are we trying to do here? Are you trying to give hope or?
Yeah, I was just trying to see the circumstance in which they can. So they can come back if Supernova or Disillusion massively mess up. They can come back in by beating IG Vitality and then by beating Supernova themselves for their slots. So there's a chance, but it looks so slim. Like if to compare Supernova to Limit would be pretty unfair. I think Limit Supernova have just looked like cleaner, honestly.
I think what we need to look towards is the fact that in the upcoming week of the Chinese Tour 2 DPC is that Team Zero is going to be playing up against Last Dark and Supernova. So these middle pack teams who are fighting out for that potential tiebreakers practically all playing each other, right? And in the final week is going to be that kind of punching bag. Can Holy Grail hold down the fort? And we're looking at the scoreboard here. Unfortunately, it was such a one-sided affair that it's hard to really break down the game because it was just win lanes and walk it down. So we kind of had to podcast it up a bit. I would say that MVP needs to be ZZQ in this game for me. Just the aggression that he brought from off lane to mid. I think throughout the highlights, whilst we were just kind of rambling about the division and the bracket, he was at the forefront of all of them. And 9 kills, 4 deaths, 14 assists. Just, super aggressive gameplay, buys Greaves, buys Glimmer. Like, it's just a nice Techies game.
It was a nice Techies game, yes. And just going in, getting them done on the front lines, pumping out hero damage, securing kills in the late game, getting kills in the early game, getting a couple like solos here and there as well, like going the defensive items as well. Not being super greedy, getting those Greaves, getting the lovely little Glimmer cape. Very, very sick. So that's gonna end up this series. A absolute smackdown from Team Zero. Once again, there is a real divide in this division, and you can see that on the leaderboard starting to form here. That's it. Yeah, Holy Grail 4-0. These guys are the bee's knees. They're almost guaranteed to qualify. Like logistically, they've already qualified for Division 1. It just depends how it goes down through the rest of the things. But unless they suddenly all fall apart, then they'll be making it through. Then it's between Big Brain, Team Zero, and Last Dark. Obviously, Last Dark in a slightly rougher place compared to the other two. We'll see what they can do. And of course, here is the next day of play. Get excited for it. It is IGV versus Holy Grail. And, Holy Grail probably just going to smash that series. IGV haven't been looking great, unfortunately. So that one is looking like a bit of a gimme. But the second series of the day, Big Brain versus Team Disillusion. It's kind of looking like Team Disillusion's chance to prove themselves there.
Yeah, I mean, at any point, I think any of the teams that aren't currently sitting at 0-4, 0-5 should be able to maybe surprise teams. Of course, Holy Grail have looked up top, but good old DPC, especially China is like just weirdly volatile. Not because like their teams are insanely good, but just because I think there's the off days can occur, and it's like, what? So maybe Big Brain lose, who knows? Maybe Holy Grail start choking and unfortunately aren't able to capitalize on their 4-0. Like the last week will just mean everything. We'll see what happens, but it's rough at the bottom. At the top, it's like I'm ready for everything to change.
Yeah, it could do. I feel like we're going to see the tiebreaker between Team Zero and probably Big Brain, but we'll see if Last Dark can get in there as well. That'd be interesting. And of course, it's Lonfer versus God King as well, and Big Brain versus Team Disillusion next time, which I think is going to be pretty cool. I'm kind of excited for that one. I think they're very comparable carries in the way they like to play the game and everything. All right, T, final thoughts before we tie today up?
I just feel bad for the concept of what Team Limit is, and that's about it. I kind of forgot that these guys were playing in this division, and it's rough. But overall, happy to see new Div 2 Chinese teams rise up and not have the old names always winning. So the likes of Last Dark and Erica not doing so well, it's cool because now we get to see like Holy Grail and stuff. So overall, kind of cool. And qualifiers will always be hype.
They absolutely will. Well, join us next time as we got plenty more action here in the Division 2 of China. But we're going to be throwing it over as we are now ending up the day. But thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.